have a physical room still, and here instead you're viewing us one of two ways. You're viewing us through our webcast, either on YouTube Live or on the Cali PA website, or you're here on the Zoom platform with us. If you intend to comment on any of our items today, you need to be here on the platform with us, and so there are instructions to do so on the notice provided and or on our website, or if you're having trouble filling out a blue speaker card and getting on the platform here with us, you can email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov, and the clerk of the board can help get you here onto the platform. With that, until you're called up to speak, you will be muted and your camera will be off, but when your item is up and it is your turn to comment, you will be invited to unmute and or share your camera. With that out of the way, we can move on to public forum. Public forum is an opportunity for anyone wishing to address the board on an item not pending before the board to do so. And this morning we have two public commenters and would first like to call up Chris Milan.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Great. Okay. So yes, I'd like to introduce myself. Yes, I'm Chris Malin, and I'm the Executive Director of the Institute for Conservation, Advocacy, Research, and Education. And I've been coming before this board for over 20 years, talking about the Napa River and North Coast streams, mainly concerned about stream flows and loss of the public trust. I was wondering if I could share my screen for a PowerPoint. Would you allow that?
I apologize, Ms. Malin. I believe in order for us to have presentations, you'll need to have submitted that to the clerk of the board prior. But Mr. Laufer, otherwise, are we able to help allow screen sharing?
For security reasons, we do prefer that it be mailed in. If you want, you can quickly, Ms. Malin, send the PowerPoint to the clerk.
Would that be through the comment email?
You would be able to respond. You received the credentials to join the Zoom meeting. So if you'd like, you can simply go ahead and reply back to that email with your PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. So are you going to turn me off while I go do that?
Yeah, why don't we do have two public forum speakers, as you pointed out, Chair Esquivel. Maybe we should switch over and do a second speaker at this point.
That works. Thank you, Ms. Malin. I appreciate that.
I'll try to do that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Malin. And so for now, we'll move on to Frank Farkas.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, but I had to drive to the doctor, but I'd like to address the board. And may I start about the subject?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. I'm the treasurer of Villa Marina East 5 in Marina del Rey. We've been paying a permit fee since, I'd say about 1996. When I became treasurer, I noticed that we were categorized in the top tier, paying nearly $10,000 a year. And after about a year and a half of investigation to see why we had to start paying in the first place, I discovered that we were not discharging anything for the last 5 or 10 years. Plus the categorization was wrong because even in the beginning, we weren't treating the discharge, the effluent. In short, I am personally very environmentally concerned citizen. Our community is made up of a lot of what you would call concerned citizens, and although we admire the work that you all do, and it's all very altruistic and
Micah? I'm on Zoom,
with climate, the bureaucracy must have taken over, because I sent emails multiple emails to everybody on the board, including Augustina Hiro and I can't name them right now, I'm in the car, but at least a dozen of the board members, and I have yet to receive a response. I have yet to receive a response. So we feel that we should not be charged at all, but if we are, we should be categorized in the third category. So my problem is that nobody responds. What's going on? I admire your work, but something's wrong with it, with the response and the way it's being handled. That's all I have to say, and I hope somebody responds to my emails.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Farkas. I appreciate that. I imagine your issue is likely with the one of the regional water quality control boards and/or to do with your permit at the regional level.
Number
we'll make
4,
sure
regional,
and follow up directly with you. We have your email address, so we'll be able to respond directly
board
to.
number 4.
You okay? You're in Region 4. Yes, I appreciate that. Mr. Lawfer, I think we have Mr. Farkas's email address, and so we can make sure that the regional board is responsive to his concerns here.
We will do that, and at least one of the individuals that Mr. Farkas named, we can follow up with, since we actually now have a name to tie with it. So we will do that, and one of us up here will follow up with Mr. Farkas.
Thank you, Mr. Farkas. I appreciate you flagging the challenge with the regional board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Malin, have you been able to email your presentation?
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Sure? Yes. Okay. Yes, I did. I went to the email from Jeannie Townsend and I attached it and sent it. So hopefully she got it.
And Ms. Townsend, have you been able to receive that yet? I know there's sometimes some slowdown through the mail gateways.
No, I have not received it as of yet.
Okay. Chair, what do you recommend I do? Should I reschedule? Should I wait
we'll just give it a quick moment.
Okay.
You know, sometimes the internet tubes get clogged up, so.
Right. So what I'll do is do you want me to start talking or should I wait for your cue?
Yeah, if you don't mind, you can start speaking here, and the moment Ms. Townsend receives it, she'll make sure and pull it right up. So if you would like to just start in on your comments, and we'll make sure we'll get the presentation up here shortly for you.
Thank you so much. Yes, so again, I'm the Executive Director of the Institute for Conservation Advocacy, Research, and Education. And I've been doing long-term monitoring of the Napa River watershed since 2000. This year, including benthic macroinvertebrates and steelhead snorkel surveys. This year, I collaborated with Region 2, the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. I worked with Christina Yoshida and Kevin Lundy, and I was the manager, or am the manager, of a comprehensive bioassessment monitoring program this year that included water quality. It included benthic macroinvertebrates, and for the first time ever, a total basin algal sampling. So I assembled 2 scientific teams, and we got our permit through the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and we began on May 13th. When we got out into the watershed, well, it took us a year to get our sites, you know, to work with the property owners, fill out all of their permitting that came with the state parks and the private property owners. So it was a lot of time involved. When we launched into the field, our first site was already dewatering and didn't meet the protocol for the state bioassessment monitoring, the swamp program. So we had to pull our teams, which was difficult. And so I had to develop and come up to speed quickly with a surveillance program. so that I didn't send out 2 teams and didn't have water. And so we did that, and we managed to get 26 of the 35 sites only because we did surveillance the night before. What was so shocking to us was how low the stream flows were. And even on the main stem of the Napa River was very low flows. And so we were scrambling to get the teams out every day. What we learned was this, that there are very sufficient flows above reservoirs and in state parks and high in the watershed. Those were the niche areas of the watershed that had sufficient flow through the duration of our project. And the reason why was because they were without riparian and diversions and groundwater pumping. So it kind of smacked us in the face of how much human impacts are affecting our streams and rivers. We saw it in real life, in real time. Within a month's period, we went from very minimum flows to no flows, because I went back out in July after the project and the Napa River was dead. There was no flow from the confluent, from the headwaters to the tidal reach. The river is dry. There are a few stagnant areas, stagnant pools, but mainly no flows. And I had, I don't know, did the presentation get to
I
you?
apologize, Ms. Malin. I haven't seen it come up here. Ms. Townsend, did you receive a file from Ms. Malin?
Not as of yet, no.
Okay, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I apologize. And Ms. Malin, I didn't have you reschedule here because our next public forum board meeting won't be until the end of September. And so I wanted to make sure we did hear your comments here. Mr. Lawfer?
Well, what I was going to suggest is once, Ms. Malin, once we receive the PowerPoint, what we'll do is at least distribute it to the board members so it will be able to animate the presentation you've given to us today. And of course, you, as Chair Esquivel indicated, you're always welcome back at another public forum if you'd like to flesh it out and provide additional detail.
Yeah, I think what my main purpose today coming before you was to give you a firsthand kind of a sketch of the project and how dramatic it was to see the flows go so quickly. And I have to tell diverse watersheds in the state. I mean, we have 32 native fish, we have California freshwater shrimp, and there's just so much life in the river, and it's tragic to see it all go away so quickly. So I would like to actually show you the PowerPoint, so I'll probably reschedule with you for September.
Please do that, and please send it along. We'll be able to review it then prior as well. Thank you, Ms. Malin. I really appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
And Chair, before we move to the next item, we do have one hand up, and I just want to check on it because it was an individual that we tied to a specific speaker card and may have been an error. So we had an individual that came in as Kate, and we tied it to one of our existing speaker cards. I'm going to ask you to unmute. You have your hand up now and clarify what the issue is.
Hello. Hi there.
Hello.
Can I speak?
Well, we're trying to confirm that this is Connect Lowry.
Yeah, so introduce yourself and just go for
Yeah.
it. Go.
Neck Lowry. Look,
Yes.
hello,
Hello, Mr. Lowry. Connect.
This
Just
is
so
my
you know,
brother,
your
Rick.
item. Hey, just so you know, your item is not up yet. I believe you guys are looking to speak on the Scott Shasta River item. So we still need to go.
You know
through
what?
a
Last
couple
time
more.
these kids waited for 3 hours and did not get to speak. So I'm gonna have the kids speak because everybody else is an adult here. So go ahead, Kinetic.
Okay.
So the water is being diverted out of the Trinity River, and it's hurting the salmon because the Trinity is one of the biggest tributaries to the Klamath River, and the Klamath River houses many salmon. And as I said before, the water is being diverted and it's hurting the salmon. And recently, we've had a 2021 fish kill, a juvenile fish kill, actually. And my dad was part of the last fish kill that happened, the 2002 one. Him and his poor cousin Scott had to clean up dead fish for 3 months. His cousin Scott said he had nightmares about the smell. And so I would like to kindly ask if you would help the salmon and try to stop water diversion.
Okay, your turn. As a rock person, what do you ask him?
How can you help us save the salmon? As a York person, we rely on the salmon and the water to bring our culture back to life. Recently, over thousands of years ago, the York culture was running away from settlers, invaders. 100 years ago. Anyway, so we need to bring York culture back, to help teach this culture to many others who have no. Here's my mom.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that because the last meeting, the kids, they waited for about 3 hours and didn't get to speak. So that's why I just thought we better just jump in there to make sure that was going to happen. I appreciate you guys, your time. Walk out.
Ms.
Thank you,
Lowry,
Ms.
can I
Lowry.
ask
And
one quick question? If you intend to stay on to comment on the Scott and Shasta item, or if it was intended solely for the public forum, just so we can clean up our records. Hold on a second. Let's get you unmuted again.
So basically what we had been told is that there was water diversions considered and we needed to protect the Scott and the Shasta rivers, which are tributaries to the Klamath. And so basically we're just coming as, you know, they spoke with Deb Howland when she visited this last couple of weeks in our local area. And because of the political nature, we're just looking at all tributaries. We won't stay on because we know a lot of people here want to speak and anybody else more time, but I just wanted our youth water protectors to provide those opportunities that they're as representing their culture and our community and this, you know, cultural genocide happens because of environmental genocide. So, all right, so that'll be all for us. We'll be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Lowry. And thank you for the time today, Connect Nick. Okay, that wraps up then public forum, though I believe that last comment was in reference to item number 4, and it was okay that it came here before us. So,
Chair Escobar,
yes.
we do have one
Ms.
more.
Thompson.
Regina,
Oh, I apologize.
she actually had just signed in, so she's the last of the public forum.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chicazola.
And I know we've had some internet issues with Ms. Chicazola in the past, and I see that she came in and now she's back off. So if the chair would like, you could continue with the board agenda, and if she's able to successfully rejoin, you could always hear from her at that point.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Luffer. Yes, Ms. Chicazola, if you are able to hear us here, you can always call in as well if there are connectivity issues. We do provide a call-in number to help with that. Thank you, everyone, for your time this morning on Public Forum. That wraps up Public Forum and allows us to then go to our first item on the agenda today, which is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the prior board meeting, the August 3rd, 4th board meeting. Board members, any comment on the minutes, adjustments, and or otherwise, I entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt the minutes.
Thank you, board member.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Vote carries. Board meeting minutes are adopted. Thank you, everyone. Now that allows us to go to a tranche of 2 informational items before we get to item number 4, which is our main and really only item today, giving us plenty of time to discuss Scott and Shasta. And but we go to informational item number 2, which is a drought update. Mr. Ekdahl, are you going to begin the presentation here for us?
There we go. I should be unmuted at
You
this point there.
Good morning,
Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Eric Ekdahl. I'm the Deputy Director for Division of Water Rights, and I'll start the drought update agenda item number 2 for us this morning. We'll run through a couple of watersheds and provide a high-level update, and then turn it over to colleagues at DFA and Division of Drinking Water if they have any updates for the board. Next slide, please. We'll review Bay Delta, Mill and Deer Creeks, Russian River, Scott and Shasta, although that is the subject of agenda item number 4. We'll also provide a brief update on some recent enforcement actions and go forward. Next slide, please. So going into the watershed specific updates, next slide. We'll start with the Bay Delta. On August 3rd, the board adopted emergency reporting and curtailment regulations. That package was submitted to the Office of Administrative Law on August 6th, and the 10-day Office of Administrative Law clock started the next day. We anticipate the effective date of the emergency regulation will be August 19th, and anticipate issuing curtailment and informational orders for the enhanced reporting requirements on August 20th. We also have scheduled or are in the process of scheduling a webinar to provide compliance assistance for that enhanced reporting requirements, as well as the completion of some of the reporting elements associated with the curtailment regulations. We've tentatively scheduled that webinar for August 31st, and we should have some additional information available shortly via our Lyris email update system, as well as on our website. It's not quite up yet. We just kind of finalized the date in the last day or so, but we hope to get that out very soon. In addition, we have increased staffing for Delta phone teams and the division's phone team in general, so that we're available to respond to questions after August 20th, once the informational and curtailment orders go out. And on top of that, staff are working on a series of tutorial videos that should be posted around the same time. So we're anticipating an increase in workload associated with the orders when they go out, but are preparing as best we can to be ready to respond as quickly and efficiently as possible. Next slide, please. In addition, we have received some additional information on Mill and Deer Creek and emergency regulations there. We're aiming on or around September 1st to tentatively release a draft emergency fishery flow curtailment regulation, with comments due around September 8th. On September 10th, the board agenda proposed emergency regulation would be released, and we're anticipating bringing this before the board on September 21st for your consideration, which would place the decision by the Office of Administrative Law for possible curtailments orders on or around October 4th through 6th, depending on when we get the package to OAL, and would have the potential for curtailment regulations associated with fishery flows in these 2 stream systems around October 15th. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, the regulation that the board approved and adopted on June 15th was approved by the Office of Administrative Law and is in effect. On August 2nd, the division issued 1,500 curtailment orders for the upper Russian River. On August 10th, issued 300 curtailment orders for the lower Russian River. Again, we also plan on holding an additional webinar on August 20th. This is scheduled from 1 to 3 p.m. to provide some compliance assistance for those curtailment orders, just provide some additional information on how to fill out the forms, how to potentially request a health and safety exemption, things like that. In addition, enforcement staff is currently performing site inspections in the upper and lower watersheds this week. both associated with the curtailment orders, but also a number of other issues such as complaints and reporting violations that may have also been made aware to the division. Next slide, please. So here's the information for that webinar, Friday, August 20th from 1 to 3 p.m. via Zoom. Participation link and the agenda will be available on the board's Drought webpage. If it's not already up, it'll be up shortly. Next slide, please. The Scott and Shasta River, I won't spend significant time here as it is the subject of item number 4 later today. So let's just move on to the next slide and talk quickly about other division activities, specifically SB 88 notices of violation. There have been approximately 700 notices of violation issued for the Sacramento and San Joaquin diverters who reported greater than 5,000 acre-feet per year diversions, and in the Russian Shasta, Scott, and Navarro who reported greater than 1,000 acre-feet per year diversions. That's been since about mid-July or so, and since that time, enforcement staff have provided technical assistance, phone response, talked directly to over 300 of those NOV recipients, and we'll continue to provide support to people who call in and are trying to rectify that NOV issue. Just as a reminder, a notice of violation is in fact what it says. It's a notice. So it's not a direct enforcement action yet. There's no fine associated with it. There's no penalty associated with it, but it's essentially a warning that we're beginning that process. What we've also found is that many of these NOV recipients are getting them because they had misreported in their annual reporting requirements. And so there have been a fair number of diverters who divert less than 10 acre feet, but because of their own errors had reported that they were diverting greater than 5,000 acre feet. And so they ended up getting the notice of violation. So we've been working with them to address those issues, and they can go in and correct that reporting error very easily. And once they do, that kind of resolves the problem. And as a reminder, we do have a list of all the user reported right holders in apparent violation of SB 88 available on our website. So of the 700 folks that have gotten this notice, that's a small fraction of the about 8,000 yet that are still out of compliance. So a fair number yet to go, but those tend to decrease in size as we go down the list. Next slide, please. Additional information and updates, just a reminder that we do place all of our drought information on the Water Board's drought website. And for everyone who's interested, we again strongly encourage to subscribe to our email subscription list. That's how we do provide most of our information and updates and just general check-ins with stakeholders and the regulated community. And with that, we'll go to the next slide and I think turn it over to any colleagues from Division of Drinking Water or Division of Financial Assistance if they have any updates.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. Darren Polhemus, Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water. Wanted to give you a quick update on a couple things Division of Drinking Water is doing. We've responded to an outage in the community of Woodville. This is a larger community now, population a little over 1,600, over 400 service connections. They lost their well. Interesting statistic is the well level dropped from February to July over 127 feet as a static measure. So severe lowering of that forced them to go to a backup well, which varies back and forth between nitrate contamination. So the community is in water, but bounces between 11 and 12 and then slightly under the nitrate limit of 10. So we're working to address that community. Next, I wanted to mention that we are now receiving data through our information orders. As all brand new things, there's a lot of QA, QC challenges working with the dischargers to make sure the data coming in is correct and finding how to better describe our instruction sets to them and go on. So still more work to do there before we feel like we're confident and can report out on that aspect of it. And finally, I wanted to mention we did add 4 community water systems in the lower Russian River to our informational order set. So following the Division of Water Rights actions, we've included them now, and they will be joining the reporting group. So That's it for me. Thank you.
And not hearing any update from DFA this round.
I see Joe on there, Eric.
Hi, Eric. Yeah, thanks, Chair Esquivel. Yeah, a couple things to follow up on with what Darren was talking about with Woodville. So something for the board to be aware of, we had prioritized providing bottled water to systems with populations less than 1,000. Now, Woodville is in the area served by self-help enterprises. So we're working with them to amend the funding agreement to allow us to support bottled water for that community. We also had a couple of communities in the Lake Shasta area that needed some hauled water support. So we're providing that. Again, we're coordinating with, of course, Division of Drinking Water and Department of Water Resources. So we're able to come in and provide the initial hauled water, and then DWR is looking at what support might be needed for a capital project. We also have another project in the Clear Lake area that we recently approved to essentially lower their intake of the water system into Clear Lake. That's all I have.
Great, and then we do also have representatives from the United States Bureau of Reclamation and Department of Water Resources. Kristen White from USBR and Molly White are here. They don't have any slides, but are ready to provide a quick update. And Kristen, I'll turn it over to you first.
I think I'll jump in. This is Molly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadama, board members. Thanks for having us today. I'm Molly White, and I'm Water Operations Manager for the State Water Project with the Department of Water Resources. I'm here today with Kristen White, who is the Ops Manager for Central Valley Project for Reclamation, and we will be providing a brief ops update. So we're about to enter the last month of summer, and the uncertainty of just inflows and depletions are quite a bit smaller now than what we saw at the beginning of these summer months. We had our latest operations forecast that was provided in the most recent drought contingency plan update, which was released at the end of July. And right now we are tracking to that plan. So far in August, our operations have been fairly typical for an August period. Operations primarily controlled by our system-wide depletions and delta salinity. We've seen depletions decrease starting at the end of July into August. Now that the peak irrigation season has been tapering off, daily we are getting together with the Central Valley Project operations operators to just assess any real-time changes we can do, especially with respect to decreasing our upstream reservoir releases to conserve storage. And so with this decrease in depletions that we have seen late July into August, we've been able to make some decent release reductions from Shasta and Oroville. So as far as August 15th was the last day of the Western Delta Ag salinity compliance standard pursuant to decision 1641. And then in addition, our Delta outflow requirement for August is back in line with D1641 standards. And the outflow modification ceased at the end of July under the temporary urgency change order. And then also with this change in delta salinity requirements, Reclamation has also had the opportunity to reduce releases out of New Melones in the past week. They've been substantially reduced. So we are updating our drought contingency plan this month, expect to release that at the end of August, and it will include an updated operations forecast through the end of the year. And lastly, the projects just haven't ruled out the need for a TUCP. later this fall, but do recognize the board's request for the lead time to allow for the public process. And then with that, I'll kick it over to Kristen, who will provide a Shasta temperature update.
Great, thanks Molly, and thank you board for having us here to provide this brief update today, this morning. As everyone knows, this year has been very challenging with regards to Shasta or Sacramento River temperature management. We think a lot about 2014 with this year with regards to temperature management, but this year is drier than it was in 2014, and our cold water pool volume was smaller than it was in 2014. So definitely significant challenges that we've been facing this year. Despite our very dry and very hot conditions that we've had this summer, we have continued to follow the temperatures that were outlined in the May temperature management plan with some minor exceedances due to those extreme heat days. Our May plan indicated that the first side gate would be pulled August 8th. This is kind of a significant point because it marks kind of when we're starting to pull from the coldest area of the reservoir. So our plan had said August 8th. It was actually pulled August 6th, so about 2 days off. Unfortunately, once we pulled that first side gate, we did see evidence of some significant leakage of the warmest water through the middle gates. Leakage is pretty normal for the TCD. It was actually designed to leak because of to equalize pressure. However, we hope that the leakage isn't pulling the absolute warmest water, and it did start pulling some of that extreme warm water. That resulted in the second side gate having to be pulled last Friday. So we're watching that. Normally, this warmer water leakage can be mitigated by a curtain that we put in front of the middle gates. That's what we did in 2015. However, because of where the elevation of the reservoir was this year versus the timing of when we no longer needed the middle gates to pull the warm water for blending, we could not install that temperature curtain due to safety concerns for the crew that would have to get out there and install that. So that was an unfortunate situation that we were dealing with this year that we did not have back in the last drought. While this is similar to 2014 with the leakage situation, the reservoir is about 10 feet lower than it was, which changes what the hydrodynamics that affect that leakage. I know this is a little counterintuitive, but as the reservoir continues to drop, that warmest water coming through the middle gates also decreases because there's less pressure pushing that warmer water through. So we're continuing to look at any operational options that we might be able to do to lessen the impact of that leakage until the water gets off of those middle gates and that's no longer a concern. We'll be keeping our technical group, Sacramento River Temperature Task Group, up to date with any options we can identify. So given this evolving situation, we are continuing to work with that technical group, Sacramento River Temperature Task Group, to estimate the remaining cold water and how long it might be able to provide suitable temperatures in the Sacramento River. As far as the storage, we continue to, similar to the drought contingency plan that was released a few weeks ago, continuing to project about 1.1 million acre feet at the end of September. However, conversations are ongoing with the fishery agencies as to the best timing of the release of transfer water. We had planned on a large volume of transfer water being released in October. However, the Upper Sacramento River Scheduling Team, which is a sub-team under our Sacramento River Temperature Task Group, is evaluating some various patterns between September and all the way through November to determine how we can lessen any impacts on both red dewatering and temperature. Lastly, I'll note, although this is a little bit out of our field, the expected temperature dependent mortality as calculated by the NIMS Southwest Fisheries Science Center seems to still be within the range of the May temperature management plan. However, the Sacramento River Temperature Task Group is still continuing to evaluate the expected temperature dependent mortality with the various schedules that are being considered. And we look forward to having more of an update at future board meetings when we have additional information about our end of season operations.
Thank you, Ms. White and Ms. White. I really appreciate, I know the ongoing challenges that the projects are having and just the unprecedented circumstances we all find ourselves in. I guess my question, Kristen White here is, where does that leave us with Shasta after those transfers are contemplated? And has there been any discussion, given just how catastrophically low things will be now, the fact we have to be preparing for a dry winter? Is there a discussion about maybe withholding those transfers past a certain window here in the winter when we can have some greater certainty that we will have relief? Or what sort of prudent steps are we thinking of or discussing?
Yeah, that's a great question. That volume of transfer water was made available throughout the summer with the intent to sell it to South of Delta, primarily South of Delta purchasers, for securing their water supply, which, as you know, most of those water users got zero allocation this year and are in desperate need of water supply. So I don't have a policy answer for you as to a reclamation policy, but I think the intention is to move the transfer water that was purchased to the purchasers. The big question that we have right now is on timing of how we might be able to do that and lessen the impacts on any red dewatering and temperature.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess it's because my mind goes to the fact that we need to be preparing for what conditions we may find ourselves next year, and knowing that the time we have now is one of discussing what our various options are. I know that there's a lot to try to figure out on the system here, but I think we need to continue to make sure that we are planning for a dry winter and not finding ourselves in situations where we without really, again, we need to make sure we're having conversations here that really provide us some options. I think knowing that we have to prepare for what is a worst case scenario, we can say next winter, and just I guess wonder what other sort of activities the projects may be doing. I appreciate the operations update for things now, but what are some of the activities we could be taking on now in the weeks and months ahead that prepare us for the potential of a dry winter?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we can be doing is ramping down our reservoir releases as quickly as possible, which is what we're doing. We're tracking that day by day, sometimes sub-daily right now, figuring out when we're going to be able to reduce with the goal of getting to some minimum releases. Well, it depends per reservoir. I think we hope to be at a minimum release at Folsom sometime this month, minimum release at Shasta, depending on what happens with the conversations that are happening right now with this transfer water, whether that's November or December. And I'll let Molly speak with regards to minimum releases for Oroville. But I think that's our biggest goal right now, is trying to get down to that and appreciate all the work that the board is doing with curtailments and trying to ensure that any water that is being released is going to those basic regulations and requirements. I don't know, Molly, did you have anything else to add?
No, us too. Our biggest goal right here is in the near term and looking forward in the next month or so is to get Oroville releases down to our minimum threshold. We are working with our Feather River diverters on actions that they can take to help during the rice decomp season to help with Oroville storage. And so those ongoing discussions are happening. So, and then also understanding 2022 is definitely on the horizon and around the corner, and starting those planning activities, if you would, for next year.
Yeah, I would just emphasize, I think those planning activities are some of the more critical work that all of our agencies, including all the water agencies that are dependent upon the major projects here, to anticipate a dry winter, plan accordingly, and hopefully we get to have alternative plans that should a good amount of water materialize, we default to. But I think, or we fall back to, I think our default here again has to really be a dry winter, and undertaking the planning and serious discussions that go on with really anticipating that. And I know that there are a lot of challenges with the project, so I just appreciate just the honest discussion here, and again would emphasize that those planning activities are really critical now, as we take advantage of the time we have before we see how this winter materializes for us. Board colleagues, any thoughts or questions for folks?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions on drinking water. Mr. Polhemus, could you give an update on the Fort Bragg and Mendocino situation? And then also curious about the 4 systems that you've added for information orders on the Russian.
In reverse order, I don't have the names of the 4 systems. I'll have to get that to the board members. Sorry, I just grabbed that we had added 4 more. On Fort Bragg and Mendocino, Fort Bragg, I believe, will be installing its reverse osmosis system in the beginning of September. It's supposedly ordered and being manufactured and should be delivered. So they're still in major conservation and struggling to make it, but so far so good. So that should arrive. And then for Mendocino proper, they're still working out details on trying to find hauling sites and other components associated with that. I don't believe it's all exactly worked out yet. Still working with the different parties and different communities in the area to see who may be able to offer water where it is available. As you all know, it's extremely dry across that whole region and it's a struggle.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also had a question for Mr. Ekdahl on Bay Delta curtailments and site inspections. Could you talk a little bit about possible inspections and also enforcement? And I know you're going to be holding the webinar, but for those that don't attend, I know I've received some questions from folks about staff resources and inspections and the ability of staff to enforce on the curtailments.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We do have supplemental funding that we received as part of the budget in July to add up to 15 limited term staff in the division's enforcement section specifically. The hiring for those staff is underway, and I believe our first few will be starting in either late August or early September. So we've actually been making pretty good progress on that. And we're basically directing those staff in combination with our existing enforcement team to prioritize complaints. And so, in the sense that folks know about issues or potential unauthorized diversions in any watershed, but specifically also those with the curtailment orders in place, we're encouraging people to file a complaint with the Cal EPA complaint system. And that is how we prioritize, track, and review all these issues that do come in. In addition, we are in the process of working with the Department of Water Resources to secure a few additional supplemental staff that would be focused on inspections and overview within the Bay Delta watershed specifically. And we're hoping that we can add them in the next few months. And so in total, we do have a number of staff on the ground. We are prioritizing inspections. We anticipate 80 this month, 100 next month, and 80 the month after that, which is a fair number for the division. And they are prioritizing and focusing on not just Bay Delta, but in all the watersheds where we do have the regulations in place or pending. And on top of that, prioritizing complaints within those watersheds. Where possible, we're also looking at other violations that may be present. So if there are reporting violations, SB 88 violations, trying to tie all that together so that there's kind of a comprehensive overview and division action when we do go out and do an investigation and follow up.
I would just add that those numbers, inspection numbers that Mr. Ekdahl just gave are really the minimums, and we're looking for ways to up that number, and to figure out how to divide those resources among the various areas that have curtailment orders in effect. But I think that as we start thinking this through, we will be able to add to those numbers over the upcoming weeks. And we will be reporting sort of on a regular basis, not on individual cases, but on sort of the overall efforts and numbers.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just to note, the inquiries that I've received have been along the lines of not opposing the curtailment, but wanting to make sure that the field is leveled in terms of equity, that those that have followed the curtailment want to make sure that others are following, and that we are seeking out and, you know, performing those inspections. So thank you for that update.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I have 3 questions. So the first 2, I think, are for Mr. Ekdahl. And the first one is along this thread of enforcement and following up with our notices of violation and SB 88. I've heard a number of questions and concerns about those letters that were sent out, that in some respects they were a bit vague in terms of exactly what the violations were. And I realize that these are just notices, that they're not formal enforcement actions, but they do carry an air of enforcement with them in the way that they're written and the way they're communicated. And so I'm just wondering if there's a way in the future going forward here that we can refine sort of our messaging or approach with these types of violations, just in terms of maybe the specificity of them, and explaining to right holders exactly what the issues are, or some other type of communication to just kind of walk them through, because I think it has been a confusing moment. So let me start with that, and then I'll go to my next question.
Sure. No, we're always open and searching for ways to refine our message and to improve the message as we go forward. The SB 88 messaging has been particularly complicated given the size range of the diverters that are affected, from your 10 acre feet and above all the way up to those that are over 10,000 acre feet per year. And we've been working on that message for 4 years. We've had multiple webinars, we've had multiple mailers, and we just don't have the staff to review every single one of the submittals that comes in. I think going forward, that's about as high on our to-do list as we have in terms of bettering the SB 88 messaging requirements and just making it easier to understand where you are on the compliance list and what factor might be missing in that overall enforcement effort. So absolutely, we're definitely working on it. And I think with some recent funding to update the boards and specifically the divisions data systems, that's one of the things we're going to be focusing on.
Okay, appreciate that. My next question is, we heard from Ms. Nalen this morning, and we've heard at a number of board meetings, questions and concerns about the Napa River, for example. And I know there are other streams, coastal streams, other rivers in the state. Not to downplay at all the immense workload that you've already had dealing with the Bay Delta, the Russian River, today the Scott Shasta. But I would just like to flag some of those other rivers as well, thinking about next year in particular. And do we need to prioritize thinking through actions on any of those streams? Maybe it's just an information request from my part, just to better understand those situations and what's going on. So I just want to flag that for you for some follow-up.
Right. No, absolutely. And in fact, that's been on the division's kind of long-term planning list as well, especially if next year does kind of trend dry or is in fact dry. What are the next follow-up steps, and where are the next stream systems that we'll need to start taking a closer look at?
Okay, thank you. And my last question is for Molly White, DWR. Appreciate all the actions that you're taking to look at ways to preserve storage. And, obviously this is a very critical time and a critical moment to figure out what options are on the table. And one of the tools that I think was invoked earlier this year was in fact the TUCP approach. And you mentioned specifically in your comments that you hadn't ruled out the potential need for a TUCP later this fall. So I was wondering if you had any more information on when that might be rolled out, or when you might decide that you need one in terms of timing, and or if not today, if that's something you could follow up a bit later with us on.
Well, first, yes, so definitely we will be following up with the board even with our weekly coordination meetings with board staff through the water operations management team, we are just engaging with Reclamation. We continue to do so to discuss a fall TUCP and modeling efforts that are needed just to look at potential conditions that may support the need of a TUCP. But as mentioned, it's not ruled out, but it's not a certainty at this point either. But yeah, we'll be providing additional information looking forward.
Understood. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, board member, and thank you, Ms. White. Board member Firestone.
Hi, thanks. Okay, I have a couple of questions. I think first for Kristen White. A couple of questions. One is just, I think you mentioned that temperature dependent mortality was still in the range, and hopefully you're still, yeah. Temperature dependent mortality is still in the range that was projected for back in May in the temperature management plan. I guess, first of all, is that before these both side gates had to be opened and there was the spillage? So is there kind of not yet data on what the impacts of that would be? And I guess also just, can you just remind us what that level is?
Yeah, I think those are excellent questions. The work was done by the NIM Southwest Fisheries Science Center. I'd really rather have them talk on their model. I don't want to misstate the assumptions that were built into their modeling. However, those numbers were prior to the side gate pull on Friday. Whether or not they're still valid with that side gate pull, I can't answer that. Again, that second side gate pull was just on Friday, so it was only a few days ago. SRTTG only meets once a week, so I think they'll be looking at that this week and next week and evaluating any changes to that. So maybe at a future board meeting we can provide a bigger update or provide more information after this.
Yeah, great. Okay, and then just, and this is probably similar to the chair's question on just thinking about preparing for a dry winter. And I know in a lot of temperature management plan, there was, you know, the need to get a plan together really early. And I think it was starting this fall. I'm wondering now, you know, even more concern for storage, just generally, given how low things are. And I'm going into next year, it's pretty alarming, right? The levels that we're dealing with now, and just the prospect of continued dry years or not, or even just relatively dry, you know, not really wet years coming. And so I'm just wondering, is there a storage level that you all are already thinking of for targeting before we go into, like, you know, making sure we have before we go into this winter, and just thinking about next year? Are there already levels that you all are looking at in sort of your contingency planning and just planning for this coming year?
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully followed the question, but maybe I'll provide a response and see if there's any clarifications I can add. Once, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be planning to ramp down to our minimum releases as soon as this transfer water is moved, whether that's in November or December, depending on how the fishery agencies evaluate that red dewatering. So once we're at minimum flows, then the storage that results in Shasta will be a factor of inflow, because our releases will stay at minimums unless they're needed for delta outflow, which we hope will not be an issue this winter, although if it's a very dry winter, that may be a factor as well. But it'll primarily be a function of inflow. So we'll be watching the inflow along with everybody else and hoping that we get some additional water in, unlike this past year. I mean, 2021 is the only year that's comparable to this is 1977. And I know that the storage is very low in Shasta, but it's significantly higher than it was in 1977. So we have done our best this year trying to preserve that storage going into next year. But I'll say if next year is as dry as it was this year, we'll have never seen that ever in history. So it's difficult to know exactly what that looks like with three dry winters of this magnitude in a row.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe sorry to interrupt the back and forth, but I know that 77 drought, I mean, it ended with an incredibly wet year and it saved everybody.
Right.
And
yep.
we're not seeing that. We can't count on that here. And so, yeah, it's the discussions, the planning, that is all things that we can be doing now, and we need to be taking advantage of the fall. And so just appreciate the enormity of the work that all of our agencies, the entire state, the entire West writ large, truly here will need to be taken into consideration as we continue to see these, unprecedented circumstances. So.
Great. And maybe I know we're dealing with immediate, needs like what happened on Friday, but just maybe on the next update, just sharing what you're doing in terms of planning for more details in terms of what you're planning for this coming year. I know there's so much, a lot of different planning processes that you have in place, and just the need to do that early. So maybe you can share some of that in the next update, and also just help us understand your process in terms of planning, I think is helpful. Last question, really, or maybe it's sort of a two-part question for Darren Polemus around drinking water. One is they're sort of related. So one is, we're now able to, and I think it's really important that that we've issued these orders to try and really monitor and elevate the concerns of these really high-risk systems. Can you just tell me more about what we're doing with how we're using the kind of groundwater well level data, and does that trigger actions or notifications of other, what types of things does that, how are we using that data, I guess, in terms of outcomes and actions? And sort of relatedly, you mentioned that Woodville well has just dropped hugely, since it's the spring, or was it February? I can't remember now. I'm just wondering what you all do with that. Do we notify, nearby, do we notify the GSA? Do we know, what do we do with this information that's really alarming on groundwater levels dropping so significantly, where there potential to dewater a whole community's well?
Yeah, I think the conversation for the GSA and all of the groundwater users and managers in the area will be a bit later. For us at the moment, monitoring the levels is to try to catch a system before it goes critical, like this one did, where they had to switch over to another well, so we can try to take preemptory actions with whatever those may be, getting ready with a bottled water program so it is ready, making sure that we can try to find treatment if they can get that on a well. As you recall, we did ask every water system that anticipated or had standby to start putting treatment on it. Unfortunately, Woodville wasn't able to, take those kind of steps. That would have been nice to have in place so that they could have switched over to their backup and been ready to roll into it with treatment on it and have that be there. There's concern about this well as well. It's higher than the other one, but it's in the same vicinity as the others that have drawn down dramatically. So there. On the data we're getting, I mentioned we're doing QA/QC still, and that's kind of where we're at. I wouldn't say that it's giving us a great picture just yet. We still are working with folks, getting them used to reporting and the type of information they're supposed to report, understanding that maybe our instructions and the order weren't as clear as they could have been and other things. So there's a bit of back and forth till we dial that in. We had some pretty strange numbers come in for some systems that we knew couldn't be true. And so we're reaching back to them and trying to understand what that means. And when you're reporting well levels, it's tricky. It seems like it would be simple number, but it's, are you providing the elevation or the measurement from ground surface or depth from bottom? So there's a lot of places that people can misinterpret, which is understandable. And so we'll get that dialed in and people used to doing that a little bit better and have good data for you and be able to give you some kind of out report is my anticipated. Once we kind of get a QA/QC, I want to provide information to the board at these drought updates, kind of like what we're seeing and what's going on in different areas. Are we seeing reductions like we saw, like Woodville saw from their numbers or not? So it's not quite there yet, but that's the intent to try to get to.
Great. Yeah, and just in terms of sharing some of these impacts that we're already seeing, it seems like, and I get where some of these are planning agencies, like GSAs, although they're also supposed to be management, that we, between GSAs and counties, I know there are, and we saw this at the last drought, that folks are going to be trying to replace and drill deeper wells, especially for ag use that's hit so hard with the surface water cuts, that I know there's a lot of concerns that, if new large capacity wells or even existing capacity wells are really are drilled near public water system wells, that there are concerns around impacts on how it would impact those public water system wells, both levels and quality. So I guess I would say if there's a way to flag, those concerns and impacts with the local counties, which are the permitting agencies and GSAs, so that we can make sure they're aware of these impacts that we're already seeing and concerns around that before they authorize more, and just make sure that there's going to be as much protection as there can be, even as folks are tapping their groundwater supplies, which is also important.
Yeah, so our division and staff is working with the Water Board Sigma team here, who's working with Department of Water Resources to definitely make sure that as we review the GSPs that are been submitted to Department of Water Resources, that we provide comments about that very thing, that the GSPs need to take into consideration where public supply wells are, and what modeling may do to what modeling they have and how that will impact community water systems. I'm not intimately familiar with it, but I have been told that around Woodville it is several large ag wells that are likely the cause of the drawdown for the community. So how that factors in, and this is obviously a very telling canary lesson about what's to come in the future if we aren't very careful about how we manage these resources.
Thanks.
And if I may, Chair Escobar, I did get the answer to Board Member Diadamo's question. Staff are always quick, and the names of the communities the 4 communities in the Lower Russian River that were added to our drought monitoring orders are Occidental Community Services District, Austin Acres Mutual Water Company, Austin Creek Mutual, also known as Spring Hill, and then Camp Meeker Water System.
Mr. Polhemus, do we have a place on our website with a running list of the systems that we've requested informational orders from?
I don't believe we do. We provided it upon request. It changes rather rapidly as we add systems to it, so we haven't done that, no, but it is available for people that do request it.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, board member, and thank you, Mr. Wilhelmus. Any other comments or questions or thoughts from board members? Okay, seeing none. Thank you all. That wraps up. No, it does not. I apologize. We have commenters here on item number 2. And Ms. Chigazola, we have you going first here on this item. I know you were looking to speak during public forum, but it should be applicable here for you as well. So we'll go ahead and call you first. Ms. Malin, I do see your hand up, and I believe the clerk does have your presentation. Since it's apt and it's about drought, we'll stick you here at the end of the speaker list, and you can present your presentation now as well. Ms. Chigazola, hello, good morning.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My public comment actually had a lot to do with storage, so it actually is somewhat applicable here too.
Great.
But I feel like obviously right now you're dealing with a lot of, I'm Regina Chigazola with Save California Salmon first, sorry about that. I feel like obviously right now the board is immersed in having to deal with curtailment orders and a lot of emergencies. And so I thank you for doing that. It's important work. Once this water year is over, I think it would be really important if for the board to start thinking about climate change and future droughts and what we need to do to protect our vital carryover storage in our reservoirs in Northern California. I'm really disturbed with this discussion that there is new water transfers happening for farms out of Shasta Reservoir in Oroville. The carryover storage right now is extremely low. Too much water has already been transferred. We're dealing with a proposal to transfer more water now out of the Trinity River reservoirs in order to aid the flows in the Sacramento River, which is actually very bad for the Sacramento River. And it's very bad for the Trinity River. We need that water in the Trinity reservoirs in case that there's a chance of Klamath River fish kills and to keep the Klamath River salmon alive. But we also need water to be stored in the Shasta Reservoir, and in Oroville, we're dealing with power being cut off, with cities not looking at having drinking water supplies that are safe. And I just think we need to take a hard look both at the Bureau of Reclamation contracts and at our water rights in the state of California and whether or not the water is being used for the best use of the public. I don't think rice farmers getting additional water is the best use of water from these reservoirs in Northern California at this time. And I think that the job of this water board is to put check on the Bureau of Reclamation and to make sure that we're protecting the public and our rivers. And maybe this year is not the year that you're going to tell the Bureau no, but at some point we have to say no, like we cannot transfer critical carryover storage from our reservoirs for rice farms in drought years. Anyway, so I just wanted to bring up that I am opposed to drawing down our reservoirs anymore for anything for the rivers, and that ultimately I think California needs to take a hard look at its water rights systems and work with the Bureau to take a hard look at the contracts and make sure that we're protecting our carryover storage. Because as you said earlier, this is not 1977. This is climate change now, and we're going to have these droughts, and we cannot rely on rain to just come in the future. Drawing down the reservoirs anymore in my mind is just lunacy. So that's my comment. Please start protecting the Trinity, Shasta, and Oroville carryover storage for both the fish and the people. And please take a hard look at water rights in the light of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chigazola. I appreciate your time today. And do know that it's very front of mind, I know for myself, and I imagine all of my colleagues here, that we respond certainly in this year, but we need to set ourselves up for success in future years. And there is a lot of work to be done in the water rights space, and invite all of us to think about how best we continue to ensure that the water rights system is there for us to protect the system we have, but to also ensure that we can manage through times of drought. And so thank you for the note on the long term. I appreciate that. Next, I think we have Eric Oriana.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. My name is Eric Oriana, policy advocate with Community Water Center. And I just wanted to express appreciation for the opportunity to speak, but also appreciate the level of priority that this board has given to drought and its impacts across the state. We recognize that the Water Board is coordinating with the Department of Water Resources and is processing grants through the Small Community Grant Assistance Program. These grants are and will serve as a huge support for communities across the state, and we also appreciate the board's ongoing work to support the Woodville community. One point that we'd like to highlight for this board is that many of these communities' small water systems have technical assistance barriers to applying for grants like these. Community Water Center and our partners had previously recommended that some of the $200 million in small community grants be eligible for technical assistance to support small water systems in most need to access these funds. A real technical assistance gap exists for many small communities, and this water board could support these water systems by increasing technical assistance capacity across the state beyond its efforts to support counties, which will be essential as well. We would like the board to provide updates on technical assistance and outreach efforts and consider more resources to support emergency efforts. Lastly, we'd like to learn more about what this water board's priorities are for the development of Governor Newsom's directive for groundwater management principles and strategies to mitigate drinking water impacts. As part of the emergency drought order, Governor Newsom asked for the Department of Water Resources and the Water Board to work together on these strategies. This past week, Community Water Center supported a senior citizen whose domestic well had gone dry to connect to resources. And just to paint the reality of what's going on across the state, this elderly Californian was infected with COVID-19 at a time when they had no running water in their home. And we regret that these principles were not in place now as groundwater pumping is increasing across the state. We asked the board to work with the Department of Water Resources to implement principles and strategies that are protective of all drinking water users, and appreciate again the opportunity to share our comments. Thanks a lot.
Thank you as well, Mr. Orellana. Yeah, and I recall Mr. Springhorn coming in and providing us just a quick overview, I believe, of the schedule that our staffs have outlined for the work around developing these groundwater principles, drinking water, groundwater principles. We'll have to have folks come back in and give us an update here soon, and perhaps hear best part of our drought update. Our next board meeting, I don't think is, we have one tomorrow, but then afterwards we will not be reconvening until late September. We'll make sure and definitely have something by then. So thank you, Mr. Orellana, appreciate it. And I believe there may be an event or two, webinar or two that may be happening before then. So we'll make sure that information is getting out to folks. So appreciate it. Okay, that wraps up folks that we had here for comment on our drought item. Thanks everyone for the good discussion and time here to rest on what is, I know, a significant amount of work going on as we all respond to the immediate crisis and prepare certainly for continued dry conditions. Next, we'll move on to, oh, yes.
Chair Escobar, did you want to give Ms. Milan an opportunity?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, Ms. Malin. Did you want to go ahead and present here?
And Ms. Malin, you should be given another opportunity to unmute yourself. There we go.
Okay, so yes, I would like to present, if the Jeannie could, oh, there we go. Okay. Yes, so this is the Napa River Algal and Bioassessment Project 2021 in collaboration with Region 2. Also, AmeriCorps was on our team. We had two great young females that volunteered their time for the entirety of the project. And we appreciate that effort that the Water Board coordinated for us. Next slide. We trained on Moore Creek, and if you can see in the background there, this was March, and that's what the stream looked like. And this was in a public park and open space. These are our two AmeriCorps women who joined us. And this is Christina Yoshida from the Water Board and volunteers. Next slide. Salvador Creek was our first creek that we sampled, and it was very low flows, and it was in the city of Napa within a park. We barely got connection between pools, but we were able to sample it. Next. This is the main stem of the Napa River. This is over to the right. That's just barely a trickle of a flow. And this was on May 21 and just above tidal. And you can also see the deeply incised banks. So we had many challenges here getting our samples. Next slide. This is Bell Canyon Creek on June 2nd, and this is above the reservoir, and check out the flow. Next slide. Adequate flow, in other words. This is also Bell Canyon Creek above the reservoir, and we were able to, and this was June, so we were able to complete our sampling there with no problem, adequate flow. The stream looked healthy enough. Next slide, please. And you can see the fire impacts. This is Alex Howell, and he is direct descendant of the Wapo tribe in Napa. And I met him a year ago, and he was on our scientific teams. It was absolutely awesome. He rescued us so many times in finding protocol for the sampling. We had to have 350 meters of stream in order to sample, and he oftentimes was able to navigate the streams and get us where we needed to go. Next slide. This is AmeriCorps, and we are in, again, Bell Canyon Creek. Enough stream flow to get the benthics. Next slide. This is one of our volunteers, and this is again Bell Canyon in June. Taking a densiometer reading tree canopy with this little device here called a densiometer. Next slide, please. There's a stonefly, guys. Clear water, that's Bell above the reservoir. Next slide. This is Bear Creek, no diversions, and this is in June, and this is in an area that's in a conservation easement, and you'll see the salamanders there, the newts rather, and that's plenty of flow for us to do our protocol in June. Next. Washika Creek, and I should apologize for this. This was accidentally captured, and we were able to release this little critter back into where we accidentally captured it, but it's California freshwater shrimp in Washika Creek, and this was May. And we barely got, this is a low gradient stream just before it enters the Napa River, so a lot of diversion above, but in May we barely got this sample. Next slide, please. That's me on Soda Creek in June, and the flow was really bad, and we only found a small section of creek. This was just before it came to the Napa River, so it had already gone through a lot of diversions before we got this one segment. Next, please. This is the Napa River on July 15th after we finished our collection. It was about 3 weeks after we finished. We sampled right here, and it was a struggle, a big struggle to get our protocol samples in. So I went back a few weeks later, and when we were there, there was a lot. In green here is the algae on the dirt. So we lost water quality really quickly. The river, had very little flow, so it was stagnant ponds. And this is what the river looks like from Kimball all the way to the tide. And I'm bringing this to you because I don't know how we got here. How did this happen? Why did this happen? Why did we completely lose the public trust? All the fish are dead, the shrimp are dead, everything's dead. And I can't accept this. I won't accept this. I don't want this for future generations. And I'm so glad that one of your members, one of your board members mentioned the Napa River for possible curtailment next year. I don't know how your board reaches the decision to curtail a river or not, but I'm going to look into it. I don't know where to start to do that. Maybe somebody could advise me, but I don't want to ever see this again. It's a huge loss and it shouldn't be happening. We need water in our rivers for our ecosystems, for public and community health, and for the fish, the people. We're all one. We need to figure this out. Thank you so much for letting me present.
Of course, thank you, Ms. Malin. I appreciate the time, the work that you've done here on the Napa, and for continuing to engage the board here regarding the challenges, and look forward to continued discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for finishing the slides. And that,
thank you so much.
We used to have Coho. Those are Coho right there. And I know those people who caught those. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Malin. Thank you for your time. Okay, I think that wraps up our item number 2, discussion on drought. And so now we can move our drought update, and now we can move on to item number 3, which is an update on monthly water production and conservation data reported by urban retail water suppliers. And I'd like to call folks up to begin presenting for that. And I believe we have Mariel Pinheiro. Hello, good morning, Ms. Pinheiro.
Hello, I'm using camera. All right, so I will be providing the urban water conservation update for the June 2021 data set. My name is Mariel Pinheiro. I'm a research data specialist with the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. We've been tracking this data since mid-2014, so gosh, 7 years now. Next slide, please. So first, a quick update on the conservation activities data set. This has been voluntary, but we're receiving less reports where no information was provided. So I'd like to thank the reporters for that. This chart is a breakdown of the various categories of strategies that agencies utilize to address local water shortages. The information is only gathered from agencies that report that they are currently experiencing a shortfall of more than 10% of their supply. As highlighted in past board meetings, agencies have generally resorted to a mix of communication strategies and local rules on water use limitations as the most common strategies to address water shortages. The number of reported actions in these categories has seen an uptick, particularly since April, when the first 2 California counties had a drought emergencies declared. Another category that has seen an increase is the water demand category, which covers actions that attempt to lessen water demand with strategies such as water use audits, rebates, and drought surcharges. Next slide, please. A more detailed breakdown of the individual conservation actions shows that the most frequently utilized actions, such as email and some of the limitations on water use, don't tend to change from month to month, although the percent of agencies reporting that they're doing these things is increasing, as noted in the previous slide. We expect the proportions of reported actions in these categories to increase even further, given the governor's 15% reduction executive order. In order to get a better sense of what's going on with these strategies, an updated version of the monthly reporting form was just released yesterday morning, which will ask these questions not just to the agencies that are reporting shortages, but essentially any agency in a county that is under the emergency drought declaration. Next slide, please. In past presentations, I've shown this figure in conjunction with precipitation anomalies, but as we're well into summer at this point, the graph would have been just a series of slightly pink bars. So I've switched over to using the Palmer Drought Severity Index which combines variables like temperature and soil moisture into a single number that can then be used to quantify things like drought risk. The orange bars signify drier years, while the lone green bar on the chart, which is 2019, represents a wetter June. As is evident from the figure, June of 2021 is on the very dry side. In fact, it's only second to 2014 in terms of drought severity. Granted, this is a statewide average, and some areas of California, such as the Russian River, are experiencing unprecedented dry conditions. All things considered, it's worth noting that the statewide residential per capita use at 111 GPCD did see a slight decrease relative to the 2020 June RGPCD of 112, even given drier conditions. Next slide, please. When residential use data is further broken down by hydrologic region, 5 out of 10 regions had decreases ranging from about 1 to 7%. The North Coast and San Francisco areas in particular fell under some of the first emergency drought declarations, and some agencies in these hydrologic regions have already been able to cut water use by 15% or more. Next slide, please. While June total potable production at 191 billion gallons is still 1.7% higher than 2020, the gap between 2021 and other years is narrowing despite the noted drier conditions this year. So for reference, May 2021 was about 3.5% above May 2020. Next slide, please. A reminder that next month's board meeting will be the first month that we begin tracking savings as per the governor's executive order. The tracking will be in terms of total statewide cumulative production relative to 2020. We will be using the monthly data from 2020 as the baseline, but there are still gaps. The April 2020 rulemaking that made reporting mandatory went into effect in October, hence the data gaps. So about a quarter of suppliers are missing at least 1 month of data. So we will be reaching out to these suppliers individually and trying to fill in those gaps. And if we can't get that data in time, we will be using the electronic annual report data as a proxy. Next slide, please. So this point has been brought up in previous presentations, but it's well worth reiterating that 15% savings is achievable, particularly in summer when we're at peak usage. There's a lot of room to cut back. Saving 5 GPCD indoors could mean, just running the dishwasher less often or fixing leaks. Saving water outdoors could mean watering less often or putting in drought-resistant plants. Next slide, please. Finally, in closing, we try to provide a conservation tip every month. We just like to remind Californians that while we're all trying to save water right now, we shouldn't accidentally kill our trees in the process. So it's important to take a tree's age and species into account, as well as where and when to water. As with other types of outdoor irrigation, watering in the morning or evening will minimize water loss and allow your tree to fully absorb the water. Mulch around the base of the tree will also help to regulate temperature, retain moisture, and release nutrients into the soil. Young trees need water closer to the base to help them establish root systems, while more mature trees require deeper and slower watering at the edge of the tree canopy. And that is my presentation. I am ready to respond to any questions that the board members might have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pinheiro. I really appreciate the coverage here and providing a tip here, but particularly around the need to ensure that we maintain our trees. And tree canopies are really important given the increased heat that we're seeing. And so we have to be mindful of not stressing out our trees and otherwise allowing conservation to have some negative consequences here. It's as always about balance. So I appreciate that, Ms. Pinheiro. Any questions from or comments from my fellow board colleagues? I'll just be interested, and we'll note obviously in the data that we'll see here at the board meeting on the 21st or 22nd. Just to, you know, we look at the last drought, and it took time for conservation to begin to ramp up. It didn't happen overnight, but Californians again have been continuing to conserve a significant amount. And here, though, know that it'll take some effort to get us to the sort of conservation and ramping up to the sort of conservation we saw in the last drought. But so critical that we continue to get the message out and help Californians understand that they can help contribute to our successful managing through this drought by looking at their personal usage, even as we certainly look at the system level impacts here at the board and otherwise help drinking water systems manage through difficult conditions. So I appreciate it. Other board colleagues, questions or comments?
Yes.
Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for the report and the additional tip at the end. I had actually not considered the damage that cutting back on my outdoor water use earlier this year would have on my trees. And I quickly learned that I needed to install additional drip emitter for each tree and to water them by hand during the heat waves to not stress them. Just as the board chair was just saying, you know, trees are very important for a variety of reasons, including for providing shade for our homes, which in turn helps us to use less energy. So just really wanting to thank staff for that, the great report and excellent tip at the end.
Better. Thank you, board member. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again, Ms. Pinheiro, and look forward to future update here on conservation. That wraps up item number 4 and means we can now move on to item number 3, and means we can move on to item number 4, which is our consideration of a proposed resolution to adopt emergency regulations in the Klamath River. Before we start, I see Mr. Pace, you have your hand up. I believe you are slated to comment on this item. If you're looking to comment, I would ask that you wait here, and we can, and if you have a time constraint, we can try to move you up in the queue. But otherwise, would like to move to the staff presentation for item number 4. But we'll give you a quick moment to unmute Mr. Pace in case you have another concern or consideration that's not, again, looking to comment now.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to comment on item number 3, and okay. My comment is that agriculture consumes roughly 70% or more of the water that's consumed in this state, and you know, yet we only have conservation mandated for cities and for municipalities and for people's personal use. We need to have conservation for Ag 2, and I think the board is remiss in not having done that, and I ask you to consider that. These are no longer emergencies. This is the new reality, the new climate that we have to deal with. And I think you need to start looking at it as a new reality and adjusting water rights. It is unreasonable to have the same water rights exercised, the same amounts exercised in a dry year and a drought, a multi-year drought, as it is during wet years. And I think the board, I encourage the board to start to deal with that reality. That's a long-term reality that we need you to deal with. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pace, and I apologize. I should have called on you when I first saw your hand up on the last item.
No problem.
Yeah,
no
thank
problem.
you. And
you're doing a great job.
Comment. Thank you, and we'll take your comment as part of then item number 3. And now officially we'll move on to 4. So thank you. Oh yes, Ms. Vice Chair Giudama.
Sorry, I'm looking for the raised hand here. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pace. So I just thought that I would use this as an opportunity to direct your attention to the Department of Water Resources has some good information on the agricultural water management plans that are required of irrigation districts of a certain size, and requires plans be submitted for efficient water management practices. So I just thought I'd use this as an opportunity to direct you to that, and for other members of the public as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate that. Okay, now we'll close out item number 3 and we'll move on to item number 4 and appreciate everyone's patience. Again, this is consideration of a proposed resolution to adopt an emergency regulation that provides curtailment authority in the Klamath River watershed and establishes minimum in-stream flow requirements and informational order authority, apologies, in the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds. So I believe we have a whole host of folks, and we'll see who will lead us off here in the discussion. And just thank everyone for their time on this item. Look forward to the discussion.
Good morning, Chair Esquila and members of the board. My name is Anne Marie Orr, and I'm the Program Manager for the Water Quality Certification and Public Trust section in the Division of Water Rights. I'll be presenting this item in collaboration with Daniel Worth, the Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor in the In-Stream Flows Unit, and Joe Couteau from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Next slide. This slide shows the outline of what we plan to cover today. Items in blue are those that will be covered by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Next slide. I want to take a moment to acknowledge those at the water boards that have been working long hours to bring this regulation before you today. As you can see, it's a highly collaborative effort, and as I will explain later, it extends well beyond our organization in meaningful ways. Next slide. Most of California and the Western United States is in severe drought. This image shows that California is facing extreme and exceptional drought conditions. This has resulted in much of California experiencing drought-related consequences, including water restrictions and impacts to water supply for agriculture and other uses. Next slide. If we zoom in on Siskiyou County, you can see that the picture doesn't improve. Most of the county is in extreme drought, and the impacts of this are exacerbated by 2 consecutive years of below average precipitation and snowpack. Next slide. On May 10th, 2021, the governor expanded his April 2021 emergency drought proclamation to an additional 39 counties, including Siskiyou County. As part of the proclamation, the governor cited the critical low flows in locations, including the Klamath River watershed, and the need to ensure the protection of human health and safety and minimum in-stream flows for salmon and steelhead and other native fish. State agencies were further directed to take specific actions, including for CDFW to recommend minimum flows to protect native fisheries, for the board to work with other water users and voluntary measures to meet the recommended minimum flows, and for the board to coordinate with CDFW to consider emergency regulations if voluntary actions are not sufficient. Now I'm going to turn the presentation over to Daniel Worth to discuss drought conditions in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Today I'm going to provide a brief overview of current drought and streamflow conditions in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. Next slide. This figure shows flows at the USGS Scott River near Fort Jones gauge over the past year. This flow gauge is located about 10 miles upstream of the outlet of the Scott River watershed and represents the observed or impaired flows of most of the watershed. When I refer to impaired or observed flows, it means the flow that exists at a specific location with factors like diversions or reservoir storage occurring upstream and affecting the flows observed at that location. The flow record at this gauge goes back to 1941. The orange dots in this figure show the median daily statistics for the 79-year flow record. The median daily value means that flows were above the orange dots half of the days on record and below the orange dots on the other half of the days on record. When we analyze statistics of this year's flows between October through the end of July, we see that this year's flows are the 3rd lowest ever. You also notice on this graph that during last fall and again this summer, flows below or near 5 CFS occurred on multiple occasions. Next slide, please. This figure shows additional information at the Scott River gauge near Fort Jones. The red line on this graph shows the Scott River emergency drought recommendations that CDFW submitted to the State Water Board on June 15th of this year. These flow recommendations will be discussed further throughout this presentation. Again, I want to emphasize that this gauge station near Fort Jones monitors impaired flows, meaning what is observed after diversions. The purple line is the average observed or impaired flow for all years at the Fort Jones gauge. The blue cloud shows the range of flows during recent drought years. The dark blue line is the average of the recent drought years, and the orange line represents this year. Looking at past recent dry years can help us forecast what may occur over the next year if conditions stay dry. A couple of things to point out on this graph are, first, there's a lot of variation of when fall flows start to rise, which is largely influenced by when the first big rain arrives. Second, last September through December, if you focus on the orange line, was a particularly bad year, even compared to other recent dry years. Rains were very late to arrive last fall. Finally, the fall flows are also heavily influenced by groundwater pumping and surface diversions that occur throughout the year, which can dry certain river reaches and can lower the groundwater levels, delaying the rise of flows in the fall time period. Next slide. Now we're looking at the USGS Shasta River gauge near Wairika, which is near the outlet of the Shasta River watershed and represents impaired flow of the watershed. The flows in the Shasta have a different pattern than what we observed in the Scott River. Typically, we see flows rise rapidly in the fall when irrigation season ends. The flows rise rapidly in this watershed because this watershed has many large springs that discharge significant water volumes year-round. And when the diversions shut off in the fall, the flows bounce back up much faster than they do in the Scott River. The fall flows are much less dependent on the arrival of rain compared to what I discussed in the Scott. You also notice that when irrigation season starts around April 1st, the flows drop very rapidly as water is diverted out of the river. The current water year has the second lowest October to end of July flows observed on record in the Shasta River watershed. Next slide, please. This figure shows additional information for the Shasta River flows at Wairika gauge and has the same line coloration as the previous figure shown for the Scott River. The red line is the emergency drought recommendations submitted to the State Water Board by the Department of Fish and Wildlife for the Shasta River. For much of 2021, flows have been the lowest or near the lowest on record in the Shasta River watershed. Next slide. We have received comments about what unimpaired flows might look like in these watersheds. Unimpaired flow is typically referring to what flows would be without diversions, pumping, or water storage in a watershed. This helps provide an estimate for the total amount of river flow possible in a watershed. This figure shows multiple estimates of what unimpaired flow may be in the Scott River watershed during different dry and average years as labeled on the figure. It does not show estimates of unimpaired flow during wet years. The three sources of data for this figure are the Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model, the Nature Conservancy California Natural Flows Database, and measured flows at the Fort Jones gauge with paired surface water and groundwater demands added back to the gauge for those same gauged years. All of these unimpaired flows are estimates, and each of them contains some uncertainty. Next slide, please. Now we are looking at unimpaired flow estimates in the Shasta River watershed. The three sources of data for this figure are a study by Diaz and Knoll that estimated unimpaired flow for calendar year 2000, the Nature Conservancy California Natural Flows Database, and measured flow at the Wairika gauge with paired surface water and groundwater demands added back to the gauge. As mentioned on the Scott River slide, all of these are estimates and each of them contains some uncertainty. And in the Shasta, we do see a pretty wide range of unimpaired flow estimates. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about water rights and water demand in these watersheds. Both watersheds have many surface water diversions and groundwater wells. The purple dots on this slide represent adjudicated points of diversion associated with the Scott River adjudication, which includes surface water rights, as well as some groundwater wells in the watershed. The green dots represent water rights that have reported information to the State Water Board's ERIMS database, many of which are adjudicated rights. So there is some overlap between some of the green dots with the purple dots. This map does not capture all the groundwater wells in the watershed, nor does it capture all the points of diversion from the French Creek and Shackleford Creek adjudications. Some water rights have multiple points of diversion that are shown on this map. Next slide, please. This figure shows surface water diversions in the Shasta River watershed. The map does not show groundwater well locations. Both watersheds have more groundwater wells than surface water diversions. Next slide, please. This figure shows average daily surface water and groundwater demand in cubic feet per second, or CFS, for each month and for each watershed. These demands are based on surface water and groundwater demand data from dry water years. In wet water years, when there is more water available, water diversions can be much higher. The surface water demands are average water year 2018 and 2020 reported data from our ERIMS reporting system and from WaterMaster reporting. The table also shows groundwater demands that are based on remote sensing and modeling studies from each watershed. Both watersheds have high water demands. And you'll notice in the blue box that the Shasta River has much higher surface water and total demands than the Scott River watershed. Now I'm going to turn the presentation back over to Anne Marie. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. This slide depicts our outreach and drought-related actions to date. It is difficult to pinpoint exactly when the actions leading up to the release of this draft emergency regulation began. We've been meeting with interested stakeholders for over a year now, since March of 2020, about flow conditions in these watersheds as part of biweekly stakeholder meetings organized by the North Coast Regional Board. We've also been engaged for over a year in government-to-government consultation with tribes. This effort has been informed by ongoing long-term efforts in the Shasta River under the California Water Action Plan and will be useful in informing long-term efforts on the Scott River resulting from CDFW's May letter recommending minimum in-stream flows and requesting the board initiate a long-term flow setting process. On March 22nd, 2021, the State Water Board sent letters regarding ongoing dry conditions to all water right holders and claimants in the state. This letter encouraged the recipients to plan and prepare for potential water shortages later this year, and reminded them that accurate and timely reporting of water use data will help to provide critical information needed to manage the state's water resources. On April 20th, 2021, the Deputy Director and CDFW representatives presented at the Siskiyou County Board of Supervisors regularly scheduled meeting regarding current dry conditions in the Scott River watershed, fisheries and water management concerns, and funding opportunities to help address these challenges. On June 1st, 2021, the State Water Board sent notices of water unavailability to 102 water right holders, accounting for 158 of the 803 water rights in the Scott River watershed, urging them to stop diverting amid worsening hydrologic conditions. On July 1st, 2021, the State Water Board and CDFW staff hosted a public meeting on potential drought response actions for the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. We also solicited comments during that meeting. Over 150 people participated in this meeting. On July 16th, 2021, the State Water Board staff released an early draft of the emergency regulation for public comment. On July 20th, the State Water Board and CDFW held a second public meeting to describe the draft drought emergency regulations, presented responses to past comments on the CDFW flow recommendations, listened to comments, and answered participant questions. Approximately 200 people participated in this meeting. Staff received approximately 100 comment letters regarding the draft regulations. Throughout the July through August timeframe, the State Water Board staff held multiple meetings with representatives from the agricultural community, the water master, and environmental groups to provide support for development of collaborative voluntary actions to enhance flow and habitat in these watersheds, and to solicit input on the drought emergency regulation. On August 6th, the State Water Board released the draft emergency regulation and proposed resolution with the Water Board agenda package for today's meeting. And then on August 12th, the Water Board released the notice of proposed rulemaking and an informative digest and fiscal statement. Next slide, please. We'd like to express our sincere appreciation for the active participation by tribes, landowners, non-governmental organizations, and other stakeholders that actively helped us shape this proposed regulation. In response to early feedback from these groups, this slide shows some of the improvements that we made to the draft regulation early in the process. We added flexibility to update the minimum required flows if new scientific support becomes available. We provided for the ability to allow the use of inefficient ditches for livestock watering if hydrologic and fisheries conditions allow. We also added additional options for local cooperative solutions. The concept of annual water use reductions by groundwater users, and the ability for such users to compare current water use to 2020 instead of just comparing to this year. Also, a diverter with multiple water rights may make use of a more junior right by curtailing a more senior right. In other words, exchanging the rights. If there's no injury to other legal users of water and the environment. People also requested the ability to transfer water rights between users. However, this is already available through the temporary urgency change petition process. We also expanded the types of parties that are able to work with water right holders on local cooperative solutions. And we added reforestation efforts to the water uses that can qualify under the health and safety exception. We would like to express our commitment to continue to work together. These ongoing relationships helped shape the preliminary draft reg, and we hope to be able to work together in the future to implement the regulation as well as move beyond it, because when this drought ends, we will turn our attention back to the development of long-term flows in both these watersheds. I will now turn the presentation over to Joe Croteau of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Hello, thanks, Anne-Marie. Can you see and hear me okay? Or from somebody?
You can, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, so good morning, Chair Escobar, Vice Chair Diadamo, and the board members. My name is Joe Croteau, and I want to thank you for letting us participate in this important discussion. I first want to express gratitude to all the State Water Board staff that provided guidance to us in crafting an emergency regulation package that seeks to balance voluntary actions with regulatory requirements. CDFW also received valuable feedback from the tribes, the ranching community, NGOs, and other interested parties for the last few months leading up to and into the current emergency drought situation. So real quickly about me, I'm a program manager with CDFW. I work in Wairika. I have primary responsibilities for restoration, environmental permitting, juvenile salmon monitoring, and fisheries restoration grants in Siskiyou County. I've lived in Scott Valley for approximately 21 years and have worked for CDFW a little over 24 years on a variety of habitat conservation, wildlife, and fisheries teams. I am also one of 2 tribal liaisons for the region. I've had that duty for about 9 months. We are about to give a brief presentation on why Coho and Chinook salmon are important biologically, culturally, and economically. We'll do a quick review of the salmon life cycle. We will review the presence of these fish in these two rivers. We'll talk about our recommended minimum flows, and we'll respond to a few of the comments we received. Some of the content will be familiar to those that participated in the previous public outreach efforts, but some of the content will be new. I welcome the board to ask any questions along the way or wait until we're done. Another resource available for us today is we have Northern Region Manager Tina Bartlett and Coastal Fisheries Supervisor Wade Sinnen available to answer executive level or technical level questions if needed. We want to restate that again, that our recommendations were submitted to help 2 vulnerable salmon species survive this drought emergency. It should not be construed as setting a long-term flow setting objectives. Lastly, we acknowledge we're trying to cover a lot of material in a short amount of time. We'll try to be balanced and concise. So with that, I'll get started. Next slide, please. So for the 2021 drought emergency regulations, we're focused solely on the survival of 2 most vulnerable species with the highest biological, cultural, and economic values: the Southern Oregon, Northern California Coho, and the Fall Run Chinook salmon. Next. The Southern Oregon, Northern California Coho, ESU Coho salmon was listed as threatened under the federal ESA on May 6, 1997. They were listed as threatened under the California ESA on March 30th, 2005. In 2004, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife published a recovery strategy for Coho to identify priority tasks needed to improve rearing habitat, fish passage, and stream connectivity. Next. In 2014, NOAA Fisheries released the final recovery plan for Southern Oregon, Northern California Coho to identify high priority actions in the Shasta and Scott rivers. The plan also expresses the extinction risk for Coho salmon in the Shasta River is high, and the extinction risk for Coho salmon in the Scott River is moderate. Next. So there were several key recovery strategies. The 2 that are most pertinent for us today were reducing water temperature and increased dissolved oxygen in the upper basin, and reducing warm water tail inputs. Next. On the Scott River, the 2 highest priorities out of the 6 that I chose to talk about in relation today are increasing in-stream flows and improving irrigation practices. Next. So Chinook salmon are not CISA or federal ESA listed, but they have similar life histories. They face the same challenges. They're economically important, culturally important, and their populations are trending down long term. Next. I want to talk about the tribal cultural resources that are important here. For many years, and especially over the last 6 months, CDFW has been engaged in government-to-government consultation with the local tribes to discuss management and protection of tribal cultural resources. The 2 salmon species we're talking about today have been a resource for tribes longer than any recorded history. Local tribes have a land base on the Scott River. They traditionally use fish resources of the Scott River, including Chinook and Coho salmon, steelhead, and Pacific lamprey. The tribes rely on these fish for sustenance and their spiritual well-being. The Shasta River is equally important regarding fisheries. The reservations being on the Scott Basin has the additional connection to the water table, so the reservation's resources are deeply connected to the health of the Scott River. Shackleford runs right through one of the reservations and is considered one of the most productive Coho tributaries in the Scott Basin. Tribal economics are also important. Reduced salmon populations has resulted in reduction of traditional food, which has resulted in increased food and healthcare costs. Reduced fisheries results in lower allocations for tribes and fewer opportunities for recreational anglers to contribute money to the local economies. And super important here is tribal health. Traditionally, average Karooks consumed 1.2 pounds of fish per day. Today, fish consumption is estimated to be less than 5 pounds per person per year. Consequences of this loss for the traditional diet: the rate of heart disease has increased by 39%, which is 3 times the US average. Diabetes rate for the Karuk tribe is 20.1%, nearly 4 times the US average. Culturally, reduced fish stocks reduce settlement opportunities, the inability to pass on harvesting traditions, and access to traditional foods and medicine. Next. Next, sorry, too many animations probably. First of all, the economic relevance of especially Chinook salmon. The Scott and Shasta rivers combined produce roughly 20% of all the Klamath River fall run Chinook. Next. Adverse or positive impacts to jobs, businesses, and tribes depend each year on the Klamath River fall run Chinook salmon allocations adopted by the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Next. The production of Klamath River fall run Chinook impacts tribal, commercial, and sport fishing regulations. And lastly, one more, next. Each year, there is an accounting of economic impacts from direct expenditures, labor income, impacted jobs, and total economic output to the tune of millions of dollars annually. Next. It was suggested we do a quick review of the life cycle of Coho and fall run Chinook salmon. The cycle begins in fresh water when the adults return from the ocean in the fall. When the adults re-enter freshwater, their metabolism changes and they are on a path to spawn and die. Put another way, they are on a clock to spawn within a certain time frame before they die. The adults migrate upstream to build redds or nests in gravelly sections of the river. The eggs are laid, fertilized, and buried by adults who then perish. Incubation timing is variable, but generally lasts about 2 months. Oh. The alevins remain under the gravel. There's somebody.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that source is coming from.
If somebody could please mute, that'd be great.
Okay.
The alevins remain under the gravel for approximately another month or so, depending on water temperature. They're still living on a yolk sac and don't emerge from the gravel until they button up. Most of the Chinook salmon fry then immediately start their way back down the river to the ocean. The majority of Coho fry and a small percentage of Chinook fry will then go into a spring distribution, seeking out cold water to rear over the summer, primarily up in the tributaries or near springs. Each spring, we estimate out-migration of 0+ Chinook, sometimes called Young of the Year or YOYs, 1+ Chinook, and 1+ Coho salmon using rotary screw traps. As both species grow bigger, they enter a par phase juvenile as fully feeding on invertebrates. They begin to smolt in the silvery phase there. Metabolism is changing back to get ready for going back to the ocean. As they move downstream and enter the estuaries and then the ocean, most Coho salmon spend an additional 1.5 years in the ocean and return at age 3. Chinook salmon return to the ocean at ages 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's why we track them a little differently. Next slide. This slide is just a way to express the generalized life cycle of salmon in the Shasta and Scott River in table form. Things to consider: Chinook adults start showing up in September, approximately 1 month ahead of the Coho. Chinook tend to be main stem spawners and Coho tend to be tributary spawners. If Coho can't get access to their traditional spawning habitat, they may use some of the same spots the Chinook did and potentially bury or exhume Chinook redds. Since Coho spawn later, their redds are also more at risk of main stem winter scouring events if forced to spawn in the main stem. Outmigration of juveniles occurs from late winter into midsummer. Distribution of oversummering fish happens during the fry and par stages. And so I'd like to do a quick couple take-home messages from all this. There are various life stages of Chinook and Coho salmon in both rivers year-round. Next. There are Chinook and Coho salmon juveniles migrating and rearing in both rivers year-round. This is why we're offering up and requesting minimum flow recommendations year-round, including this summer. Lastly, even though Coho are known to mostly use upper tributaries as rearing, we confirmed yesterday that there are juvenile Coho salmon rearing in the main stem Scott River at the confluence of Kelsey Creek and under the Kelsey Creek Bridge, approximately 7 miles downstream of the Fort Jones gauge. So with that, before I move on to our talking about recommendations, I'm just going to pause real quick and see if there are any questions about fish or biology. Okay, we can always do this at the end too. And so let's do next, and I'll start moving on to our recommendations. Move on to my notes. So this slide describes the fundamental approach we took when we were asked to provide minimum drought emergency flow recommendations, referred to as belly scraping flows in some conversations. The three main objectives were: one, avoiding the extinction vortex caused by poor genetics, minimizing catastrophic events, and maintaining life history diversity. Two, maintaining sufficient stocks to support commercial, sport, and tribal fisheries. And number three, acknowledging for these fish and these drought conditions, every CFS matters. Increased flows result in better access to habitat, mitigating temperature impacts, and necessary food production. Next. It was recommended we summarize where the flow recommendations came from, and including the fundamental approach I just showed you. Starting in the Scott River, it has been suggested by some that we are too narrowly focused and not considering all the best available science. We took a close look at the history of the 1980 Scott River adjudication, including a summary of the 1970 petition and our department's efforts to summarize anadromous salmonid flow needs. Everything between the first bullet and the last bullet on this slide were included as enclosures to our June 15th letter to the State Water Board to provide context and support for our recommendations. The Klamath National Forest Right has a very clear intent to provide a minimum standard only in the driest years to sustain a viable fishery. It wasn't established as some kind of goal as a sufficient measure of success. I will also note that we are scientists from bottom to top, and while we lean strongly on the Klamath National Forest Right, we made some difficult choices and adjustments based on our experiences and notes in this river system. Next, please. So this figure is very similar to the one Dan Worth displayed a few minutes ago. We're displaying it again to emphasize context for our recommendations. The red line, which is straighter and squarer and more prominent, is our flow recommendations for a 12-month period. The purple line is the average of all years in the Scott River from 1941 to present. The gray line and some of the light blue lines are given as context. The gray line is the average of all impaired driest years. And then the dark blue line that's near the bottom there is this year. It has like an endpoint in mid-August, which is yesterday. And that is the trajectory we're on now. Something I would like to note is that since about late July, the flows have increased slightly above average. And the main point I think I wanted to make out of all this figure is there's been an argument made that because of the low flows, we can't achieve the recommendation, but we need to really acknowledge that that's an impaired low flow, not a natural low flow we're looking at the bottom of the screen. Next slide. Moving over to the Shasta River. The Shasta River is primarily a spring-fed system compared to the snow precipitation-fed system in the Scott River. There's not an established low flow target to meet fishery needs on the Shasta River at any of the gauges. What we did have available to us was a flow needs assessment contracted by CDFW, McBain and Trush 2014. They used regional regression models, standard setting methods, riffle crest measurements, 1- and 2-dimensional hydraulic modeling, habitat mapping, and photo documentation to summarize in-stream flow needs. This assessment was included as an enclosure in our June 15th letter. The DS and Null technical memorandum submitted in 2007. I want to note Dan made a point that it was being year 2000. That's when it was modeled. The memorandum was dated 2007. That's when it was submitted to the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. This memorandum summarized modeled unimpaired flow and temperature values along selected points along the Shasta River. Finally, as with the Scott River, our subject matter experts provided input and we made some adjustments based on current conditions. Next slide. We are displaying this figure for the same reason as the Scott River, an unimpaired green line from DS 2007. This is the estimated flow on the Shasta River near the mouth without any water diversions. This is a modeled number estimated from known inputs below an upper basin gauge. This has to be modeled because water diversions occur every year. The average impaired blue line shows daily flow for the specific data the entire period from 1933 to 2020 in the Shasta River measured at the Wairika gauge. This is the flow. The blue line is the flow that has actually happened. We call it impaired to highlight that a significant amount of water has been removed, stored, or impounded. The red line is similar to the last figure. It represents our recommendations. The only deviation really made from McBain and Trush was in May, offering 50 instead of 70 CFS. The black line represents what we've seen this year to date. I don't have a circle around it, but if you can squint your eyes and look around late May, you'll see that we actually made an effort to work for voluntary efforts on the Shasta River, and we got right to 50 CFS for a few days. And it demonstrated a couple things. One, there are some cooperating landowners out there. Number two, we think the recommendation is achievable because we didn't really work with very many landowners at that time. So next slide. So I'm going to move on to some of the comments we received. I think I have 3 of these. The most frequent comment we have received so far is that there's not enough water available this year to meet the drought emergency regulations. Next. This comment has morphed over the last 2 months into a debate about historical availability. We agree with some comments that needed flows have been available only in the wettest years. But we want to add that this has only been the case since 1980. We plotted annual discharge from 1942 to 2020, then sorted by 5 water year types, ranging from extremely wet to critically dry. We then calculated average September flows and separated them by pre-1980 and post-1980. You can see a significant drop off in available September flows in all water year types, but particularly concerning is in the critically dry years. So just comparing pre-1980, we were getting 33 CFS on average. Now we're getting about 9.7. So, and then hit next. I just want to show something else. I think I have a little bullet there. Just to reemphasize and agree with the wettest years, even in normal water years when we used to get about 55 CFS at the gauge, we're only getting 22 now. So the main points of this slide are to emphasize: 1, we think our September recommendations of 33 CFS should be achievable. 2, the climate national forest right was only supposed to be the bare minimum flow in critically dry years. And 3, recent changes have occurred resulting in reduced average September flows when similar amounts of discharge were available. Next. So here's a, I'll try to walk us a little more slowly through this one. This is another slide to supplement the previous one to talk about other things that maybe people think aren't accounting for, like climate change. Please bear with me as I try to explain, and then I'm happy to pause to field any questions. The left y-axis represents annual discharge in acre feet at the Fort Jones gauge. The right y-axis represents average September flows in cubic feet per second. We added a dashed line to show you where 30 CFS is. If you look on the right, we got a little dashed line there. The x-axis represents a sort of all water years from wettest to driest from 1942 to 2020. So just trying to break this figure down a little bit, focus on the blue line. It represents annual volume from 1942 to 2020 at the Scott River gauge, and then plotted from most to least. The black bars represent September flows, mean September flows from 1942 to 1979. The red bars represent mean September flows from 1980 to 2020. The purpose of this slide is to draw attention to the pink and gray highlights that demonstrate that prior to 1980, the 30 CFS bar for the Klamath National Forest right was met in most years at a fairly low annual flow. Post 1980, 30 CFS bar has only been met once with very similar annual flow. Having said that, I do want to acknowledge that this year will likely be in the bottom 5% annual flow and that we don't have a good track record in these types of years. Also worth noting that most of the worst water years have happened post 1980. We are likely in for another rough adult migration unless two things happen. One, we get help from in the form of precipitation, and two, we significantly modify how we extract surface and groundwater until things get better. Coming back to my original point, since 1980, if you go back into the middle of the graph, you'll see that on the red bars, post 1980, even in normal water years, we're not achieving a 30 CFS standard when we used to, if you look at the black bars. Next slide. Moving over to the Shasta River, we want to show you why we think recommended summer and fall flows should be available even this year. On the left, we plotted daily average flows from critically dry years from 1947 to 2020. Also included on the left side is the unimpaired value in green, that's the DS, and the emergency flow recommendations in red. We want to point out that flows showed an immediate drop off at the beginning of the irrigation season and just as an immediate recovery in early October. Moving over to the right side, we zoomed into September and October, and during the same critically dry years, the mean on October 1 has been 85 CFS, and on October 15th, it has been 116 CFS. The year 2020 demarcated in purple, really hard to see here, but about in the middle of the slide, there's a purple line. Last year, we had 80 CFS on October 1 and 90 CFS on October 15. Next slide. We want to show you one more way why we think there's water available in the Shasta River. The CDEC gauge at Grenada is at river mile 25 upstream of the Grenada irrigation pumps. From about June 19th to July 17th, that gauge has showed an average flow range of 66 to 101 CFS. At the same time, the Wairika gauge is near the confluence of the Klamath with flow values ranging from 4 to approximately 20 CFS. Today, I checked this morning, the Grenada gauge is reading approximately 81 CFS and the Wairika gauge is reading approximately 20 CFS. It is difficult to confirm the amount of water extraction upstream of Grenada, but our assertion is you cannot look at these two graphs and consider available inputs from the Little Shasta River and say there's no water available for our fisheries in the mid to lower reaches of the Shasta River. Next slide. Next comment have been getting is we should be more strategic than using a single measuring device at the bottom of each watershed as the test. Next slide. For decades, we've used the reference gauges in these rivers to help us predict habitat conditions, predict adult and juvenile migration, inform restoration, conduct surveys, and develop reports. Next. These gauges are partially a wholly reference for scientific purposes, and at least in the Scott is a test for certain priorities. The Fort Jones gauge was assigned very specific water rights in 1980 after years of information sharing, debate, and court decisions. Next. Our recommendations were built on a premise that we need to have enforceable recommendations, and we use those gauges as benchmarks. We would ideally rely on these gauges to support some volunteer efforts such as 1707 dedications. Next. On both rivers, but particularly Scott, there are not enough gauges or water master tools on all the important tributaries that can help us be more strategic. Next. Funding, access, and political will to conduct updated evaluations has not been available to us. And lastly, one of our enclosures to the June 15th letter of the State Water Board was a 1974 DFG summary of streamflow needs for salmonids in Scott River. It was focused on key tributaries. Next. I want to show you real quick why we thought about our fall recommendations on the Scott River. We compared gauge flows to the field notes for 2020 and offered some tough scientific choices. In our June 15th letter to State Water Board, we briefly described when important reaches were disconnected, connected, reconnected, and when certain reaches were accessible for adult salmon. The river was flatlined until mid-November last year. We got a small storm event that connected Shackleford to the main stem for a few days and flatlined again until mid-December. Anticipating that 2021 will look a lot like 2020, we offer what we considered bare minimum flow requirements for migrating adult salmon. Next slide. This slide demonstrates how Chinook respond to flows during the time period of September 1 through October 31. Next, and that's in the, go ahead next. So this is the time period to grade out when our Chinook salmon are trying to get up into their spawning habitat. So next. This first comparison is 2009 versus 2010. The poorer 2 years shows that the flows in the Scott did not exceed 30 CFS until November. Next. The next comparison is 2014 versus 2015. Recall 2014 was also a critically dry year, but we were able to get enough of flows in mid to late October to move adult Chinook above the weir. We were fortunate to have a couple of rainstorms in mid-October that year too that helped out. Next. The last comparison is 2018 through 2020. The different results are pretty obvious here. The Chinook don't do well unless we get some flows in that by the end of October. They're trying to get in through that whole time period. Next slide. I'm going to bounce back to the 1974 report to the State Water Board and point out that we had other information available to everybody. In response to the 1970 Scott River petition and informed the 1980 Scott River adjudication, CDFG staff summarized Scott River basin conditions for salmonids and provided minimum flow recommendations in the main stem and key tributaries. They set up tributary profile stations, flow measuring stations, and thermographs on the Scott main stem and key tributaries. Next slide. The results were a summary of summer rearing flow recommendations and minimum stream flow recommendations by the month for the Scott River Basin. I would like to point out we contemplated this most recent investigation into the question, how much do fish need? Let's see. So real quick, I just wanted to point that on the left side, there's a little blue circle there. Summer rearing habitat was provided for silver salmon, for example, down at Etna City, the Highway 3 bridge, and other places. And then on the right, if you scan over, this is for the entire system. Go to July and August, and then all the way down to the Scott River gauge, which is what we're talking about today. We provided a recommendation of 192 CFS during July, August. And so while we think that we agree that this could be updated, we think we're being reasonable, and realizing that this study was dated and in response to concerns we needed an update, we contracted with Norman Doe and Associates in 2012 to develop flow study designs. I can show those to you today if you want. The public meetings for this process turned into unproductive protests, even though we were trying to develop a more strategic or surgical approach to the Scott River flow needs. All the plans that are developed were posted on our website in 2013 and are still available if we want to have a discussion about being strategic. That was 8 years ago. We need to figure out something immediately for 2021. All of this to say we consider other scientific possibilities and opted to recommend a stream gauge measurement at Fort Jones Gauge as a barometer for upstream watershed conditions. Again, we think we're being reasonable. Next slide. This is the last major comment I think I'm addressing. Coho salmon in the Scott River are trending in the right direction, even in the face of drought conditions. Next slide. Coho salmon populations are generally tracked as 3 separate brood years and have been monitored for the last 4 generations. Next. Brood year 3 has increased from 80 fish in 2009 to 727 fish in 2018. Next. Brood year 2 has increased from 153 fish in 2008 to 1,671 fish in 2020. Next. Brood year 1, drought conditions persisted in the Scott River Basin in the winter of 2013-2014, reducing in-river productivity, and as a result, brood year 1 reduced in size from 2,644 in 2013 to 250 fish in 2016. Brood year 1 returned last to the Scott River in 2019 when an estimated 365 fish returned. Next. The capacity of the Scott River to produce Coho salmon is highlighted in the trajectory of brood years 2 and 3. The reduction of brood year 1 indicates how rapidly the population can change when conditions are poor. Next, last bullet. Brood year 3 is on deck to return this fall. The question is, what conditions will they come into when they show up? Next. So going back, I mentioned the 2004 recovery strategy. It emphasizes cooperation and collaboration at many levels and recognizes the need for funding, public and private support for restoration actions and maintaining a balance between regulatory and voluntary efforts. The success of this recovery strategy will ultimately be determined by the long-term commitment and efforts of all who live in or are involved with Coho salmon watersheds. There is a genuine interest from some landowners to include their safe harbor agreements in a petition to avoid further curtailment. We think safe harbor agreements are a great starting point. They can be part of a petition that needs to be evaluated and may or may not be sufficient depending on committed management actions. All that said, we should distinguish safe harbor agreements from efforts from our drought emergency recommendations, since they are not mutually exclusive propositions. My last slide. Next. So some thoughts. These are my final thoughts for the board. The flow recommendations we think are absolute minimum required for species survival. Next. We really want to avoid any potential future listings for other species, particularly Chinook salmon. Next. We're looking at all life stages of our 2 most vulnerable species to maintain stream function. Next. We are interested in implementing cooperative solutions that have equal or better conservation values. They should be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound, and binding. And that concludes my section, everybody. And I can take questions now, but we probably need to get through the rest of their presentation. So thank you, everybody.
Just off the top here, and I know we will have time for discussion here, and we'll hear public commenters as well, which I'm sure will reflect on some of the discussion here. Just thank you for the incredible partnership here. I know it has been a very collaborative effort that both of our agencies have been undertaking in the watershed, and it's reflected in the discussion and the discourse. And I think that what we can all agree is that there is the need for more information to be better decision makers off of that information, but we have emergency needs this year. But hopefully the collaboration that's gone on is a momentum setting event here with us and amongst us, and commit to next year as well, and not allowing there's a lot of pressing need and concern here, and I think we have the opportunity to ensure that we keep folks in a collaborative space, and I think a focus on the data and information that makes us better decision makers in the watershed, and helping landowners and helping all of us be that in this space, and not have a false dichotomy between voluntary efforts and the work that the state agencies have to do here. Anyway, I just want to thank you. I know there's been a lot of hours put into this. We'll have a lot of discussion still yet here before the board, but just one off the top, just thank you for that.
Well said. We couldn't agree more.
Thank you. I do, since I did take the opportunity here to make some comment, other board colleagues, are there any questions here off the top and or comments that you'd like to make? And yes, by all means, Vice Chair, please. Oh, you're still on mute. Apologies, Vice Chair.
There we go. Thank you for your presentation. It was very helpful. I wish that I paid attention to the slide number, but could we go to the beginning of the slides where you go through the comments? You had several charts there right at the beginning. And one that in particular goes through, let's see here, historic. There we go.
It was probably the colorful one with all the bars and graphs and lines, right?
Yeah, right there. So, yeah, the question that I have, and first of all, I just want to concur in the comments that Chair Esquivel made. I'm supportive in going forward, but I continue to be concerned about this issue of what is achievable. So I'm not questioning what the department's recommendations are. I don't have any way to evaluate one way or the other as to the biological needs of the fish. But this issue here of historic period versus post 1980, this seems to be an area that I'm just not terribly comfortable with. So I do appreciate that the resolution has language in there that we're going to continue to look at these flow issues, but also your commitment from the department in continuing to look at these issues as well. So I'm not looking for specific answers, but just big picture, generally speaking, with this significant change within these two timeframes, is it due to an increase in diversions, climate change, or a change in agricultural practices, or perhaps all of the above? So I know that agriculture used to, and I don't really know the cutoff period, but agriculture in the past did have fairly inefficient practices, and those practices have changed. And so just wondering, in light of the fact that you don't have unimpaired flow information, is it possible that a significant amount of this changeover post 1979 was related to agriculture switching over from flood irrigation, where you end up with return flows that find their way back into the river?
So thank you, Vice Chair. I would say that the basic answer to your question is probably all the above has had some impact on the flows. When you see the map that Dan Worth put up there of all the points of diversion and wells that are in place, there's definitely a high demand for water. Having said all that, I think, times have changed. This may be a new normal, and we need to figure something out, because we can't as the only trustee agency not do anything and we need to figure something out in these drought conditions. So and every CFS matters to us. So we agree, there's some uncertainties out there.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think just going forward, trying to, maybe better understand the system and these different factors that might be at play. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Can I just ask a follow-up on that? Was there something in 1980 that changed in particular? Like, why is that the cutoff that you're looking at?
That was the year of the adjudication in Scott River. It was a pretty significant change. There was a 1970 petition to the adjudication, and for 10 years, a lot of back and forth between our agencies. And there were some concerns about groundwater use at the time. But yeah, 1980 is the year of the adjudication.
Interesting, thanks.
Thank you. Any other board member colleagues here? Okay. Really appreciate, again, the presentation, the in-depth back and forth here on the data. It's really, really valuable. Really appreciate it. And we'll continue on the presentations here. And then, again, we'll be having public comment and opportunity for more back and forth. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're going to transition to review the general intent and meaning of each section of the regulation. And I will do my level best to move through this quickly, but I can assure you we are over halfway through and we have gone through the hardest part. For your reference, the notice of the proposed emergency rulemaking and draft regulation is located at the top of this screen. To start, I'd like to give you a conceptual overview of its content. The proposed regulation has specific flow requirements which incorporate CDFW's recommended drought emergency minimum flows. It also includes a prohibition on inefficient livestock watering. There are 4 different categories of exceptions to the reg, as well as reporting requirements and penalties for non-compliance. Next slide, please. These next 2 slides show the California Department of Fish and Wildlife emergency drought minimum flow recommendations for both the Scott and Shasta watersheds that Mr. Croteau just discussed. The way this reg is drafted, the Water Board may issue curtailment orders upon a determination that flows are likely to be reduced below the recommended minimum flows on this slide for the Scott River and the ones on the following slide for the Shasta. I want to emphasize that both of these flows are recommended to provide drought emergency minimum amounts, and they are only intended to limit the damage to salmonids in this dire situation. Next slide, please. So these are the flows for the Shasta River. I also want to note there's some flexibility built into the regulation whereby the Water Board may determine not to issue curtailment orders or to limit the issuance or to suspend previously issued curtailment orders based on notification from CDFW or NIMFs that the target species and life stages that the flows were crafted to protect are not present at the anticipated time. Further, CDFW may coordinate with NIMFs to request that lower alternative flows or flows measured at different locations will provide equal or better protection for the pertinent species life stages. Next slide. Curtailment orders to meet drought emergency minimum fisheries flows in the Scott and Shasta watersheds will be issued taking into account the water right priority in groupings from lowest to highest priority. Both of these watersheds are adjudicated and the prioritization follows those and integrates waters not addressed in the adjudications. I also note that groundwater diversions are included in the prioritization due to the interconnectedness of the 2 sources. The prioritization further differentiates between appropriative and overlying groundwater rights. And if you'd like to review the specific prioritization detail, please see the draft reg at section 875.5. Next slide, please. At times when the emergency minimum flows are not being met, initial curtailment orders will be sent to each water right holder, agent of record, or landowner as applicable in the order of water rights priority. All notices regarding curtailment orders will be announced using the Scott Shasta email subscription list and webpage listed here. We strongly encourage affected and interested parties to subscribe to this email distribution list, as all drought notices and updates regarding curtailment will be sent to these subscribers. And you'll see this again at the end to write it down, but it will also be posted on our website. Next slide, please. Local cooperative solutions may be proposed to the Water Board as means other than curtailments to meet drought emergency minimum flows or to provide equivalent or improved fishery benefits. Examples of other fishery benefits would include actions which include cold water refugia, localized fish passage, or red protection. We included this provision to provide flexibility, since local communities may be able to identify alternative means to best share limited water based on local information. Additionally, individuals and local groups have worked for years to make significant improvements in protecting in-stream uses. These provisions allow flexibility in the reg to build on those efforts and provide the public with the flexibility to manage water in more equitable and potentially less impactful ways. Additional provisions in this section include annual reductions in groundwater diversions and the allowance for an individual with multiple water rights to substitute one for another. With regard to the process, Note that any proposed cooperative solution must be approved by the Water Board prior to implementation and require either recommendation by a fishery agency or binding agreement with relevant entity and evidence. Approval of a petition may be subject to appropriate conditions, including monitoring and reporting. And finally, the solution may not result in unreasonable harm to other legal water users or to the environment. Next slide, please. Section 875.2 allows for limited diversions to meet minimum human health and safety needs, regardless of the diverter's priority of right. This provision adopts the same types of needs prioritized in other Water Board adopted emergency regulations, except that it also includes reforestation efforts in the minimum health and safety definition. Next slide, please. Proposed section 875.1 clarifies that non-consumptive water uses are not required to be curtailed, and the different types are listed here. This provision is also similar to others in recently adopted emergency regulations. Next slide, please. This provision allows for minimum diversions for livestock watering to continue after receipt of a curtailment order in light of the particular importance of livestock in the Scott and Shasta watersheds and in light of the need for livestock to access drinking water for survival. Like the human health and safety provision, these water uses must also be tailored to the minimum amount needed. Diverters that want to apply for this allowance must self-certify that their diversion is necessary, conveyed without seepage, for example, through pipes, wells, or line ditches, and that the diversion amount does not exceed the amounts and the provisions included in Water Code Section 697, which details the amounts considered reasonably necessary for water right applications. This section also provides an allowance for increasing the amount of water diverted by up to 2 times the minimum in cases of excessive heat warnings by the National Weather Service. Lastly, if a diverter believes that there's a need to divert more than the quantities allowed in Section 697, they may substitute a petition to the State Water Board to request an alternative amount. Next slide, please. This is the sole prohibition in the draft regulation, and it is a prohibition on inefficient livestock watering between September and January. It defines inefficient livestock watering as the diversion of more than 10 times the amount reasonably necessary for livestock watering. And which I mentioned before, those reasonable amounts for water right applications are listed in Section 697 of the reg. This section also includes a provision for the Water Board to lift this prohibition if there are no active curtailments and upon findings that removing the prohibition will not result in a decrease in flows that would either require curtailment or inhibit salmonid migration. One thing that's important to note about this prohibition is that it's independent from any potential curtailments. It goes into effect as soon as this reg is effective, which is upon approval by the Office of Administrative Law. Another aspect I'd like to note is that this emergency reg doesn't address the question of whether such losses are reasonable under wetter conditions, including the question of whether the ditches play a role in groundwater recharge. In this drought, we really need to focus on keeping the water in stream as surface flow during the migration period. Next slide, please. Section 875.4 is a general provision which provides the Water Board the authority to issue curtailment notices anywhere in the California portions of the Klamath watershed when a diverter doesn't have water available under their priority of right. In addition, the section outlines the types of water supply and demand information that will be considered to inform curtailments. This provision will be particularly important in the ability to protect flows that are part of transfer agreements or are protected under Water Code Section 1707. The increased ability to protect water made available under local cooperative solutions is anticipated to improve participation in these types of agreements. Next slide, please. If curtailment orders are issued, recipients must respond within 7 days to certify that the diversion has ceased or is continued only for an allowable reason, as shown on this slide. Next slide, please. The Water Board may issue information orders to do some or to some or all of the landowners, diverters, or other water right holders in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds, requiring them to provide additional information related to water use. Any information orders will likely focus on water users with the highest potential to impact stream flow. Next slide, please. With regard to compliance with the regulation, I'll just note that to the extent of any conflict between applicable requirements, the diverter must comply with the most stringent, and that failure to meet the requirements of this reg or a curtailment order is considered a violation of the water code, subject to administrative civil liabilities of up to $1,000 per day. Next slide. That concludes my review of the individual section content of the emergency reg. I hope I didn't go too fast, but the intent of this slide is to highlight the fact that following the release of the initial draft reg, the Water Board released its notice of proposed rulemaking package on August 12th. And that included in that package was an informative digest containing a great deal of supporting information. For example, the finding of emergency and the basis and need for each provision of the regulation, as well as the fiscal impact statement. Next slide, please. The fiscal effects resulting from the proposed emergency regulation are the costs that would be incurred by state and local government agencies to respond to any requirements in the proposed regulation pursuant to Government Code Section 11346. Note that this is not a complete economic analysis that would be required for a regulation in a non-emergency basis. The State Water Board estimates that the total cost to local agencies and governments incurred as a result of this emergency regulation will be approximately $3 million. The costs assumed were the revenue losses for municipal water supply agencies, the revenue losses for non-municipal water supply agencies, or water for agriculture, the state and county tax revenue losses, and the reporting costs to complete and submit initial compliance certification forms, ongoing diversion reporting in response to a curtailment order, and reporting costs to complete and submit the information required by an information order. Next slide, please. Potential sales tax losses were based on Water Board calculations of the estimated annual reduction in water supply for agriculture, the estimated amount of crop acreage and yield affected by the reduction in water supply due to the proposed emergency regulation, the estimated crop value per acre, the resulting revenue loss from the affected crop acreage, and a 7.75% combined state and local tax on the revenue loss from the affected crop acreage and total yield. The total revenue loss for agricultural crop sales is not a component of the fiscal analysis, but it was calculated in order to develop state and local tax revenue losses and is conservatively estimated to be approximately $1.5 million. For the fall of 2021, it was assumed that the primary impact to ag in relation to county and state taxes was that the fourth crop cut of alfalfa would be affected by a reduction in available irrigation supply due to the proposed emergency regulation. The Water Board used the calculated value of alfalfa from the Siskiyou County 2019 Annual Crop and Livestock Report of $1,130 per acre per year for this analysis. 25% of the total alfalfa acreage cultivated in the Scott and Shasta watersheds was used to represent the fourth crop cut of alfalfa. And based on best available information, it was assumed that there would be an 11% reduction in yield on that acreage during the September to October 2021 period due to a reduction in available irrigation supply. Staff considers the estimated impact of $535,143 in the fall of 2021 to be a conservative estimate because it assumes all alfalfa acreage cultivated in the watersheds will be impacted. For 2022, staff estimated that the proposed emergency regulation would result in a 4% reduction in total, lost my place from it. I'm just going to back up 1 second to make sure it's clear. For 2022, staff estimated that the proposed emergency regulation would result in a 4% reduction in total irrigation supply from January through August 2022. The 4% reduction in water supply was multiplied by the total number of acres of irrigated agriculture in the 2 watersheds to estimate the affected acreage and reduction in crop yield, which came to approximately 2,866 acres. Based on the total crop revenue and total crop acreage from the Siskiyou County 2019 Annual Crop and Livestock Report, the average crop value was calculated as $351.10 per acre per year. The loss in crop sales revenue in 2022 is estimated to be approximately $1,006,000. Staff considers this cost estimate to be conservatively high because there's a lack of information on alternative water supplies, and the calculations for lost tax revenue from agricultural sales assumes a total loss of crops instead of just reduced yield. Next slide, please. Now I'll provide an overview of the comments received on our proposed emergency reg package and our responses. This list displays the names of the different organizations that submitted comments. Next slide. We have reviewed all the comments received and found 5 primary themes as noted here. I'll review each of them in more detail in the following slides. We received a number of comments that the CDFW flow recommendations are too high. I think Mr. Couteau did a good job earlier of demonstrating that the CDFW flow recommendations are based on best available science information. That said, we also added provisions to the reg to allow CDFW, in coordination with the National Marine Fisheries Service, to propose lower flows if scientific information becomes available to support the possibility of lower flows or location-specific targets that would provide equal protections. We also want people to consider the timing that the regulation would go into effect, which at soonest would be early September, and that there may be a time lag between when the curtailments are implemented and when in-stream flows rebound. I will also note that it's expected that the rebound will be slower in the Scott River watershed than the Shasta River watershed due to reliance on groundwater, temperatures, and precipitation for reconnection, as well as modeling that demonstrates that earlier curtailments are more effective at impacting the stream flow rebound. Next slide, please. With regard to local cooperative solutions, we received comments that people are appreciative of the flexibility and creativity in allowing for these within the regulation. We also received comments asserting that voluntary actions and local cooperative solutions without regulation will better serve to address this drought emergency. On the other hand, we received comments expressing frustration that the voluntary actions and local cooperative solutions have been supported for years, and yet the public trust is not sufficiently protected. We also received comments asserting that tribes should have government-to-government consultation on the proposed local cooperative solutions, and that others have a desire for notice and ability to comment and appeal related decisions. To this, our response is that the drought emergency requires quick action and that there are opportunities for parties to object to the petitions and decisions related to these agreements included in section 875 F2. Commenters also questioned how the local cooperative solution process works. And to help stakeholders better understand how the process works, we plan to create a local cooperative solutions webpage, which will include frequently asked questions, proposals submitted, approved proposals, and other related information. Next slide. Several of the comments that we received pertain to local cooperative solutions related to groundwater. First, there may have been a misunderstanding regarding the 30% net reduction being a criteria for any and all local cooperative solutions. To clarify, the 30% net reduction provision relates to a groundwater option in the Scott watershed, not broader participation on local cooperative solutions. There was a concern that the 30% or 15% net reduction of water use is not sufficient to support fisheries, and a request to delete the provision. This provision is supported by hydrologic modeling results for the Scott Basin and by the conservation target in the June Drought Proclamation in the Shasta. Further, I would like to direct people to review the digest for detailed supporting information. There was also a concern that the most efficient users will have the most difficulty meeting 30% reduction, which is targeted at reducing next year's water use by 30% when compared to prior use. To address this concern, we moved the date back to 2020, such that the reductions this year would not penalize the amount of water needed for this provision. Staff considered uniform water duty standards in developing the emergency regulation, but this approach was not possible within this short time frame. This approach may be considered in the future. Agricultural efficiency improvements often do not result in dedicated water to in-stream uses, even when public funds are expended. Rather, these improvements allow for the farmer to grow more with less water and increase flexibility and resiliency to respond to shortages, including when water is needed for fish. We also received a recommendation to require monitoring and more specifically metering of wells. And I note that all local cooperative solutions are subject to monitoring and reporting requirements. And though each proposed solution will have tailored requirements. Next slide, please. Livestock watering is the next category of comments. Commenters expressed appreciation for the provisions, allowing for minimum diversions for livestock watering. And other commenters also noted that livestock producers with unlined facilities will face challenges in limiting diversions to minimum diversion amounts. Our response to this is that producers with inefficient ditches must use alternative means to supply water to livestock. For example, delivery via water hauling or use of wells during the migration season. Next slide. Additional livestock watering commenters questioned how the producers are expected to provide water for livestock before certification or petition approval. So I will clarify that minimum diversions may continue before a decision on a self-certification or a petition is made. The last comment is that section 875.7 will still allow unreasonable amounts, in other words, 10 times what is necessary, of diversion for livestock for water right holders that did not receive curtailment orders. Our response is that the regulation finds that it is unreasonable to use an inefficient ditch to supply livestock water during the migration season, regardless of whether a curtailment order is issued to a right holder. Also, the decision to include this amount in the regulation was made because it is easier to comply with, as opposed to using a percentage of ditch loss, and in practice is a relatively small amount of water. Next slide, please. We received a few comments regarding the Water Board's authority to regulate groundwater. First, that the resolution should cite the board's public trust authority, but this regulation relies on the authorities listed in Water Code section 1058.5, which authorizes drought emergency regulations. Another comment suggested that the regulation usurps the Sustainable Groundwater Management Agency Act authority, or Groundwater Management Act authority. The regulation is not intended it does not usurp SGMA or otherwise limit the authority of any groundwater sustainability agency. Implementation of this emergency reg may help to inform future water management solutions in these watersheds. I also note that the emergency reg is temporary and will expire in 1 year, whereas SGMA is a long-term planning process, which will also need to address surface and groundwater connections and will extend far into the future. The emergency reg is short-term and non-precedential and should not interfere with SGMA's ongoing plan development. The adoption of SGMA did not change water rights law or limit the State Water Board's authority. As such, the board retains its reasonable use authority and the ability to implement the state's water rights system. Due to the degree of connectivity of surface water and groundwater in these watersheds, addressing both is necessary to meet the needs of this emergency. One commenter also questioned whether the board has the authority to list the priorities in the Scott River adjudication. Integrating the rights in the various adjudications is necessary for the water board to allocate the responsibility for meeting flow requirements, a key part of meeting the drought emergency flows while following the priority system. It is also worth noting that the regulation does not amend the Scott River adjudication, over which the Siskiyou County Superior Court retains jurisdiction. Next slide. We're almost done. This is an overview of the formal process for getting an emergency regulation promulgated. Although we released an early draft of the regulation to be able to incorporate more public feedback, the formal process started with our release of the proposed draft emergency regulation with the board agenda package, followed by the notice of emergency rulemaking and another comment period. Today is the water board meeting regarding adoption, and we invite public comments again at the end of this presentation. If the board members approve the reg, staff will then submit it to the Office of Administrative Law. They will renotice it for an additional 5 calendar day comment period, and OAL has a total of 10 calendar days to approve it. If OAL approves the reg, they'll submit it to the Secretary of State, and the OAL approval date becomes the effective date of the regulation. And I would note that that effective date is when the prohibition on inefficient livestock watering will take effect, and the date on which the water board may issue information orders or curtailment orders. Next slide, please. Again, I want to encourage anyone affected by this regulation or interested in keeping informed of this process to make a note of these first 2 webpage addresses. But most importantly, I'd encourage you to subscribe to our Scott and Shasta drought email distribution list. This last bullet is our dedicated email address for receiving communications related to this effort, and we will have staff checking it regularly. We will also set up a phone line to take phone calls in the very near future, and we will post that information on these websites. Next slide, please. This is our final slide announcing that we released a change sheet for this item yesterday. And the change sheet proposes updates to the resolution and proposed regulation consistent with what was presented today. The resolution updates are for clarity, with one update related to ensuring consistency with the livestock watering provisions of the regulation. There are also updates to the proposed regulation. And with that, I will conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, really appreciate the incredible work that I know you and your colleagues have done in the watershed with our stakeholders here in preparation for today's discussion and vote. So just thank you for everyone involved. I'll note that we have somewhere around 18 or so commenters. We're at 12 noon now. We could take a tranche of folks and then take a late lunch. I'll go ahead and just say that was a good amount of information. Let's go ahead and take our lunch now, and then we can cleanly get into comments and discussion and some back and forth on the proposal. So thanks everyone for your patience. I know it's been a morning of a number of items in the informational side that we've ticked through. So, but let's afford ourselves a quick lunch, a 30-minute lunch. We'll come back at 12:45, and then we'll go straight into and be able to carry through comments instead of pausing halfway through. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you here in about 30 minutes. welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch here. We can begin to gather back and we can start to get into public comments. I believe, here I'll take a moment for my screen to come up. I believe our first commenter will be Cedric Twite, and we'll give everyone a moment to pop back on and settle in here.
And Chair Spell, I believe you.
Omnipresent voice of Mr. Loffer.
Yeah, trying to hear feedback's coming in. There we go.
Yeah, still have loop.
I just wanted to remind you that the representative from CDFW wanted to make a couple comments.
I apologize. Yes, thank you, Mr. Loffer. I'm quick to not recall what I just need to be doing a moment ago. Yes, Joe, good to have you back. I believe you wanted to make sure and clarify a comment you made earlier.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Esquivel. On slide 34, probably of the slide deck, I made an incorrect statement about available flows at the Grenada pump plant today. I got in a hurry and I thought it updated, but it did not. And so the number that I should have put out there was about 60 CFS, not about 80 CFS. And I do my best to be honest and own stuff. So that's what I'm doing right now. So I just want to clarify that. And if there's any other mistakes, I'm happy to account for those too. So just want to get that out there.
I really appreciate that. I know there's a lot of information and data that we're throwing at folks, and we try our best to make sure we're consistent across our work, and sometimes things fall through. That's why we have our change sheets oftentimes for our own work. Right. So I appreciate the professionalism and you making sure to circle back and clarify the number. So thank you.
Thank you for letting me do that.
Thank you. Next we have, with first commenter, we'd like to call up Cedric Twite.
And it appears that Cedric is not in the Zoom platform at the moment. I believe we did have him on earlier.
Okay. And Mr. Twite, if you are viewing us maybe on one of the web streams and you are coming back on, just raise your hand and we'll probably note that you returned and we can get to you. So first comment then, here's Felice Pace.
Thank you. Maybe you can start my video.
Yeah, I should be invited to do so. There
okay,
you go. Hello,
great.
Mr.
There I am. Thank you. Thank you, Board Chair and everybody. My name is Felice Pace. I moved to the Scott River Basin in 1976. I started working on Klamath, Shasta, and Scott water issues in 1980. I'm a landowner still over there, although I live near the mouth of the Klamath on the Yurok Reservation now. I'm also water chair for the North Group Redwood Chapter Sierra Club. And on the Scott, I also represent the Mother Lode chapter of the Sierra Club. You know, we began local voluntary targeted efforts in the 90s in the Scott. I was one of the founding members of the Scott Valley Crimp. One of the things we did back then is we gave everyone who would take it, every livestock guy that would take it, an alternative stock water system that was a well and run by solar electric power, solar pumps, if they wanted the solar pumps. So, you know, the voluntary actions, they go back to back then. And now we're seeing a whole bunch of new proposals. Well, they failed to give fish and what they most need, which is real wet water. And that's what this is about today, real wet water, not about substitutes, because that doesn't work. Curtailments are not just needed now, they are long overdue. Not meeting the flow rights for significant parts of the year, an adjudicated flow right of even in years of average precipitation and snowpack, as you saw in the DFG, Department of Fish and Watershed presentation. So non-emergency board actions are needed to fix the flows in the Scott, Shackelford, and French adjudications, to fix the flaws, I should say, that result in flow rights not being met even in those average water years. Forest Service is remiss in not pushing for that right, but that doesn't mean that the Water Board shouldn't do its part for those rights as well. If grandkids are going to have living streams. The board must accept that the full exercise of water rights is unreasonable in dry years. And I think you need to think bigger and start adjusting right amounts by water year type, statewide. And a good place to begin would be in the Scott River. And that's my comment for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Felice. Appreciate your time today and your comments. Thank you. Next, we have Chris Schewing.
Chair Esquivel.
Oh, yes, Vice Chair. Apologies.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to note that I just wanted to note that Mr. Pace sent me an academic article on the discussion that I had with CDFW, and I'll be sharing that with the clerk so that she can get it into the record or share it with the rest of you. Thank you for forwarding that article.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate that. And thank you again, Mr. Pace. Thanks for sharing the data and information and for commenting today. Now we'll call up Chris Schewing.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you. Chris Schewing from the California Farm Bureau, also a family farmer subject to curtailment this year. So a lot of good things. We generally defer the Farm Bureau here in Sacramento to the local landowners and the local Farm Bureau for what's workable, what's achievable, those sorts of things. A lot of good work has gone in locally, Siskiyou County Farm Bureau and other folks. So the folks in the watershed are really the ones that know what can be done. And certainly kudos to the board staff, to Eric Ekdahl and his folks for doing a whole lot of work here with flexibility and trying to find solutions, things that are workable to get us where we need to go in the context of voluntary cooperative agreements and those efforts. I think we continue to have a problem with the CDFW recommendations here as the default driver of these regulations, whether they are reasonable, whether they are achievable, they can be effective. We're not sure, but we certainly think that the board staff is going the extra mile in many ways, at least with respect to the regulations. Couple of quick comments. I don't see a timer on how much time I got here, but I want
about 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Okay, great. Thank you. A couple of things up front. I heard somebody earlier talking about the 70% figure of, agriculture uses 70% of the water. That's such an old truism that it's not even worth concentrating on, in my view. And I get a little irritated hearing it because, farming and ranching is fundamentally the business of mixing water, dirt, and sunshine. It's the most water intensive human activity out there. That's our food supply, and you will not find a food system anywhere that does not use a lion's share of the human consumptive water use anywhere on the planet, whether it's an irrigation economy or it's a rainfall-based economy. And the other thing was the water rights. There's been a couple of shots taken at the water rights system. We have a water rights system that accounts for scarcity. That's what it's designed to do. The problem is not that we don't have a way of dealing with scarce years like this. We do. That's the water rights system. The problem is the underlying scarcity, and that's a whole different discussion, but I just want to throw that out there. With respect to your regulations, Mr. Chair, the draft regulations in the staff product here, the 13 and 15% figures, we certainly want to avoid disincentives and fairness issues to individual users that are already cutting back or operating efficiently. But there are voluntary pathways to get there, I hope, in the aggregate. We've also identified, I think, a baseline issue, but I heard a little bit about that, which water year to use to reference the 15 and 30%. Certainly, we wouldn't want it to be this year because folks have already cut back, but I think that perhaps that has been addressed. I continue to hit the note about narrow application of the reasonable use doctrine. I think that that's very prudent, just limited to human health and safety concerns. I think that is here, and otherwise stick to the water rights priorities, which I have heard you discuss when it comes to curtailments. Appreciate the work done on the livestock watering exception. I don't know how we're exactly going to get there on all the details, but I think that has been going in a good direction. And so too, the approach on the voluntary cooperative agreements, particularly the idea of perhaps dealing with overlying groundwater and some of the adjudicated rights and substituting back and forth to get to the number we need to. We want to avoid, I think, the water rights concerns there and the precedential concerns. I think the regulation does reference not being precedential. That's good, but that common source thing, I think, is a good approach. And finally, I think implementation is the key. Lots of hope there. Continued collaboration and engagement from the board in implementation as we go forward. We don't know what's going to come in the next year, and certainly there's a lot of concern, but the continuing conversation and good faith efforts by board and board staff, we look forward to getting through all of this together. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's the comments of the California Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Sharing. I appreciate those comments, and know that, yeah, there's a lot of really good work going on. We need to carry that into the next year and into the outlying years thereafter as well. As we noted here, Sigma is still long-term controlling a lot of this discussion, but this data that we're collecting, the information, and importantly, the relationships that are being established and the trust, I hope can continue to carry on and be built on in order to really get to the long-term solutions that I know not just this watershed, but so many of our watersheds in the state are building toward. So thank you, Mr. Sharing. I appreciate your comments and look forward to further discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Justin Fredrickson.
And Mr. Fredrickson was an if necessary, and we do not see him in the Zoom platform.
Okay.
Any further?
Great. Yeah, I think Mr. Sharing probably provided the Farm Bureau's perspective there. So thank you. Next, then, we have Nathaniel Kane, who will be followed by Thomas Harder.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Nathaniel Kane. I am here on behalf of Environmental Law Foundation and the Creek Tribe. We filed a petition back in July to set these minimum flows in the Scott. We're very happy to be here at the culmination of this process. I have two opposed ideas in my head right now that I'm going to try to express at the same time. The first is that this is an incredibly exciting moment. This is the first time that this board has done what it's had the authority and the duty to do for decades, which is to set a minimum flow on the Scott and Shasta River for the protection of these culturally and economically and ecologically important fisheries. And I am just incredibly excited that we've gotten to this point where we can have a regulation in place on these crucial rivers. The second point that I want to make is that, well, actually, before I move on, I also want to call out the incredible amount of work that staff has put in to drafting these regs and responding to comments and working so hard on this and so many other projects this summer. I know it's been an enormous amount of work. At the same time, the other opposed idea that's in my head is that there are some revisions in the latest couple drafts of this reg that I think do not serve the goal of achieving a minimum flow in the river that will protect species survival. And this is especially with regard to the 30% groundwater reduction being sufficient to support a cooperative agreement. We know that groundwater pumping is the bulk of agricultural water use in the Scott Basin. And the hydrology is very clear. When growers pump water, the river goes down. And the lower the water table is, the more precipitation it's going to take in the fall for the river to come back up. And we know that Coho and Chinook in October, and then Coho a little bit later in November and December, need those flows to get upstream, or else we're going to have another straining event like we almost had last year. And I have read the digest. I do not see evidence in there that supports this 30% reduction being sufficient. The digest appears to rely on a personal communication between staff and one of the consultants about a numeric model for the Scott. None of that is included. It appears to be extrapolating a total reduction from either July or August. It's not clear over the entire season, and saying that if we completely eliminate pumping from July or August through December, that would be about 30%. So we'll then extrapolate that over the whole season. I don't see the math. I don't see how it works. I think this reg needs to be revised to give the deputy director the authority to curtail until the river comes up. And I think that is the rule that is being established here with regard to surface water diversions, is that every cooperative agreement has to show a benefit. And we can quibble over the language and whether there's too much discretion there. But the fact is that the curtailments and the cooperative agreements have to be tied to a wet water benefit in the river. And that's just not the case with the groundwater. And the groundwater is probably the most important aspect of this regulation. So I really think that needs to be looked at and potentially changed. And then with my last minute, I just want to make a couple of other points. This reg, we really hope, is going to lay the groundwork for a long-term minimum flow reg going forward. And in order for it to be as useful as it can be, in addition to protecting salmon survival this year, it has to generate information that can be used in the future. So I really urge the deputy director to use all of its discretion to collect as much information as possible, to put meters on wells whenever possible, to put meters on diversions whenever possible, so that we can get the information we need to put water in the river in the future, and to do that with as little damage as possible to the growers. The stock watering issue, this has gone backwards since the first draft. Originally, it was a 50% ditch loss, and now it's at a 90% ditch loss. I don't understand why 90% is even in there. We're talking about 10 times the amount of water loss. And that's at the time of the year when every CFS matters. Every drop of water in that late fall period can go towards salmon migration. And we can't have it be seeping out of ditches. That's unreasonable. And I don't understand the point of including that. Just two more points. We really believe that the cooperative agreement should be posted and available for public comment. Letting them be hammered out in the back room and then objected to is not compatible with this board's commitment towards transparency that we've seen in the past. It's going to potentially result in a lot of public records act requests. And lastly, you know, this process can be traced back to the mill, deer, antelope regs in the last drought, and those were explicitly based on the board's public trust authority. And we don't understand why the board is reluctant to cite its public trust authority here. It has that authority. These regs could be easily justified under that authority. Courts are unpredictable. I wouldn't be surprised if there's litigation, and I don't see why there isn't a belt and suspenders approach to that legal authority. Thank you. I went a little bit over, and I apologize. But we recommend approval, especially with the changes that we made here. And again, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. King. I appreciate your good comments. Yeah, I don't necessarily need a response. And we have few enough commenters that we can just go through comments, but we just flag that I'll want to dig in a little more as well on just how the 30% number was developed for voluntary agreements on the Scott. And the posting of agreements, I'm sure there's something, hopefully, maybe just a little clarification that can be made to ensure that those are just posted on our site or wherever as soon as they're received or whatever is the most appropriate sort of time frame here. So thank you, Mr. King. I appreciate those comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Thomas Harder, who will be followed by Conrad Fisher.
Chair Escobar, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the board. I'm Thomas Harder. I'm a professor and cooperative extension faculty at the University of California in Davis. It is an honor to provide a little bit more information on the model that was mentioned by Mr. Worth. One of the tools that your staff has used to better understand what may be necessary in terms of curtailments to bring up the flows to the levels that have been recommended by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I want to say thank you to your staff for reaching out to us on this modeling efforts, and just provide a little bit of an overview. The Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model that we have developed at our research group with financial support from the State Water Board through the North Coast Regional Water Board as a follow-up to the RTMDL action plan and the groundwater study plan, is an integrated model that includes the upper watershed with unimpaired flows coming into the basin, largely unimpaired flows coming into the basin. It includes a Streamflow model for the main stem, Scott River, and all the tributaries, major tributaries within the basin. A landscape soil water budget model that is to the detail of individual fields and individual soil series. And it includes a groundwater model for the entire basin. It accounts for the various crops. It's a split mostly of alfalfa crops that rotate with grains and pasture, permanent pasture. It accounts for the various irrigation types, both surface water irrigation, groundwater irrigation, the various irrigation tools used, wheel line irrigation, center pivot irrigations. It explicitly accounts for groundwater pumping with groundwater wells largely represented directly in the model where they are located. And it accounts for the for land use management practices. It accounts for the climate variation. The model currently runs on daily and monthly time steps from October 1991 to September 2018, and it's been calibrated for the first 20 years of that period. We have a number of publications to document this model, and it's based on public software tools. This model can, at a very high spatial and temporal resolution, next slide please, resolve a lot of the fluxes that occur between the surface water system, the land system, and the groundwater system. As I said, at a monthly resolution in time, and at about 300-foot spatial resolution across the basin. Next slide, please. It's not a perfect model, but it is a model that is capturing very well the hydrologic dynamics that are driven by both climate and climate variability, daily and monthly climate variability, as well as changes in land use management practices. In the upper left-hand corner, I'm showing the observed and simulated Scott River flows at the Fort Jones gauge, which is in the northwest corner of the valley at the outlet of the Scott River down into the canyon toward the Klamath River. As you can see, the dynamics, the annual dynamics, but also the changes in stream flows in the summer between wet years and dry years are very well captured by this model. Similarly, the model captures the dynamics of groundwater levels across Scott Valley. We've had the fortune to have actually a fairly extensive private monitoring well network available to calibrate this model. And in the lower left-hand corner, the third image with this diagonal black line shows how well simulated well level data match to observed well level data. If they were a perfect match, it would be straight on that diagonal line. As with all models, there is some straying from that diagonal line, but within hydrogeologic practice, that would be considered a very good fit. Importantly, the model does also an excellent job at predicting dry sections across the stream network in the Scott Valley. In the right-hand side, in blue, you see where the model correctly simulates flowing reaches in an average year like August 2010, in a dry year like August 2001, as well as where it predicts correctly the dry reaches that occur in these year types. There's few sections where there's disagreement between what's actually observed and what is simulated, which are the orange and the gray sections in this image. Next slide. Given the extensive dynamics, hydrologic dynamics, and land use management dynamics represented in this model, it has become a core tool to develop the groundwater sustainability plan for Scott Valley. And we've been fortunate to be part of that team and having this model used for many aspects of that plan. It's been used to develop the water budgets for various water year types, illustrate water level dynamics and groundwater storage changes. Important to this process, we have used this model to actually determine the amount of streamflow depletion that is due to groundwater pumping from within the adjudicated zone and from outside the adjudicated zone. This is perhaps the first time that a model has been explicitly used to come up with the amount of stream depletion that occurs because of agricultural pumping. We do that by simulating two different scenarios. A base case scenario that actually represents the true land use conditions in the period from 1991 to 2018. And then we compare that to a hypothetical alternative landscape that is essentially void of agriculture, would have some natural vegetation. And we look at the difference in stream flow, and that is what we call stream flow depletion. We've used this model to also run numerous scenarios that reflect projects and management actions that the Groundwater Sustainability Agency Advisory Committee has come forth with to estimate and determine the quantitative impact these different projects and management actions would have on stream flow. And we've done this in the context of functional flow concepts. We've looked at how does it impact the timing of the spring recess, how does it impact the flow during summer base flow period, and how does it impact the timing of the return of the fall flush flows. The Groundwater Sustainability Plan for Scott Valley draft has just gone public. In the lower left-hand corner, you see the reference to that. And you might be able to use the QR code to actually get a direct link to that website. Those were my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harder. I really appreciate the ongoing collaboration we've had with UC Davis and Siskiyou County and others to really figure out how best to model out what is a very complicated watershed, and can't help but feel the development of these tools, these collaborative development of these tools that inform local decision-making and management importantly, but also are of use to the state, are really an example of the work that we need to continue to do if we're going to be successful in really adapting and continuing to allow our watersheds to survive this climate crisis and all here together collectively figure out how we become better decision makers. So I just can't, again, emphasize enough the thanks and continuing to engage in these, complicated, certainly, issues and in our watersheds, but bringing folks together just around the data, around the information, and importantly, the possibility to do better and more. I'll just, note again, I'll be interested to know how our activities this year continue to contribute to that greater body of knowledge. And as we think about what greater spatial, telemetry data we need, what are the investments that perhaps can be made in the watershed that can really feed this modeling work and continue to develop tools for all of us that help us understand what we can do to ensure that, again, we all collectively manage ourselves better through these difficult dry years, but just writ large, because it's that continuum of activities into wet years that is so critical. So just can't thank you again enough for the tools, the work, the continued effort here. I know that it's, I think it was said during the presentation early on, it's hard to really note when the beginning of so many of these efforts and discussions were, because they are here now spanning multiple years, but look forward to continued engagement and discussion here. Vice Chair.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Harder, for your presentation. I'm just looking at the last slide that you had up. Could we go back to that? And I'm just going to ask you some of the same questions that I asked Mr. Couteau from CDFW, and that is this issue of, just me trying to better understand this watershed and some of the interactions, between climate change, increased diversions, and then also change in ag practices. I know there's a lot of concerns about the ag diversions, but my experience is that agriculture has moved away from flood irrigation and more towards sprinklers and pivots. And so just wanting to better understand how all of that plays into this. So with the information that you have, and on this chart, it only goes back to 1993. So I guess my question is, Do you have information that goes further back? And what comments would you have on those questions that I had earlier about, trying to better, sort of tease out these different factors?
Yeah. So thank you for asking that question, Vice Chair D'Adamo. And I certainly could bring a little bit more information here on this and what we've done, and provide a little bit of context about the what we can currently help with the scenarios that we have simulated for supporting the development of the groundwater sustainability plan, which was a slightly different process from what you're looking at here with the curtailment orders, and looking both at surface water diversion curtailment and groundwater curtailments. We have very much focused on groundwater in these comparisons on groundwater pumping, and the difference between when there is groundwater pumping versus when there is no groundwater pumping, simply to attribute and quantify what the amount of groundwater depletion is that occurs due to groundwater pumping as required by the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. What we have not done to any extent is looking at various surface water curtailment scenarios and how they may be helping with streamflow, but that is something that we could certainly do, or that could be done with this model, and we've had conversations and will continue to have conversations with your staff on the possibility to do this perhaps as soon as this winter. But what we have done that includes surface water curtailments is, as part of our internal discussions and sensitivity analysis, we've run a number of different what we call natural vegetation scenarios, which essentially amount to an unimpaired flow scenario. And what Mr. Worth showed in the earlier slide is how such a scenario then plays out when, in this time period of 1991 to 2018, under those natural mature vegetation conditions, and we've looked at the sensitivity of the model outcomes with respect to what that vegetation looks like and how much it might be tapping into groundwater as a groundwater dependent ecosystem, because much of the Scott Valley would have been a groundwater dependent ecosystem prior to development. Looking back, if you can go to slide 7 or page 7 in this PDF file, as Mr. Courteau pointed out, flows prior to 1980 were never as low as they were after 1980, or actually beginning in 1977. And what I know, and perhaps somebody from Scott Valley can further clarify, but my understanding is that one of the biggest changes that occurred in the late 1960s and throughout the 1970s was the movement to much more efficient irrigation, from flood irrigation to wheel line sprinkler irrigation. That required pressurization of water, and that kind of then went hand in hand with drilling wells and having a pump that would pressurize that water anyway to pull it out of the ground and then put it into the wheel line. And so that transition happened primarily in the 1970s. There was very little groundwater pumping prior to the 1960s. And it's been since then that we've seen these lower flows. And so clearly there's a relationship between that and the flows, partly because it has allowed growers to do a third cutting, continue to irrigate past July 4th, when often surface water flows would be too low to irrigate with. But also the other change that has occurred as a result of that is that with flood irrigation, as inefficient as it was, it would recharge groundwater when these flood irrigations occur in April, May, and June, and into July. And that recharge into groundwater would later, a month later, 2 months later, return into the Scott River as base flow and support that base flow to some degree. And so it's become kind of a double whammy for the Scott River flows, especially in dry years. And in order to go back to the situation that we see in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, we'd have to go back to these inefficient irrigations to do that. And so what we're finding with these scenarios where we're looking, that we've created really to figure out what is the depletion, what we're finding with these scenarios is that the flows that would be generated with no agriculture, no surface water diversions, no groundwater pumping, and vegetation that partially depends on groundwater with some uncertainty, but would barely meet or perhaps not even meet the minimum flow requirements that are currently set by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, which there's some uncertainty around these predictions, of course, and how we parameterize vegetation. But it indicates that it may take a huge lift if next year was like this year to really achieve the required flows. And it would not be unlikely that it would actually, the only way to achieve it, if at all, would be by completely ceasing irrigation, both surface water irrigation and groundwater irrigation. And would probably not be achieved by some kind of partial program. That's some of the insights we gained from this modeling in terms of what magnitude of effort may be required to really get to that flow and that is currently set for minimum in-stream flow under this emergency order. And I appreciate that the revised version of the order is flexible with respect to learning more about what we can for modeling efforts like these, about what efforts are needed to get to which flows.
So just a follow-up question then on the issue of the fall flush flow. You know, as you're saying, there's a lot of uncertainty with this information, but what about the relationship between possible curtailments that may or may not make a difference during the summer months, but what about adding to the benefits of the fall flush flow?
Yes, that's an excellent question. If you could go to, I think it's the next slide. Yeah, so this is a slide that shows in blue the actually measured Fort Jones gauge flows from June 1st through December 1st. In orange is the average flow across the measured period. So the orange line is always the same in all of these graphs. What changes in these graphs is the scale for the y-axis, which is an order of magnitude scale or logarithmic scale. The vertical red line is September 1st, when most of the groundwater irrigation typically stops because the third cutting occurs usually around Labor Day. The horizontal red line is the 10 CFS flow rate, sort of just as a bright line included here. And the red numbered years are all drought years, and in all of those years, summer flows go down to 10 CFS. One of the things that we have done with the model is we have looked at, if you can see that the spring, what we call the spring recess is that decline in flows on the left side of each of the graphs. This is what's called the spring recess. And with some management actions that brings spring recess can be delayed. Similarly, in the fall, we see often a very sudden jump in flows, sometimes sooner, sometimes later. It's very closely related to the magnitude and timing of the early precipitation events in the watershed. And what we're seeing is that with some management actions like curtailments after July 15th or August 1st, while we don't gain additional flows, additional base flow in that flat part of the blue curve, we do seem to gain a number of days, and it all depends on the particular storm systems that come and the dynamics of the storm system that comes in. We see gains in how much earlier that jump happens after these precipitation events begin to occur, anywhere from 1 day to 10 days, with some curtailments on pumping starting say July 10th or August 1st or August 15th, which are some of the scenarios that we've simulated and results of which are available with the draft groundwater study plan that I showed earlier. But the magnitude that we're looking at with these kind of actions, sort of later in the season curtailments of some groundwater pumping, and we haven't done this for surface water diversions, but for groundwater pumping, we can see somewhere between 2 days and 8 days, 10 days, earlier fall flush flows, and again, very much depending on what that precipitation event or series of events that first series looks like in October, November, or December.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Mr. Harder. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thanks. This may be, well, I think, Chair Escobar, you are flagging for staff that, you know, I certainly, and I think you said you would be interested in just hearing more about how we got to the 30% reduction for consideration of the cooperative agreements. But I'm wondering, Dr. Harder, if that's something that your model has, is that something your model has, can or has looked at in terms of what the sort of the relevance of that amount?
So we have done that. Great question. If we can go back to slide 4, page 4. I wanted to put that up because of the link that's there to the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. In the draft Groundwater Sustainability Plan, the Appendix 4, that's currently available on the Siskiyou County website at that link that you see below, and you can point your camera to the QR code, which will get you directly to the website. Claire Kuba, who is the PhD student that has done these scenario simulations in collaboration with the advisory committee, has generated a couple dozen different scenarios that look at impacts of irrigation efficiency, impacts of management aquifer recharge during winter and spring, impacts from reduced pumping sometime in the summer. As I said, we looked at July 10, August 1st, and August 15th as cutoff dates for groundwater pumping, specifically on alfalfa, because that's mostly grown near the river and it's almost exclusively grown on groundwater irrigation. And those results are available and show how much can be gained in any one of the years that would be sort of represented by this almost 30-year time period from 1991 to 2018. So we can look at a year like 2014 and look at how these various scenarios that we have simulated would impact stream flow. It is very difficult to raise base flow during the summer of a dry year with any of these measures by much more than 5 or 10 CFS. The biggest benefit in a dry year of these measures is an earlier fall flush flow, which would be particularly beneficial in a year like last year, where that early precipitation event, which occurred the week of Thanksgiving, was enough to generate some stream flow on the most downstream, well, on all of the tributaries, and the most downstream tributary actually connected to the gauging station. But it wasn't enough to sustain that flow and really reconnect the system. And I would imagine, but we don't know yet, we haven't run this yet for a 2020 water year, that under those extreme conditions where we then don't get another rainfall until Christmas, there might be actually some significant benefit from these actions in connecting during that fall flush flow period. So yes, we can look at, we have not looked at the 30% scenario per se. We have done some scenarios where we cut the evapotranspiration by 10% and by 20%. And if you look up those results, that will give you some idea, and I can share those results with the clerk to pass on to board members and point out the relevant tables. It will provide some insight on what can be done, at least with groundwater curtailments. Again, we were not focused on surface water curtailment, and the only surface water curtailment scenario that we have is the one that you see here on the right-hand side, is where we essentially say, okay, what would there be for stream flow if there was no agriculture, if there was mature vegetation that is to some degree groundwater dependent. Did that answer your question?
That was helpful, thanks.
Thank you, board member. And thank you, Dr. Harder. And thanks everyone for the extra time to just do a little deep dive here on some of the data. Anything else from fellow board colleagues here? Okay, hearing none. And again, thank you, Dr. Harder. We'll move on now to Conrad Fisher, who will be followed by Glenn Spain.
Hi, thank you to the staff for all of your work on this process. My name is Conrad. I'm with Water Climate Trust. My home is on the Lower Klamath Basin, Lower Klamath River. My family came to the Klamath Basin 4 generations ago at a time when anybody who knew how to fish would not go hungry, native and non-native people alike, and that was in the 30s. And I would say this scenario lasted up until about the 70s, and largely due to groundwater extraction, populations of fish started falling. I'm here to encourage you to approve the regulations today. There are a few critiques, but I would encourage you to approve them. And if there are any board members who are contemplating voting against it, I will just try to preemptively address reasons you might. I don't believe anyone, any board members would refuse to approve this because you don't want to prevent salmon extinction. I don't believe anybody wants to not ameliorate the harm to indigenous people that has been described to you countless times this year. If there's anyone who is having doubts, it's probably because we have been led to believe there are alternatives to the difficulty of curtailing people. One of the often cited alternatives is environmental water transactions. I will say I've worked in that around that world for a very long time. They have produced a literal drop in the bucket, and the community that supports them tends to only support temporary transactions. I commissioned a methodology to evaluate these transactions, and nowhere in California was the data even collected that would allow us to measure cost effectiveness of our taxpayer investments in environmental water transactions. So we had to go to Oregon to apply it. So that is not an answer. It could be if that community was willing to do large permanent transactions, but they're not yet. Conservation and ag infrastructure, Thomas Harder, as he pointed out, investments in ag infrastructure and efficiency in the past has resulted in less, not more water in the stream. So we love to talk about conservation, but it does not help fish if the conserved water is not dedicated to the fish. So let's not talk about spending more money on things like big pipelines on the Shasta River as proposed by Granada Irrigation District, unless and until we do our math and dedicate the water to where we want the water to go. Non-flow measures, there are opportunities, and I'm worried about this, for CDFW to strike non-flow measure agreements with groups of water right holders. There is no, from the perspective of a fish, there is no alternative to water in the river. So let's, to the extent possible, protect CDFW staff from the intense lobbying they have felt and will continue feeling from people saying there are alternatives to water in terms of non-flow measures. Non-flow measures are good, but they are not the answer. Economic cost argument, I'm glad the public trust unit produced an economic analysis, but that was incredibly one-sided. So one-sided, I would ask the board to dismiss it until you hear the other side. It does not include the immeasurable cost to river-dependent communities, including tribes, of inaction. It does not include the cost to people like me who have property on the Lower Klamath River, which would be worth considerably more, and the revenue potential would be considerably more if Scott and Shasta Valley salmon were restored and there were more fishermen beating down my door, for example, to rent cabins I own on the Klamath River. It doesn't include the economic impact on fishing communities. So I was a little sad to see that one-sided analysis come out of the public trust unit. If the water board wants an analysis, I would encourage them to ask the public trust unit to include the public trust side of the equation in their analysis. By all means, please pass this today. But if there is any more room to fix things, I would encourage the water board and staff to make sure that staff is allowed to actually curtail until the river comes up, until the river gets its flow. No amount of work by Homo sapiens matters to a salmon if the salmon don't have the minimum flow they need to not go extinct. So cooperative agreements, fine and dandy, but I'm worried that will lead to a situation where staff is squabbling, there's protest, and we won't look at the end goal, which is again to raise the water level in the river to the minimum flow prescribed. Same with the 30% groundwater requirement, which is not verified or measured, and there's no metering required. We should require metering. So in general, let's just try to give staff the power they need to curtail up to and until the river gets what it needs. and protect them from lobbying and squabbling over cooperative agreements, because the next water right holder down is going to say, don't curtail me if you're striking a deal with that guy, and it's going to create a mess. So let's protect them from that. And finally, to the extent possible, unless there's a good reason not to, cite your other legal authority. Yeah, you have, the Water Board has public trust doctrine, reasonable use doctrine, California ESA, federal ESA, lots of other legal authorities. So why not cite it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I appreciate your continued engagement here with the board. I'll note as well that the work that was done around economic costs was just around the costs, and there are benefits and other economic harms. We're always trying to do better when it comes to just being forthright and honest about what we're seeing as, the cost and impacts out there from our decisions. Point well taken that we need to, if we are going to be doing economic analysis, try to factor in those other impacts that are in the watershed and ultimately the benefit as well, because we are avoiding costs here by not allowing the watershed to go down to the last drop and instead manage our way through these difficult spaces. So thank you. I appreciate your comments, greatly, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Glenn Spain, who will be followed by David Webb.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
My name is Glenn Spain. I'm the Northwest Regional Director for the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, PCFFA. We are the largest organization of commercial fishing families on the West Coast. Many of us economically dependent on salmon runs. And many board members may not know this, but we are, the Klamath is right in the middle of the coastal system for our intermingling salmon runs. So the Pacific Fishery Management Council organizes all of its regulatory process around the abundance of salmon in these runs. And so we are essentially under law and the rules of biology, which are even more constraining, governed by the abundance of salmon, primarily fall Chinook, coming out of the Klamath every year. And those abundances have been steadily going down as these stocks have been going further and further in toward an extinction vortex, they call it, which is a polite name for not existing anymore. That's why our fishery in Northern California, our entire West Coast salmon fishery, ocean fishery, is closed this year and was closed last year because the number of fish that survive in the Klamath and come back to return as spawning adults is below the minimum necessary to maintain the species. And that has happened over and over and over again in the last several years. We're also constrained because of the decline of the Coho salmon. The Coho can intermingle with other more abundant, primarily hatchery-generated fishery, all the way down to San Francisco and the Bay Area. And if we are accidentally catching any of those, they become a constraint too. So we are doubly constrained by what's going on in the Klamath. The end result has been hundreds of millions of dollars of losses. You know, you're talking about there will be financial impacts of using less water on farms, but there is a tremendous cost of the status quo. The cost of doing nothing about this is borne by our industry and our communities up and down the coast, all the way to Monterey and all the way up to nearly the Columbia River. That is the area in the ocean where Klamath can intermingle, and when we get into a zero harvest status as we're in right now, that closes us down over 600 to 700 miles of coastline. That's exactly what happened in 2006. Since then, nearly every year has been severely constrained, and that has cost us time and time and time again. So there is this cost of doing nothing. And the key to that is to put more salmon in the river, and the key to more salmon in the river is more water, in the, particularly in the Scott and Shasta. So there's this cascade effect that we really need to deal with. And one of the things that we support the regulations. I think this is a very strong step in the right direction. I would refer you to our July 23rd, 2021 comments, written comments. Among other things, we talk about some of the impacts that we've already seen in our fisheries, including the fact that the port of Eureka, which was once one of the most productive ports in the West Coast for salmon landings, has suffered roughly a 96% loss over the last 50 years compared to the baseline of landings 50 years ago. That is directly attributed to declines in the Klamath, not only of Coho, but of fall Chinook, and the spring Chinook, of course, is virtually extinct and may be federally ESA listed as it was state listed. So, you know, and other ports, we have the same problem. The biological to backtrack, I appreciate the board's emphasis, and it was emphasized in all the written materials too, that these are not optimum flow recommendations. These are minimum survival flow. Scraping the bottom, the fish scraping the bottom of the river kind of flows. That is what we need right now. That's what we're under discussion. But ultimately, this has to be the foundation for some sort of optimum in-stream flow program where that can be scaled up or down depending on the rainfall. But we really have to keep more water in our river systems. We cannot do what's been done so many other places in California, which is simply give more water, give more water, give more water, to the point where many of our, if not most of our streams in California are grossly over-appropriated. Some people have estimated that the over-appropriation in California is as much as 5 to 7 times the number of water rights as compared to the actual available water. And we see much the same problem in the Scott and the Shasta as well.
Mr. Spain, I apologize. You have gone through your 5 minutes. Want to try to be respectful for individuals here.
I'll complete there, and I would refer you to my July 23rd comments in writing.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I appreciate that. Thank you for your comments today. Next, I'd like to call up David Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I would really like to thank and congratulate both board members and your staff and the staff of your cooperating agencies for the overwhelming and amazing data set you pulled together that you posted online associated with this curtailment effort. It's truly amazing, the overwhelmingly supportive amount of information there is for the actions that you really do need to take today. That said, there is one thing that is of great concern to us, and that was when Ms. Orr was reading early in her presentation some of the language. There were the words, "if the species is present." And I think we have to recognize that that suggests that a concerted effort by an individual or group of individuals to extirpate the species from their neighborhood might well yield rewards in terms of non-curtailment of their water. And I'm sure that's not what anybody intends, but it's what the words currently create. And I think those words need to be corrected to say, could be present, should be present, or even better, would be present if regional water quality standards for temperature were met and Department of Fish and Game standards for flow were met. And that would then create an incentive more to move it in the right direction. So it's really important. And I hope you can make that change. I don't think it should go through like it is, because I'm sure in the future, even though it's not a legal precedent, words get reused, concepts get reused, documents get reused. We don't want that to be coming up every year telling people, just get rid of those fish and you got no problems. One other observation, Dr. Harder made a truly impressive presentation on the work that's been done on the Scott. And I think we need to look at the environment in which that was possible. And I was working here then, I remember it well. The Regional Water Quality Control Board had finished up a TMDL on the Scott, and one component of it was the creation of a groundwater model, because groundwater was so important over there. And the response they got, led by the local supervisor for the Scott Valley, was not only no way, but hell no. No way are we going to participate or help in the development of groundwater model. And so the Regional Water Quality Board's response was, well, okay, if you can't or won't, I guess we'll do it for you. And that suddenly turned it into a regulatory mandate. And suddenly, voluntary measures to create that water network of wells that Dr. Harder was then able to build upon 15 years later exists. And so, yes, it was a voluntary effort, but it was voluntary under the umbrella of it will be mandatory if you don't find a better way. And I think we have to recognize that oftentimes human nature being what it is, that's what it takes. So please reconsider the language I brought up and realize that we sometimes need to be pushed to do what's right. We don't always just do it on our own. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. I appreciate your comments today and would acknowledge, yes, it's always the balance therein. And it's all collectively us acting. And so sometimes false dichotomies can be created therein. So I appreciate the comment. Thank you, Mr. Webb.
One last thing, if there's a moment.
Yes.
I did send you through Janine some data on well drilling in the Scott Valley, which is in partial answer to Chairman D'Amato's question. If you didn't get it from her, I'm sure she'll give it to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Webb. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sari Somarstrom.
Hi, yes, my name is Sari Somarstrom. My husband, Tom Jobson, would also like to speak after me. He did sign in for 3 minutes after I did, but we're sharing a video here. So I've been an active consultant, researcher, and facilitator in Scott Valley since about 1989, focusing on water quality, water supply, fish restoration, stream restoration, all of the above. I have experienced several of the extreme droughts here, the early 90s, 01, 2013, 2014 drought. In various capacities, the community, after the early 90s severe drought, created a fall flows action plan to find alternatives for stockwater use, because we knew the stockwater diversions and those unlined ditches were impacting the ability of fall Chinook particularly to come up. And so we did find alternatives where they did not have to use those ditches with small wells, not the big irrigation wells, and other sources, so they did not have to use those ditches. So that has been in place for 25 years. So I encourage, and I'm glad that you are addressing the stockwater contribution to difficulties in getting adequate fall flows, because we support that. We've been doing that for a long time, and almost every stockwater user here should have some of those alternatives in place. So that should not be a hardship. In 2001, after that drought, that triggered myself and others to create the Scott River Water Trust. We became activated in 07 and focused on in-stream flow leases and permanent dedications through the 1707 process. Because of that issue and others, I have lived and breathed flows in the Scott River tributary and main stem for 25 years. So I am familiar with this, and it's just kind of in some ways heartbreaking that we haven't been able to solve this crisis. The critical droughts are becoming more frequent. Zero rain in September has certainly become more frequent. And in 2013, we had 60 CFS in the river, which is what your minimum flow is. The Coho, 2,700 Coho came up, but they could not get access to tribs because it had not really rained. So Coho need the tribs to spawn in. They don't need the main stem. They need main stem for access to the tribs. So focus on the main stem flows is not your end all and be all in getting the fish up here. I appreciate that the proposed regulation is forcing us to be even more frank in our discussions on how to balance water use with these increasing drought conditions. I'm glad you included French and Shackelford decrees, not just the Scott, because those are two critically important tributaries for Coho rearing. Speaking of Coho, I'm glad that the department did acknowledge the importance the Scott is contributing now to Coho. The average number of Coho since 2007, since that video where started counting adults, is about 726 average Coho adults here, which makes the Scott one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Coho producer in the state. But back in the 90s, it was hardly even recognized. Nobody even counted them. It was single digit numbers, if anything. And so for that significant increase, it would be nice to have some positive strokes on the people here who have been focusing on trying to get flows, especially summer rearing flows in the tributaries, which is where the Coho rear, much more so than the main stem. And so that's why these main stem flows are not going to the expectation that this is going to be what's needed is not going to be, it's not going to end in success, unfortunately. So also the Chinook run has ranged, we've had extremely low years again with Chinook runs where it's only been 2% of the total Klamath. It's been up to 21%. Our average until recently was 10% of the total Klamath return on natural spawners. It's now, because of these recent drought years, down to 9%. So it's a big contributor, about 5,000 on the average Chinook a year. But again, it's not the end all and be all to the survival of the Klamath Chinook run. What's interesting is that the Scott River and the Shasta River are the only places in California, as I understand it, where all wells will be turned off to meet this fish demand if these flows cannot be met. And that to me is rather unique and should be acknowledged more publicly, that the Russians not doing that, the Bay Delta's not turning off wells, only here. So if surface water and groundwater interconnect all over the state, why just here? You're going to try and make these flows be met. So I guess my concern is that these expectations for minimum flows, yes, it'd be great to have those minimum flows to help the fish. Unfortunately, I don't see these expectations being met with your proposal. They're not achievable, which is what the department would like. Fall flows can only be met with rain and not having stockwater diversions in the fall, which would take away from that gap. But I feel such a strong disconnect between the data out there. I was so glad Dr. Harder was able to present the groundwater model that they've been working on for 14 years here, and which has helped create some joint fact finding and getting the local water users here to have input on what their actual water use is. And we need more involvement with the Department of Fish and Wildlife in that model to understand those scenarios and what can be done here. I just strongly encourage that after these fall months, I think the valley can survive the next few months with your curtailments. The big key thing is what happens next spring and summer if those flows aren't met. And that can be a real killer to the community here. I think we've just got a mix and match of data right now. And some of the information in the information packet that you presented does not meet the LAF test. And that's sad, because only with joint fact finding can we all meet the LAF test and agree that this is what the data is saying. So 2 more points and I'll be done here. The metering is very important. That's gradually happening here. It's extremely expensive on some of these irrigation wells, like $10,000 for initial installation, and they're very hard to maintain and they don't give you data very easily. And we need technical help as well as financial help to get meters on these wells. And the funding is not easily available, particularly from the state. And the feds don't fund meters if they're legally required. So that just kind of kills you right there. The second thing that where we've gone backwards, where again, the state water board could certainly happen, is in water mastering. When I started here, we had a water master appointed by the court for 5 tributaries, French, Shackleford, and 3 other smaller streams. And since then, because the cost of it got so high, DWR's rates went up, and then all of a sudden the legislature said, no, the water users have to pay at 100% instead of 50%. It shrunk back to just French Creek and 1 other small stream, and it became a local water master district instead of the state managing that. Right now, you're going to be enforcing this curtailment with a very high staff cost because you're going to come out of Sacramento. Your staff has got a steep learning curve to figure out about all these diversions. It's going to be very costly for you to enforce this year or in the future. So please, please, I beg you for the state water board to finally address the need for water masters on these kinds of adjudications. Our adjudication's pretty clear here. The Shasta have a water master on everything but the riparian rights, because that wasn't in their decree. State of Oregon has water master service. California has not been doing this well, but right now I don't think it's an issue of cost, because you are going to spend costs. It's much better if you have a water master delegated here to understand all of these issues. And we've had some obvious illegal diversions that we've begged for enforcement from Sacramento, and we have not gotten that enforcement. So please, we want reasonable from you, and we're just not getting all of the services we feel we need from Sacramento to make all of the above work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soderstrom. I really appreciate your good comment here, and definitely want to make sure that we're continuing to engage around the data and decision making that the board is making. But importantly, as you note, ensuring that we're getting resources as well to the community. I appreciate the flag on the Water Master. I had not necessarily followed that. And so I think it is important, especially as we think about our water rights system in the state and its administration, that we properly resource it. And critically, water masters are, I know, an important component in many a watershed to ensuring that there is someone there locally that's helping to understand conditions and also bridge it to moments when actions like these are needed. So just thank you for your good, cogent comment and engagement today. And Tom is there with you, right? Mr.
Yes.
Jobson, hello.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Yeah, my name's Tom Jobson. I have a reforestation nursery, or we do, in Scott Valley, and I've been a member of the Scott Valley Groundwater Advisory Committee and the subsequent GSP Advisory Committee, and that whole thing started in 2010 here. So I was kind of surprised to see that none of the work we've done either with the Groundwater Committee or on the GSP Advisory Committee was addressed in any of the resolutions, even though a lot of it was funded by your board. So that's the first comment. The second is I really do appreciate the relief for reforestation and the regulation. Just so you know what the impact of this, there's a conifer seed orchard in the Shasta Valley and our reforestation nursery in the Scott Valley. And these two operations provide the ability to reforest 70,000 acres in California and 30,000 acres in other Western states.
A year.
Yeah, per year. This is on an annual basis. And this includes approximately 1,000 acres in the Klamath River watershed, which will benefit directly, provide some benefit directly to the anadromous fish of this region. And most of this is right now, particularly, is post-wildfire restoration, which has both short-term and long-term benefits to water quality and fish and human consumption, and also long-term carbon sequestration benefits. In fact, we have 2 million trees that are part of a project under the California Climate Investment Fund, funded by the state of California. For they call it the largest climate-related reforestation project in the country. The third statement is, it's interesting to us to hear that the CDFW states that they use the best available science to analyze its flow requests. But they did, in their list of things they used for the Scott River, they totally ignored this Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model, which you heard a lot about. So that was kind of interesting to me, that they completely ignored that model in basing their flows. And I think, as my wife said, we're going to be working with trying to get a more fact-finding, what's the data's out there, what's the data mean together, so we can agree on what's reasonable. And the last comment is that the draft regulation provides, to me, an encouraging path for cooperative water use reductions. And that's based on, the original draft had no such thing. So this is really a much better approach. But the problem, and we've seen with regulations like this, is that the way the regulation was stated, it really almost punishes, and I know some of the other speakers have said this, it punishes the people who've been working on water efficiency over the years. And so the people who are the most inefficient, it makes it the easiest for them to comply. So I think a better approach would be to specify an allowable amount of water per acre, and then let the farmers figure out how to maximize the production they can get from that amount. So we know from all the GSP work that it takes 22 to 23 inches of water per year on a typical alfalfa field. So if you make a reduction to some smaller amount, and you say, okay, here's what you can pump, and of course we have to have metered wells and everything, then that makes the incentives all correct. Everybody's incentivized to move toward maximum efficiency to make the best use of the water. And I think that's a much better way of regulating water use under this context than the current form. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Jobson. I appreciate your good comments and look forward to actually continued discussion. And I know that Fish and Wildlife and our partners on the federal side too are interested in making sure that we are using best available science. And I know that part of our challenge certainly this year is just the quick and rapid pace that we've had to come up with our curtailment orders this year. But again, what we're committed to is continuing to improve not just our understanding, but recommendations and the work that we're doing here. And I think we have a real opportunity coming into the year ahead to just keep the momentum here all together to ensure that we are having our best collective understanding and that it's feeding the same decision making amongst us. I think what's really critical here is there are common outcomes that we can measure, we can see response, and I think importantly we can build trust amongst all the water users to be able to have a better system of water rights administration here going into the future that helps us manage what is obviously with climate going to continue to be less and need to maximize our opportunities here. So I just really appreciate the great engagement and discussion and comments that you provided here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chicazola, I see your hand, you have your hand raised, and I apologize. I did see earlier, Craig Tucker, you had your hand raised as well. Do you have time constraints or otherwise can call on you here? I think we're getting close to where you are here on the list. Okay, I see that.
No, I'm sorry. I lowered mine.
Oh, you lowered it. Okay, thank you. And just giving a moment for Mr. Tucker in case, I imagine maybe he was trying to comment on something. I apologize, Mr. Tucker.
No, I'm sorry. I think I was bored and playing with my Zoom interface.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure and check. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Next, we can move on then to Jack Rice, who will be followed by Ryan Walker.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Jack Rice. I work with farmers and ranchers in Siskiyou County on water issues, and particularly right now adapting to the drought. I'll begin by saying, like many others, water users wish the drought wasn't here and wish these regulations were not an issue. I'm focused on what farmers and ranchers can do in light of both of these realities. I'll begin by thanking the staff. They worked hard on creating some creative language that achieves the goals of the regulations in a way that also includes a path forward for voluntary cooperative solutions that are feasible for farmers and also will be effective for fish. We have concerns all that you've heard before about flows, but we look forward to that process that's there. I also think CDFW staff, they've been available, engaging and constructive in discussions, and I look forward to that continuing. It's not easy, and we certainly don't agree on everything, but everyone's been constructive. That's really key. So voluntary actions, they're underway right now. People are shutting off wells as they finish one cutting and aren't irrigating again. We'll continue to expand that work for the 2021 irrigation season, but it's abundantly clear that we need to prepare for another dry year and what the 2022 irrigation season might look like. We certainly hope rain removes that need, but it's something we need to prepare for. So just to that end, I want to emphasize just how important it is to keep that path in the regulations that allows for those feasible and effective voluntary actions. The proposed regulations are pretty frightening prospect for many water users, but they do include that opportunity to find the solution that can work with the least harm to the farms and the most benefit for the fish. Getting that balance right is going to take a lot of work. We hope the board and staff and CDFW, we understand you're committed to continuing that, and we thank you for that. There are a couple issues. I'm not going to go into detail. They've been discussed that we're grappling with. I just want to reiterate that. The first is the flows issue. We're struggling to understand whether we're trying to go back to pre-70 conditions or if we're trying to achieve belly scraping flows during the extreme droughts in the 2020s. We've seen the species successfully complete their life cycle over the past 20 years. It flows below the recommendations, and we're just trying to understand that. I think Dr. Harder's work and what Sari mentioned are key to that discussion as it moves forward. Also touch briefly on the water reductions. As Tom mentioned, the 30% number and how that affects those water users that have already been efficient is worth some discussion and additional consideration and how that'll play out. And also thinking about the water year, if it's a year that's maybe not wet enough for the regulations to go away, but it's not as bad. Is there flexibility there for that issue? So I think really the key message we have is that we look for an ongoing commitment from the board, State Water Board staff, CDFW, to help us figure out what 2022 irrigation season might look like if it's necessary, and base that on weather conditions and biological function. One other point is that I think finding a feasible and effective path for voluntary actions, it really kind of builds on it on one year to the next. So what we're trying to do in 2021 is going to lay some foundations that will be useful for figuring out what happens in 2022 and how we can come up with a good solution there, which then serves well as a step towards SGMA implementation and long-term solutions through that and other avenues. So we're looking at this, trying to be as optimistic and work hard to find the best solution there is, but we recognize just how hard that'll be, and that this is a challenging time for everybody that relies on water, fishing communities, farmers, and as well as everyone else. So thank you for your time.
Importantly, thank you for your time, Mr. Rice. Just want to commend and acknowledge the leadership that you've really demonstrated in a lot of these discussions and helping to bring landowners and others together in the watershed in a way that can help bridge all of our common understanding, and importantly, focus us a little on the long term as well, and certainly the common outcomes that we're looking to have in our watersheds, and acknowledge that we're having to act this year. Action is required and necessary, and it can build the bridge and the trust in the collaborative discussions that are necessary for the years ahead. So to your points very, very succinctly, we do have an opportunity here to keep momentum and the right perspective on the work, which is one of a number of years here ahead of us that this year hopefully we can reflect on and see as a point that we all were able to pivot and really shift into enabling action that is based off of many years here, as we've heard, of collective work and trust building, and that here's our opportunity to go well into the next year and to the years after. So just thank you for that. It really is appreciated. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just had one question, Mr. Rice. There have been several comment letters on this issue of the baseline for the 30% reduction. And I know that there was something in the change sheet. So I just want to check in with you on that. Is that good enough at this point? Want to make sure that, people aren't penalized for their good deeds, but, we do need to pick a baseline.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Rice. Yeah, you should be able to unmute here again. There you are.
All right. Is that good? Thank you. That's a very good question. The 2020 date is a good improvement, but many water users have implemented water use efficiency changes that predate that. And so it still presents a challenge, I think, for many water users, and a potential inequity between what is expected from one person to another. I don't know what exactly the alternatives are. I think what's key is ensuring there's flexibility for the staff as they gain understanding about, what's a real reduction in pumping and what's a reasonable contribution. That would be the key, is to make sure that we have that flexibility somewhere in the process. So, yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rice. Just pause for a moment, see if there's any other comment, and we can move on to Ryan Walker then. And after that, I believe we have Rod Delsey.
Thank you, Chair Esval. My name is Ryan Walker. I am the president of the Siskiyou County Farm Bureau, and I'd like to begin by just thanking board staff. I know they put a lot of hours into this, and they've been extraordinarily available to the ag community, and we're certainly, as Mr. Rice has pointed out, and Mr. Shearing, maybe not entirely excited about the end product, but we always felt like we were heard, and that our concerns were not blown off, but really considered and put through a matrix of laws and goals and different constraints that they had. And so I just want to begin by thanking the staff on that. My comment really relates to the approval of local cooperative solutions. I mean, I think we could talk about minimum flows forever, but realistically, we want to find ways to get through this year and next year, and not have for sale signs on ranches, and try to make this all work. And I want to encourage the board to give the staff the ability to recognize past conservation efforts. And this has come up a little bit, but I just to give a little bit of background, I was happy that Mr. Pace brought up the crimp project that started 40 years ago now, and that really was, I think, one of the first, and started a whole line of different programs were attempted to have landowners find ways to save water, and landowners were asked to save water, and landowners did save water. In fact, we use dramatically less water now per acre than we were in the 70s. And that has a lot to do, as was discussed, with going to sprinkler irrigation, first to wheel lines, then to pivots, now to pivots with drops. In the Shasta Valley, we've done a lot of tailwater projects. We've piped leaky ditches. We've done a lot of things, and a lot of grounds come out of production, to be honest. If you went back to what things looked like in 1970, some of that marginal ground is just doesn't make sense anymore, and has come out of production. You could go through Grenada Irrigation District and see big swaths of land that one time were irrigated and now are not. And there's been consequences to that. I suspect some unexpected, unintended consequences. Certainly flood irrigation refilled that aquifer, refilled that groundwater recharge, as Dr. Harder talked about. We've lost some of that. We lose some of that May, April water, even early June water down to the ocean that maybe in the past would have gone into that big soil sponge we have in both valleys. And we should have some discussions about how to deal with that, how to deal with keeping water, that early spring water where we don't have a problem, into the system. But my point is, landowners have done repeatedly for 4 decades what have been asked of them through CRIMP, through TMDLs, through the Safe Harbor program, and there have been real results. As Siri points out, Coho numbers in the Scott have gone up dramatically. When I was a kid, there was no Coho in the Scott. There was no Coho in the Shasta. We had Chinook is what we had, and through the 90s and through the 2000s, we've really developed those runs. And I would hate to have a model that only looks at reducing from a percentage off 2020 act as a disincentive to doing that good work. And that was always a concern at the time, that if we do this good work and conserve water now, they're just going to come and tell us to shut it in half later. And those guys are coming by and talking to me now and saying, see, we told you when we cut our water then, they weren't going to give us credit, and they were just going to ask for us to cut some more. So for the purposes of being able to continue to get that voluntary input, that voluntary conservation, I would really ask that there be some acknowledgement that there are some farmers that are really progressive, that are really cut their water, and that should be acknowledged when it comes to how much they have to give in a voluntary collaborative agreement. And there's other farmers that, for whatever reason, may have more water they've been using recently and have an easier chance of doing that. But I'm just asking for that flexibility in the system, and I know the board certainly wants to encourage that sort of continued conservation. And thanks once again for your time and effort, and for listening to the ag community.
Yeah, Mr. Walker, really appreciate the engagement. And here again, there must be some way to better incorporate what is some fairness for what are, again, actions that some individuals have already been taking, and to I think your points, and Mr. Rice as well. It's hard to best figure out what that alternative is, but I think we're open to continuing to discuss and dialogue. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up. Oh yes, by all means, board member Firestone, please.
Maybe to the last 2 speakers, and this may be for discussion later, but we heard from some of the commenters earlier just concerns that the voluntary or cooperative agreements, that those be tied to a wet water benefit rather than, I think, a % reduction. And I'm just wondering if you all could talk more about how you see something being able to be workable around, enabling, making sure that we can enable cooperative agreements, but also being able to see some of the wetwater benefits, and maybe that's a way, finding a way to navigate this kind of fairness around efficiency that folks have invested in over time.
Certainly, I could speak to that if you'd like. I think it's very difficult, and I appreciate the desire to see real benefits in real time. But when you're asking a groundwater well to turn off, you have entered the world of models, and we don't like models any more than you guys do. And I think Dr. Harder has developed, certainly in the Scott, the most comprehensive model we know of, and that we've certainly been working on the Sigma side of the world. And we either trust the model or we don't on groundwater. Short of pumping the water into the river, which maybe there's a model for that as well. That water is, I don't know whatever the time frame is to get that subduction zone to fill, and we're talking about not pumping in August so that fall bump happens earlier in November. Really hard. It's hard for guys whose business is raising grass and cows and alfalfa to come down to a decision with. It's easy to know when you shut off a diversion what's happened. Although even there, like I say, and Mr. Pace brings up the point, we've spent a lot of time and still we're having these late season problems. And some of the things we've done have not worked the way we thought they would. We thought water conservation solved the problem, but we weren't filling up that aquifer. And, I don't know how to answer that question on groundwater other than you're going to have to pick a model to trust. And 30% is better than 0%, and 100%, puts people out of business. So we're looking to split the baby, and I appreciate that's a very difficult position.
Mr. Walker, and thank you, board member. Appreciate the discussion. Okay, next we can move on to the next commenter, which will be Rod Dose, or Dosey, apologies.
We'll just note, Chair Escobar, that we have given Rod the opportunity to unmute, and he had indicated that it was a speak if necessary only.
Okay, thank you. If you do wish to speak, just raise your hand. We can circle back to you.
And
next.
And he has raised his hand.
He has his raised hand. Okay, good.
So, Mr. Dowsey,
should be in. Yeah.
We are inviting you to unmute, which in the Zoom platform, there you go. We should be able to hear you now.
Okay. Does that work?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good. Well, I'm Rod Dowse with the Shasta Valley Resource Conservation District, and certainly want to thank the Water Board, their staff, and even the other commenters and folks from other agencies, as well as CDF&W, for example, for all the work that's gone into this, and definitely a challenging topic during a critically dry year. Most of the work that the Shasta Valley RCD does kind of follows along the Shasta Valley and the Shasta River corridor. We definitely support the concept of really pushing and having the board continue to look at collaborative and voluntary implementation of real solutions, and certainly making sure that not only those solutions make an impact, but that they have some legs and can continue. Obviously, a short-term solution, is good for the moment, but definitely striving for long-term solutions totally makes more sense. So obviously, things that we're very interested in and appreciate is the look at trying to balance within the system, and noting that there definitely is a discussion on flows and temperatures and a variety of things essential to habitat and species survival, as well as balance within the communities, be it tribal communities, be it ag communities. All of those factors definitely make a big difference. One of the things that I definitely commend the board on is actually the language within there to adjust or modify curtailments based on species being present. That's a very forward-thinking and just really a good management opportunity to put in a system that is designed to create a benefit. But definitely if, say, a species doesn't happen to be within that part of the system during that time, be able to manage around that and address either when those flows are needed or when those temperature levels are needed as well. Definitely looking at solutions that address life cycles is key. Definitely, obviously opportunities to increase flows during fish migration, as well as working to allow salmonids and other fish to migrate to colder reaches within the river. Again, very key. We'd really like to continue to partner and work not only with the board on this end, but also with the community, the ag community, as well as other conservation-minded partners to continue to make improvements. And that's really where the RCD is coming to play, is bridging part of that gap between agency and landowners to really try to make a positive and, quite frankly, long-term improvement. Things like fish passage barrier removal, those are permanent improvements within the system. They don't necessarily increase rainfall, but from the RCD perspective, we're very proud to have been part of those types of solutions that allow the system to work better, to allow habitat to be reached by those areas. So, we'd like to continue to make sure that however this proceeds, one, it's a combination of continuing to look at necessary flows, as well as tying that to temperature, because we also know that if we have 50 CFS in a reach of the river that's too warm, we also know that that can be lethal to fish as well, and certainly not create the desired benefit, if you will. The RCD definitely spends a lot of time collecting data both on flow and temperature and dissolved oxygen and a variety of aspects on the river. And we'd like to continue to play a role and be a partner in there where we can utilize that data that we're collecting and use that in a continually improving model to move forward. The final thing I'd like to say is there actually have been a lot of conservation partners along the river that have stepped up. And one of the things that still is evident is there are a lot of good projects available within the Shasta area that can create real wet flows, as was noted from Board Desire and some other speakers. And some of these tend to get bogged down in the minutia of semantics, unfortunately, at times. But the conversation is good, but definitely when the project is identified as having a real benefit with inflow results, we'd love to be able to help them move forward, because like everybody else here, we agree that moving forward quickly makes sense, as well as making sure that what we do has a long-term impact. So that's the end of my comment, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dosey. I appreciate those good comments and the continued just great collaborative work that I know is going on, and share your desire to ensure that data collection, improved information here leads us all to better decision making, and that critically it's going to take investments. Where we need investments and guided by science and information here from the 21st century about our systems is going to be really critical. And so appreciate the work that the RCD is doing and the investments that are being made as we as well look at the flow issues. And it is in tandem that we have to consider the system. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicazola.
Hi, my name is Regina Chicazola, and excuse me, my kid's home, so hopefully he just got his lunch, so hopefully he's doing all right. First of all, I want to thank you for finally taking some action to protect flows on the Scott and Shasta River. As you probably know, a lot of the Scott River is going dry right now, and there is coho being stranded at this moment. So while I'm not happy that it's taken this long, I do realize it's taken a lot of work on your side, and in the future, we will have a better setup, which I think that will actually help out farmers also, because it's good to know as a farmer what you can depend on in the year ahead and what kind of water supply you'll have in the year ahead, rather than being cut off halfway through your season. That said, I have not in the past heard so many complaints about not being able to get a fourth cutting of alfalfa. And to me, that becoming such a big issue this year seems to reek a little bit of people. I don't think there was ever enough water for a good fourth cutting of alfalfa anyway. And it feels almost like a little bit of extortion that's been brought up so many times in order to get paid for not going for a fourth cutting of alfalfa. In the past, 3 cuttings is what people have gotten, and sometimes not even that. So that, I feel like, ultimately is not something that we should consider the norm when we're dealing with these kind of things. That said, also, I wanted to also bring up, I don't think water loss of 90% in ditches for stock water is fair at all. I mean, we need to deal with water loss in these ditching situations. Some of the ditches are extremely long, and I'm not sure if there's a solution through lining ditches or moving water in different ways, but we do really need to stop dealing with this level of water loss, because like was said earlier, every CFS is needed in the river at these times. Also, I feel like we need to really think about the way groundwater is used, and obviously I support what you're putting out right now. This is what we have for this year. So a lot of my comments are based on the future and what we need to do in future years. And I hope this planning is done ahead of time, like I said, so that farmers and other people are prepared. Anyway, so that said, I also feel like we need to look at the water that's used and the amount of water that's used, and whether or not it's being used in a reasonable way, rather than just who's first in priority. Like I think the farmers brought this up several times. If someone's already saving a lot of water, but they're maybe have a junior water rights, for them to be expected to cut a lot of use out when there are people who are ultimately wasting a lot of water, but maybe have a larger water right, it'll be easier for them to save water. So both looking at the groundwater used in the unadjudicated zone and looking at unreasonable use and waste. I know I've brought that up before, but I really think ultimately we're gonna have to look at new water masters and reopening adjudications to really make this work. And I know that's a lot of work, and I'm sure the water board doesn't want to do that, but it will help people know what they have and how to plan ahead. So those are the main things I wanted to say. I do thank you all for taking action. I hope this leads to a more sustainable future in our watersheds. And I hope it really leads to us, together in a more sustainable way. And us, being able to come to some more sustainable future and voluntary together, but that's not going to happen without regulation, and it's not going to be happening without taking a hard look at water use. So again, thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Chigazola. I appreciate your comments today and sticking through today's discussion. So thank you. Next, we have Elisa Noble, who will be followed by Craig Tucker, and we will finish off public comment here with Vivian Hellowell.
Hello, Chair and members of the board. Elisa Noble here, Executive Director for the Scott Valley and Shasta Valley Water Master District. So we have been mentioned a few times today. I wanted to provide some perspective. We are a public agency created in 2007 through legislation. In 2012, the Siskiyou County Superior Court appointed the district as Deputy Water Master for the service area. We're overseen by a board of 7 directors who are elected by diversion owners. or appointed by the Siskiyou County Board of Supervisors. We currently serve 283 diversion owners with adjudicated rights to 277,599 annual acre feet of water from the Shasta River and the French Creek tributary to the Scott River. I just want to echo the comments that have been made about voluntary efforts that have already been put in place over the years. Even in the last few weeks, in the last month, there's been a fair amount of coordination, and we in fact have the wet water data, if you will, that shows the benefits of those coordinations and getting some pulse flows when they were needed at key times, et cetera. But also remind the board respectfully that there are factors besides wet water that matter. Certainly we don't want that wet water to be hot. And there are some proposals, you know, where releasing water, hot water is obviously not helpful. So again, just echoing comments to please continue to provide flexibility. You know, don't disincentivize those who've already been working proactively. Just want to thank staff. They've been really great on working with us up front. Certainly, if any kind of curtailment regulation is put in place, we're going to need to be coordinating very close. We've had a lot of initial discussions about that, but obviously a lot of pieces to still work out. The district has a ministerial duty to distribute water in accordance with the decree. We're still a little bit gray on needing the emergency reg to make clear how it supersedes or modifies the decree. And then of course, as I mentioned, just continued coordination as to, you know, what that looks like if there is a regulation. And certainly, again, appreciate the coordination so far and look forward to continuing that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noble, for your great leadership in the watershed, certainly, and the critical work that the Water Master does. And do know that we're completely committed to ensuring as we implement, should the vote and adopt the curtailments here and later adopted by Office of Administrative Law, certainly work hand in hand. And let me know personally if there are any challenges or any issues that are arising as we make sure that we have a unified implementation here and recognize just the expertise and work and leadership of your office and great work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Craig Tucker, and then last will be Vivian LOL.
Hey, this is Craig Tucker. You guys hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for your patience.
Hey, well, thank you. I appreciate Chairman and members of the board. Appreciate you attentively listening to all this testimony, talking about the Scott River. And I had a PowerPoint to present. Is that something that, there you go. So I just want to start by saying there's a lot of different fish that call the Scott River home or would like to call it home. We're talking a lot about the Southern Oregon, Northern California Coho salmon. This fish has been on the federal endangered species list since 1997. And although you can find Coho in a lot of different places in the Klamath, the Scott is used by the majority of individuals left in that ESU. So the majority of Coho salmon left on Earth try to use the Scott River at some point in their life cycle. And right now, this is what they're faced with. This photo was taken last week at Black's Bridge. That's Karuk Councilmember Troy Hockaday standing on the bridge. And what you see here is that in this area of the valley, the river is really a series of disconnected puddles, varying in size. And we've had our tribal water fishery staff snorkel these puddles and identify a variety of fish in them, including ESA listed Coho salmon. Next slide. It's really not as complicated as some speakers would have you believe. So I think a good question that was asked very early on by board member Adamo and Laurel Firestone was, so what happened in 1980? Why was it this magic thing? Well, 1980 was when the basin was adjudicated, And it followed on the heels of the epic drought of 1977. So what happened was, after the adjudication, after the drought, people really did push to develop groundwater use in the Scott Basin. And this slide kind of shows the impact of that expanded groundwater use. So the blue bars are the number of days in the calendar year that the flow at the Fort Jones gauge is below 40 CFS. And you can see there's a dramatic increase in those low flow days since 1980. Next slide. So the adjudication is fatally flawed. We know that based on Dr. Harder's work, as well as a groundwater modeling report produced by the Chinook tribe. So the black line here on this map indicates the zone of the adjudication. So there was this assertion, it's predicated on a geologic report by Mack et al. From the 50s that suggested that groundwater pumping distant from the river did not affect stream flows. Well, that's simply not true. We know that both from Dr. Harder's work as well as the work of the Chinook Tribes consulting team at SS Papadopoulos and Associates. So all those dots out there on that grid are wells that have been drilled since the adjudication beyond the zone of adjudication. So we have about 200 irrigation wells outside the zone of adjudication that are not subject to any regulatory authority whatsoever. Next slide. So if you put the number of wells, cumulative number of well permits being issued and graph that versus the number of days in a calendar year that the river dips below 40 CFS, it's all about drilling groundwater. It's all about developing groundwater use. And that's what's driven the low flows in the Scott River. So one of the questions as well, what about global warming? Well, there are some reports out there that talk about the impacts of global warming on the Scott River watershed. And so when we did our groundwater modeling report, the Groot tribe, we asked this question: what is the effect of groundwater, or excuse me, what is the effect of global warming on flows in the Scott River? Next slide. So you can actually adjust out the impacts of global warming through the modeling exercise to see how much of an impact global warming has had on the flows. And indeed, if global warming were not a thing, you would still have a significant increase in the days in any calendar year since 1980 that flows dip below 40 CFS. But if you ask yourself, well, what if I took out the developed groundwater pumping since 1980? What effect would that have? Next slide. And you get a graph that looks like this. So we think it's pretty easy to realize that the reason why the Scott River has no water in it, and indeed big stretches of the Scott River has no water in it right now, is because we've allowed the overdevelopment of groundwater use, and it's evaded the regulations that should have come with an adjudication. So what I hope is going to happen with these new rules and regulations is you're going to go to these groundwater users first, because when I read the adjudication or read your rules and regulations, it looks like you're going after adjudicated water users first. But that would really grant these groundwater pumpers a senior water right, which is not the intention, is not appropriate. So the first people that should be curtailed here are the last people who develop their water, and that is groundwater users. Next slide. So I'm going to end on this slide, and this is an old slide. It goes up to 2014, but it kind of gets to this economics question. And so what I show here is a Google Earth satellite picture of Scott Valley in 2012, which is a pretty normal water year, in 2014, which is a drought. And what I'm telling you, you can see it right here, is the cropping patterns. And this is from August. The cropping pattern is the same whether it's a normal water year or a wet year. They grow the same amount of hay, whether it's a wet year, dry year, whatever kind of year, they grow the same amount of hay because there's no regulations on their water use. But the price of alfalfa goes up during a drought because everyone else in Northern California is being regulated. Other people are having trouble with water development for their developed water resources. These guys keep growing alfalfa whether it rains or not. And the price per ton of alfalfa goes up. This has allowed hay farmers in the Scott Valley to effectively be disaster capitalists. When the fisheries are suffering, when Glenn Spain's constituents can't go do commercial fishing, when Karuk fishermen can't fish, when Yurok fishermen can't fish, when sports fishermen can't fish, these guys are still cutting hay, and they're making more money in drought years than they are in normal years because the price of hay goes up. So the economic analysis should go back and look at these kinds of trends and the price of hay and the amount of hay being sold over time in wet and dry years when we look at what the impact on the public trust is, because I do know that public trust evaluates impacts on economic factors. So I think I'm just going to stop right there. The last thing I would just say is we did produce last week a new report. It's a fish production modeling report by BioStream Services, Larry Lestelle up in Seattle. And it's called an Ecosystem Diagnostic and Treatment Model. And what it is, kind of like a groundwater model where you look at the different features that make watersheds productive, and you use them to tell you what you could change or what you can do to enhance fish productivity. And it looks at the current situation on the Scott versus the historical situation on the Scott and make some judgments about fish productivity. The take-home conclusion of this report is that based on current trends, Coho will be extinct in the Scott Valley by 2040, if not sooner, unless significant things are changed, unless we have a significant shift in how we manage the place. We think this groundwater model or the EDT report gives us an important tool. So if we ask ourselves, if we invest restoration dollars, if we choose restoration actions, where's our biggest benefit per effort or biggest bang for our buck? And we think that model can be used to help us answer those kinds of questions. And we're interested in collaborative approaches that do that. But if you go back to that first slide, turns out fish need to be wet. And there's a lot of places in the Scott River right now where they can't be wet, but there's plenty of hay out there in the Scott River that's wet right now. So I'll stop right there and see if people have any questions.
Thank you. Really appreciate it, Mr. Tucker. I continue to feel that this is that moment that we can really lean in, if you will, and reconcile our systems in a way that gives justice to what are longstanding challenges that we face in our watersheds. But I think that collectively we can all commit to just acknowledging that we're a bit out of time, that the climate crisis is here, that the situation and circumstances in our watershed is growing all the more critical to address, and especially in these drought conditions, and to prepare even for those opportunities where there is water moving to replenish and then otherwise really just better reconcile what are these challenges in our watershed. So I just appreciate your continued engagement and collaboration in that space. It's going to be well needed in the weeks and months and certainly years ahead, and have been. And so thank you. Any questions from fellow board colleagues or thoughts here? Again, I know we continue to discuss again both the model that can potentially be used here to better understand groundwater interactions in the Scott Valley. But I think just thank you. Appreciate that then. I'll go next to Vivian Hellawell, and that'll be our last speaker.
Chair Esquivel and board members, I want to thank all of you and your staff and the department for the hard work that you've been doing and for stepping up to address this situation in the Scott and Shasta rivers. It's late, but it's a first step, and I hope that these our understanding will improve and lead to longer term water in the river. The importance, I'm with a commercial fishing family on the coast. We fish in the ocean for salmon. And I fished out of Fort Bragg for 20 years when the fishing was really good, into the 90s. We watched it all go down. I watched hundreds of small family businesses go out of business with no equity because you can't sell a boat when there's no fishing allowed. So the Klamath Zone in the ocean from into Oregon and down the coast has been closed mostly for 35 years. And we've been restricted from fishing on Coho, which though they were part of our catch, and we did like to eat them because they didn't pay much for them. You could hardly turn around and sell a beautiful Coho barbecue salmon for $1 a pound and then go buy hamburger for $2.50 a pound. So we did eat them as a healthy local food that was a heart healthy part of the coastal diet. It was and still is an important part of the coastal economy of these fishing dependent communities. We need not just these fish to recover to where they're a viable population, and a few hundred fish is barely a viable population that can continue, but we need also a harvestable surplus for commercial sport and tribal fisheries on the coast. I agree with Chris Schuring that a food supply needs water, and these fish are a high value food supply. The baseline really for a flourishing watershed was in 1850 when the Scott Valley was called Beaver Valley. Before gold and before the mining of the gold and the beaver, we had a flourishing watershed there that unraveled. The water from those little dams, maybe similar to what I heard today about the flood irrigation, because I know we're not going back to Beaver Valley, but the benefits of holding that water back, recharged the groundwater and insulated the water, kept it cooler in the summer and warm enough for the fish in the winter. So these fish are, these fish stocks are livestock, and water for livestock is also water for fish livestock. Food security on the coast relies on these fish, and they have a much lower carbon footprint than flying in fish from somewhere else. I agree with the comments about having a water masters and restoring the tributaries and flows in the tributaries, about rewarding efficient users and providing resources for people who are going through economic difficulty because of the drought and because of these restrictions. I agree with David Wells, who said that saying that where there are no fish provides a perverse incentive, and you need to be very careful not to create legal wording, because there were fish there and there could be. Now, Solomon was said to be a wise man because he knew that if you split the baby, you kill the baby. And so he gave the baby to the mother, who said, don't split the baby, give it to her. That pretty much wraps up my comments. You know, we need to have really a robust recovery of these fish. And I thank the Water Board for stepping up and providing some regulation, even though it's painful and difficult for people to adjust their businesses. I hope that the government will help them get through this rough time too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hallowell. I appreciate your good comments. And again, just thank you, much appreciated. Colleagues, board members, would anyone like to begin something of kind of tick through, not unlike we've done with our previous adoptions? Maybe we can coalesce around some issues that we're wanting further information about or response from our staff. And then importantly, if there are any changes or areas where you're going to want language changes or thoughts there, do flag those as well. But I always seem to kick off, so I'll leave the space to you all to actually start in for us. So Board Member Firestone, please.
I'll just mention a couple. like I said, I would like to, I mean, I think we want to enable cooperative agreements. Certainly, I do want to understand the 30% reduction link and how we're going to ensure some link to wet water benefits, maybe rather than just pure efficiency, and what kind of data or showing we're looking at for that. If I can just get more details, and also just how we came up with that number and its linkage to wet water benefits. I want to understand, or I'm concerned a little bit about the comments around consultation around cooperative agreements. I think if we are ensuring, I understand these things are really fast, we want to move quickly, but we also, I think it ultimately speeds the process and builds on better work in the for long-term cooperative agreements and improvements if there is consultation and involvement, certainly consultation with tribes, but also other local stakeholders. I think that's just the kind of expectation around cooperative agreements that we would want to be encouraging and ensuring happens in some way. I think it also would improve our workload if folks have already worked through issues with locals, rather than waiting for us to go through it and then deal with objections from stakeholders. That doesn't seem very efficient or the best outcomes. I guess my other big question is really more just, I would love to have staff just touch a little bit on this, what we're doing on how we're supporting or expecting to move forward around kind of the non-emergency work. In Streamflow work, I know that's not the focus of this, but it's also really clear how necessary it is and how much we are in a different reality. So I just would like staff to touch on that a little bit, and also touch a little bit on the ideas around local water masters being able to help administer and enforce some of this. So those are the main things I have, I would say at this point.
Board member. Others? And if you want, we can just go ahead and address some of those questions now by Ms. Mergazi, instead of, we'd probably end up collecting quite a few at the end. I share the 30% questions with Board Member Firestone. So yeah, I think go ahead and responding now is probably best, and then other board colleagues can chip in, plus up if they have concerns around it, or reflect further comment, and then otherwise start adding other items after that. So thank you.
Okay, so maybe I'll start at the end and sort of work my way backwards with the 4 items that I captured, and then if I didn't get anything, Board Member Firestone, please let me know what I missed. And I'm going to ask for Dan Worth to chime in on the 30% item towards the end. So, or anybody else who wants to chime in and provide additional support. So first of all, Erin Mergazi, an Assistant Deputy Director in the Division of Water Rights. And with respect to the Water Master, I'm really glad that Ms. Noble was able to speak with us today. We do want to continue to engage with the Water Master to figure out how best to work together moving forward, not only on enforcement, but just our understanding of how the emergency regulation and adjudication crossover and ongoing management in these watersheds. It's a great asset to have a Water Master in the watershed and to have engagement and collaboration with them. So I do want to point out there was a discussion about additional water master services being desired in the Scott watershed more specifically. We cannot require a water master. Those water masters were actually, the right word is not, no longer in those watersheds because the water users no longer wanted to retain those services. So I think that would require something beyond the water board for those changes to be made, and something that folks should pursue outside of the water board if they're interested in that. I do think that they provide a great way for water to be managed at the local scale consistently.
And Mr. Ghazi, if I recall correctly, I thought I heard mention that it was partly due to a withdrawal of funding from the state legislature, and then a lack of desire or ability, or whichever it may be, to keep funding those positions. And so I appreciate that, and would just add that.
Yeah, there used to have DWR did some of that work as well in some of those watersheds, is my understanding. The non-emergency flow work, we have ongoing work in the Shasta watershed as part of the California Water Action Plan. And as you know, in May, we received a letter from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife with recommended flows for the Scott River and a request to start a long-term flow setting process. As you noted, those have sort of been shelved temporarily with the recognition that we are focused on this year in this drought and trying to make a path forward in these two watersheds. We do have a provision in the therefore be it resolved portion of the resolution that recognizes the desire to continue with those long-term efforts once we move beyond this current drought emergency that's in front of us. So it is still in our brains and in our minds, but a little bit more distant than right before us right now. Then with the cooperative solutions and agreements and the desire for those to be out for comment and consultation, we are intending to put those out publicly as soon as we get them. So post them on our website and make them available to folks to provide us with feedback. And we can flag those for specific individuals if they'd like us to, so that they can provide feedback in a more timely fashion and not have to check back all the time. We can just have a list of folks that want to engage and sort of track those so that we can have a more comprehensive engagement on the cooperative solutions as they come in a dialogue. I do agree, Board Member Firestone, that it would be great if people could reach out to parties that are interested in participating in local cooperative solutions or tracking them and providing engagement in them, so that that happens before it comes to us and we end up in the middle of a conversation about what's appropriate. So I think that's also something we could put on our webpage about parties that would like to be involved in the development of those local cooperative solutions, maybe one for the Scott and one for the Shasta, recognizing there are different parties that are interested in that type of engagement. So I think there are viable ways to hopefully get early and good engagement that allows us to move quickly at the same time, given where we're at and the desire to get voluntary efforts in place as soon as possible, because the sooner they're in place, the more beneficial they would be. I think there's also a good need to recognize different types of voluntary efforts. Those people who are self-curtailing before we issue a curtailment order, I don't think that requires a lot of engagement or input. We can pretty much say, those are good to go. You're not going to get a curtailment order. We will track those, we will post those, but I don't think those need the same level of cooperation and coordination, given those people are just doing something proactively and will not be part of our curtailment process at that point in time. So then I'm going to move to the 30% unless there's any desire to talk about any of those other items. Okay, so with respect to the 30%, there's sort of two different items. One is, where did the 30% come from? And then the second one is, how do we deal with 30% when we've got people who have already made efficiencies in their agricultural practices? When we initially added this provision, we had language in there that said this year. So you need a 30% net reduction against this year. that means 2021. And if we have curtailments or people have already taken proactive steps, then we don't want to have those be the benchmark by which they're reducing 30%. So based upon our conversation with folks who raised that to us, we went with 2020. We felt 2020 was a good year because it's last year, it's closer. Hopefully the data is available. I think the problem with selecting any period of time is that you have to have data to support a 30% reduction. So that needs to be part of the proposal that's coming forward. I also want to note there's this concern about, people who have been doing the right thing and put in efficiencies, sort of not being able to benefit from this. And in some respect, that is the case, but I think that the way that it is drafted allows more flexibility than that. And the reason I think it provides more flexibility is because in order for that provision to go into place, we're looking at 400 acres, making that 30% net reduction. So we're looking for multiple farms or people to come together to make that 30% reduction. So maybe you have someone who's more efficient coming together with someone who's less efficient. If they can show that 30% net reduction, they would qualify for that voluntary solution. It is a voluntary option. It's not something that people have to do, but it is something we put out there based upon people wanting that desire. The reason we haven't, just said you can show 30% from 5 years ago is because we're trying to show a change in water use, right? We want to see more water in stream. And if we're looking back 5 years, that's not providing a difference between this year and, next year, which is when we want to see the water in the stream. So just some thoughts there. Where did the 30% come from? I'm going to let Dan Worth get into the details associated with that. I think he might even have some slides or information to put up to talk about that a little bit. Any questions though before we turn it over to Dan? Okay, Dan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, if the board clerk could pull up the Scott River tables and figures that I emailed, I think that could be helpful. And okay, that's good to go. So we're not going to focus on that right away, but that's up there as we get through this. So as Dr. Harder mentioned, there's a Scott Valley groundwater model that's been used. It's been developed over the past several years and been used for the Sigma effort. As he mentioned, the Sigma effort is just now releasing some of the information. And so we've tried to make use of some of the model runs that have been done in the past or up, to this date and time. And some of those model runs evaluated what would happen if groundwater was stopped, if pumping of groundwater for alfalfa was stopped in July, and what would happen if groundwater pumping for alfalfa was stopped in August. And there's a couple of different scenarios related to dates in July and different dates in August. And part of the outputs of those scenarios are what would happen to surface flows in September, October, November, December. And what some of those model scenarios told us, or what they showed, was that if you stop pumping groundwater in July, you can see a benefit in the fall as early as October. If you stop pumping groundwater for alfalfa in August, potentially you don't see a benefit in October. And I'm specifically talking about dry years. In wet years, you do see some benefits under July cutoffs and August cutoffs. But during dry years, you really need to start shutting groundwater pumping off earlier in the season. And just a couple notes about those scenarios. They were focused on groundwater pumping. They were focused on alfalfa, and they were not focused on, a curtailment scenario where surface waters would also be shut off. And so Alfalfa is about half of the irrigated crops in the watershed, and alfalfa is largely irrigated by groundwater. The other half of the irrigated crops in the watershed is pasture, and there's some miscellaneous other crops, but those are the two big crop types, pasture and alfalfa. Alfalfa is largely groundwater irrigated, and pasture is largely surface water irrigated. And so they were looking at, these scenarios that cut off groundwater pumping for alfalfa, so about half the acreage in the watershed. And so what we gathered from that is, if you shut off pumping of groundwater, or some volume of pumping of groundwater, in July or August, you can see some benefit in the fall. And I also want to start just talking about some of these tables. And I think hopefully people can see that. Make mine a little bigger here. So what we did, or how we projected curtailments, was we looked at recent dry years, and the average of the recent dry years is that dark blue line on this figure. This water year is the orange line on this figure. And so we assumed that if we have another dry winter, potentially we see flows similar to the dark blue line and potentially the orange line on this figure. So those flows could happen next year. And from this figure, we were able to estimate projected shortfalls. So how much short of the red line are these projected or forecasted flows? What's the difference between the red line, which is the emergency flow recommendation from CDFW and proposed requirement? So what's the difference between that red line and our projected flows? In the Scott River specifically, we used the orange line from September through the end of December as our forecast, because we wanted to assume essentially a worst case scenario. If we have a repeat of what we saw last fall, again this fall, that's the shortfall between the red line and the orange line. Next year, we use the average of the dry water years, which is the blue line, to project shortfalls. And so if you scroll down to the first table, it's on the next page, I believe. On this table, we show the top row is the emergency minimum flows. And the next row is the average forecasted flows. And then we have a row for number of shortfall days for that each month. And then we have the average daily forecasted shortfall. And if you scroll down to the next table, we can look at those forecasted shortfalls in comparison to average daily surface demand, average daily irrigation groundwater demand. So the groundwater demand is just from irrigation data from the Scott Valley model. There's potentially some other domestic groundwater pumping that's occurring that we're not accounting for here. And then at the bottom row is the average daily total demand. So we're focused on a couple different things. We're focused on the shortfalls, but we're also interested in the relationship of those shortfalls to surface water demands and groundwater demands. And I'll talk a little bit now about how we arrived at the 30%. If you look at the August groundwater demand, the September, October, November, December groundwater demands, those demands are approximately 30% of the total groundwater pumping for the year. And so we also looked at the surface water demands in relation to those forecasted shortfalls. And those surface water demands are large enough in much of the year to potentially cover much of the shortfall. We do realize that this groundwater, if the groundwater levels are pumped low, potentially the surface demands goes, or some of the surface flows go subsurface and maybe don't make it to the gauge. And so part of our strategy was to try to get or offer a pathway for some of the groundwater pumpers to voluntarily reduce their water use by 30%, which again was that August, September, October groundwater pumping, and provide them a pathway to make that voluntary reduction in their groundwater pumping. And I think, you know, in some of the models that Dr. Harder talked about, their scenarios assumed 100% alfalfa irrigation shut off either in July or August, and they looked at how that translated to flow in September, October, November, December. And again, that was just for alfalfa irrigation. Alfalfa is about half the acreage in the watershed, pasture is about the other half, and alfalfa is largely groundwater irrigated. And so we feel if there was a reduction in that volume of water of August, September, October from groundwater pumping, that we will see some contribution to in-stream flows later in the year and potentially throughout the summer. We did want to provide some flexibility of how that 30% groundwater pumping reductions occurred, instead of making it a requirement, just, you know, 100% requirement in August, September, October. We said let's offer a pathway that allows that volume of water to be spread out across multiple months instead of just in those months. And so just, I think, looking at the surface water demands in relation to the forecasted flows, that just gives you some perspective on potentially what could be contributed from surface water flows and also groundwater pumping. And I think one of the things that we'll need to work through as we move into next year is continuing to work on model scenarios, maybe that represent true curtailment scenarios. You know, as Dr. Harder talked about, the groundwater scenarios, or the modeling scenarios, have been largely focused on groundwater pumping and groundwater scenarios, and don't take into account things like stock water diversions in the fall that can be substantial in the Scott River. So if those were reduced as part of this regulation, there's additional water that could contribute to fall flows. And also just some of the other surface water curtailments that potentially happen as part of this regulation will be contributing to these surface flows. And so maybe Aaron, you could add anything if I missed anything. Hopefully that was somewhat helpful. I guess just to wrap up, and you know, some of the other scenarios Dr. Harder talked about was the kind of a natural vegetation scenario. What would happen if there was no diversions in the watershed? And as he talked about, you know, that gives you an estimate of what unimpaired flows may be in the watershed. Just some notes about that. You know, again, that's not necessarily a curtailment scenario. It's assuming that there's, you know, if you, in place of irrigated crops, there is native vegetation that's well established, and that well established native vegetation has roots that tap into the groundwater, and there's assumptions about root depth and also water use from that native vegetation. And so, you know, we don't really have a great curtailment scenario to look at in the model. And I think that's one thing we hope to do, is to try to work with UC Davis over the next few months and try to, you know, if we have time and contracting resources, try to run some scenarios that can be useful for next year's curtailments. So thanks. Aaron, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thanks, Dan. I really appreciate you going through that. I do want to point out what Dan mentioned is, you know, we have had conversations with Dr. Harder in preparation of this regulation and trying to make use of the runs that he's already put together for other purposes. And that was really beneficial, I think, for us. And we are hoping some of the drought contracting expediency that's been put in the governor's proclamation, we can take advantage of to get a contract in place with UC Davis to further those efforts moving forward. But I do want to point out, you know, there's this, we have had a lot of conversation today about the ability to achieve these flows. And I think one of the things that Dr. Harder's model does show is that the earlier you curtail in this system, the more benefit you are going to see for the fish. And we are at a disadvantage. It is now the middle of August. It would be wonderful if we already had curtailments in place, and we don't if the flows aren't being met. I should say have curtailments in place if the flows are not being met, when the flows are not being met, because we really aren't getting that advantage of starting earlier in the season. So we have the connection later, occurring later, but earlier in the process. So I think, I don't know, and as we said in our presentation, whether we will get the flows to rebound right away. But we do know if we do nothing, the fish will be at a severe disadvantage this year. We've seen that in past drought years. And we do know from CDFW, like they said in their, I think it was their bare minimum slide, every CFS counts. Every CFS getting towards that minimum is important. It may allow not all of the fish that are there to make it up, but some subset of them that will allow the whole cohort not to be lost this year. So we are doing the best we can given where we are this year. And we don't know how it's going to shake out in the end, but we do know if we take no action, the fish really are going to be in a really miserable spot. So I will turn it back to board members to ask other questions. But I did want to say that that's how we used a lot of the information from the Harder model that we could, was as Dan explained it, and in recognizing how things might shape out this year.
Thank you, Mr. Magazi, and thank you, Mr. Worth. And important to note that, again, we didn't completely disregard Mr. Harder's work. I know some felt that we didn't use the model at all in our work, and it helped try to best inform. And I appreciate the note, Mr. Magazi, that there's an opportunity to specifically contract further with UC Davis and get some additional model runs and work that are a little more applicable. And I appreciate Mr. Worth's note, and did note it when Mr. Harder presented to us that his point that he was making was one that would have replaced otherwise what is the current use of the water for alfalfa and other purposes, with an assumption that natural riparian and other corridors would establish themselves and be extracting, if you will, through evapotranspiration, ET, at some other amount. And again, there is no, those established trees and riparian corridors aren't there, so less applicable in a curtailment scenario. But let's dig into that further and see what benefit there is in being able to better model out curtailment scenarios with the tool that's being developed on the Sigma side. Vice Chair.
Sorry, can I just clarify?
Yeah,
that I know I don't want to jump in. I just want to make sure I can get clarity on my question. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding, are we saying that you can do a cooperative agreement if you show that there will be 30% reduction from last year, and the benefit will be sort of the I don't know if wet water benefit is the right term, but that it will be the same as if you curtailed it otherwise in our regulation, and it wouldn't hurt other legal users? I think I'm starting to be confused about whether we are actually requiring cooperative agreements to show that benefit that would be equal or greater than what they would otherwise need to do for under the curtailment order. I think, Aaron, you're on mute.
No, now you're on mute, Aaron. Sorry.
I was on mute on phone and on Zoom, you know. So now I'm unmuted, hopefully. And I'm glad I was on video so you could tell me I'm muted. So it's a great question. I think it's an important point to spend some time on. We added a new type of local cooperative solution. And this is unique to only groundwater. Because we see a lag in groundwater, the provision was developed such that you could make sort of this year-round reduction in water that would allow for that lag to be seen sort of progressively as we moved forward. We couldn't do that for surface water because it wouldn't provide, surface water sort of provides that instantaneous, like it's either in the stream or it's not in the stream at that point in time. So you can't reduce anything sort of preemptively. But we're saying from a groundwater perspective, because you have that lag, we're allowing folks to reduce 30%. And it's only folks that can come together with an agreement of 400 acres or more to show a net reduction in the Scott of 30% or a net reduction in the Shasta of 15%. And it's a year-round net reduction, but then also a specific reduction. That 30% or 15% needs to be fully met during the summer season. So it has to be a net, but then we have to see those reductions during the summer season. So you might reduce, you know, less in certain times of year, but you have to meet that 30% or more during the summer season moving into the fall, because that's when we definitely need to make sure that people are diverting less from groundwater, and that water will be seen later in stream when it's needed to support the fall flows. I should say the other reason that we are allowing this option for groundwater is because groundwater, and this is only for overlying groundwater users that are the most senior. So overlying groundwater users are the most senior. They're the last group that would be curtailed as part of any curtailment process. And so seeing them take early actions, regardless of whether they are going to be curtailed or not, or would be curtailed or not, provides that benefit upfront into the system. I don't know if that addressed your question or not. But
I think so. Just is the discussion about continuing to work with Dr. Herder in that model related to needing to better understand how that timing and those reductions would result in stream flows, or, you know, what we would expect those benefits to be. I guess when I was looking at the model results in these sort of scenarios, it seemed like there was some, you know, what I would think would be cooperative agreement options in terms of the scenarios that some had much greater benefits than others. And, you know, that obviously we've talked about the timing matters, but a lot of it, it just seems like we have more ability to understand that whether cooperative, whether we have a good basis to predict that that cooperative agreements would result, you know, that those actions in the cooperative agreements would result in the kind of outcomes that we or benefits that we're trying to support here. So I guess I'm still just, are we planning on being able to use that model to better evaluate or understand what the outcomes would be? It seems like what we're going, and I get we're trying to move quickly, we're late on where we need to be. So is it, you know, it seems like we're just doing kind of a quick, crude, let's get something going for now, but it does seem like we have this tool that could help address some of these nuances and even unintended consequences that we've seen over time in terms of people making what seem like, you know, important improvements and efficiencies, but maybe not having the kind of benefits that we need to see in terms of what water.
Yeah,
Sorry
I
if
see
you're still not understanding, so feel free
No.
to-
I see the work with Mr. Harder, Dr. Harder being multifold. First, I do think it helps us drill down more into these questions. As mentioned, a true curtailment scenario has not been run. So trying to, I mean, all models have problems, right? But trying to be able to project exactly what's going to happen or be closer to what's going to happen until we are able to have the types of scenarios in the model itself, we can only make educated guesses based upon the scenarios that have been run as to what the outcome would be. We want to get our staff trained up on the model. We want to get the surface water component more integrated so that surface water actions are looked at as well as groundwater actions. It's really focused on groundwater actions because it's supporting SGMA and things. We want like a comprehensive set of scenarios that addresses, you know, what might happen with both things being integrated fully and having our staff be able to, you know, run scenarios so that we can do things in more real time and be better poised to make recommendations and look at what the outcomes would be of various scenarios. So I think it would be a win-win situation for not only the board, but also Dr. Harder and the SGMA process to have that more comprehensive view and ability to run alternative scenarios as well. And yes, we are doing the best we can with the information we have right now. I guess that's the bottom line.
Thank you, Ms. Fugazi. Vice Chair.
Thank you. So I'd like to just start off by thanking a whole lot of people. This has been a quick process, but incredibly intense. And I just want to thank all of our staff. I didn't just have one briefing or two, but there were lots of questions that I had in between briefings, and staff was always willing to meet after hours and be very responsive. So thank the whole team for your work, your good work on this. I also want to thank Chuck Bonham, Director Bonham, for his leadership in this. I think that, you know, on an action like this, that, you know, we don't have 100% solid information upon which to rely, but we've got these extreme conditions for the fish. And then we have, you know, growers and fishermen and tribes, and there's just a lot of suffering to go around. And I think that some of the good discussions earlier this year started with the leadership of Director Bonham in reaching out to some of the larger growers to see what they could do to step up, and then also seeking some additional funding to kind of grease things, you know, to move along. And then I felt like that helped to, you know, kind of have a little bit of a shift in the community, in the agricultural community, more openness to talk about these issues and to, you know, at first looking at the flow numbers, and then, you know, eventually folks just really focusing on cooperative agreements. And so thanks to, you know, the ag community and really good leaders there. And then thank you to the NGO community. I appreciate that earlier this year when we were talking about fish flows and cold water temperatures in Shasta, we received, you know, a lot of people from this area, from the Klamath Basin, coming in to share their thoughts about Shasta, but then also really encouraging us to do something that they asked of us a long time ago. And so spending some additional time for me with the NGO community has been just really helpful, and I'm grateful for all of those discussions. I'm looking more to next steps, and thank you, Mr. Ghazi and Mr. Worth, for kind of teeing things off for the next discussions and how the hydrology and the expected responses through improved modeling. And I did spend some time with Dr. Harder, and I do appreciate your commitment to work with him and also his commitment to work with you all. But then, of course, there's other models out there. And so I'm looking at resolution number 6, therefore be it resolved, where we have some language here that we're going to be directing staff to continue to work with CDFW to evaluate and refine the drought minimum in-stream flows. And I'd like for us to take a look at this a little bit more, because yes, we need to work with CDFW, but we need to be working with these other stakeholders, you know, the NGOs, the ag community, Shasta Valley, RCD, UC Davis, the GSA. And I know we're receiving the recommendations from CDFW, but this is just super complicated. And I think that there are a lot of really good resources out there that we could tap into to improve the information. You know, I'm really looking at next year and hoping that we can have some answers to these questions. I am not comfortable on the minimum flows. I have a lot of questions in my mind as to whether or not we can hit those targets, especially, you know, recognizing the caveats that Dr. Harder had, but it doesn't seem that for groundwater anyway, in some consideration of surface, that we could necessarily expect to see a response in August or September. What really is going to matter is that the precipitation in the fall and how much sooner we could see a response on connectivity. And so one of the things that does concern me is that, you know, these numbers do mean something to everyone in the community. And I think it's important for us to improve upon those numbers if we find some additional information. And I'm not seeing necessarily that there is this connection between what we can achieve and the minimum flows, because those minimum flows are biologically driven for what's best for the fish. And it doesn't appear that we necessarily have information on what is achievable. And I think it's important for us to have both pieces of information. And so I'm committed to being supportive and moving forward. But I also feel strongly that these are issues that I want to continue, that I think we should all, you know, want to continue to work on. And so I'd feel better if we took a look at the resolve clause on number 6 to expand upon not just the minimum in-stream flows, but gathering additional information on the hydrology. And, you know, I don't want to make any recommendations there. Mr. Ghazi, between you and OCC, maybe, you know, assuming that there is support from my colleagues, that we could come up with some language that's consistent with the commitment that you've already stated anyway, going forward. And then the other piece was, you know, maybe even looking at number 7, it may not be necessary, but we're not going to just be working with stakeholders on voluntary agreements and avoiding curtailments. We want to be working with them, of course, on the longer term process here, and then on that other information that we've been talking about. So, you know, I'd be open to any changes in that as well. And looking here at the list, I'm comfortable with where you've landed here on the cooperative agreements and that 30%. I think that, you know, I'm mainly concerned, as I know Board Member Firestone mentioned this too, administration, implementation, enforcement. It's a long ways away from Sacramento, and I know we've got the regional board that we're working with, but I think that if we can really get good cooperation from the community, it's going to help us to be able to implement this. And so for me, it's really more of making this cultural shift and getting the commitment from the local stakeholders to be engaged and undertake these actions. And then I think that that's going to help us, you know, as we go forward with implementation. I'd like to see what we could do on Water Master. I wouldn't recommend any changes to this regulation, but next year going forward, just posing a question. What about agreement to enter into Water Master services as part of a VA? You know, just looking for ways that we can incentivize some of the good work that we can get, again, you know, on the ground good work and more helpful for us going forward. You know, any way that we could possibly incentivize Water Masters. And then, of course, I agree with what the chair already said about funding. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. What continues to come to mind, and I think, yes, less for this project, is though just a better understanding of where all we do have Water Masters. How many did we have? And, you know, sounding like there may be a bit of an atrophy. I know that, yeah, there are some other watersheds that are maybe losing Water Master services, or those transitioning from other agencies, and getting a better handle on that generally may be worthwhile, just as a note. So thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Great discussion so far, and just echo all the comments that have already been shared with the accolades for all the work that's been done over the past year plus here, working with all the stakeholders and staff here and getting to this point today, which I feel like a broken record because I've said this so many times in the recent months, but I wish we were here sooner, being able to make these informed decisions, but we're here now, and that's the important thing. So, you know, generally speaking, I'm comfortable. I'm very appreciative of all of the thought and attention to detail around the areas of solutions, around flexibility, you know, around acknowledging that we don't know everything here. Clearly, I think there's more questions than answers where we sit here today. And I think all sides admit to that. So, you know, I think we were going over questions. So one question I would have is talking about administering these curtailments and the real world implications here for the water users, the growers that are impacted. What happens if we greatly overshoot the curtailments and curtail way more than is needed to meet the minimum in-stream flows? And on the other side, what if we greatly undershoot? How do you envision, you know, the coming months here, this process working in the real world for these folks, and communicating that and advising them that heads up, you know, this is coming. Looks like we might have to go to the next tranche of diverters or the priority class. This is a really both watersheds are very complicated with the adjudications, riparian right holders and the groundwater users. This is the first time we've ever, as far as I know, potentially curtailed groundwater users anywhere in the state. So this is a huge deal, and I don't take lightly anything here. I'm familiar with water rights law, and the overlying water rights for groundwater pumping is a correlative system. And at the same time, I think flexibility and the whole notion of the time lag and all these issues that I think hopefully Sigma will ultimately tease out. You know, we just don't have the time to sort out right now. So I think some of these principles make sense, but the commitment to working through some of these issues over the coming months is where I completely agree with Vice Chair D'Adamo in terms of the risk resolution language and broadening that a bit in terms of looking at the science and underlying assumptions behind the in-stream flows. So anyway, so overshoot, undershoot, that's the question I'm looking to get answered. But then my other question is about the unreasonable practices in terms of livestock watering. And I was a little surprised myself actually to see the change from the 50% to the 90%. And I don't know where exactly that came from. So maybe just a little discussion about that and how you came to that conclusion and why you think that's a reasonable target.
Great. I think that it's really, I'm going to start backwards again. So with the livestock item, we had 50% loss as the standard. And what we sort of came to the conclusion about is it's not really easy to understand how you calculate that and how someone can even figure out what that is. You've got a long ditch, you have someone taking off at one point, another person taking off at another point, another person taking off at another point. How do you really figure out what the loss is at the multiple points of diversion throughout that whole system? How do you make it easier to implement for a stock water person? And so I think the 90% is sort of being misapplied, because what we were talking about before was 50% loss of your system. What we're talking about now is saying you can't divert more than 10 times the minimum needed to supply your livestock under Section 697. So under Section 697, it says you can take 15 gallons per day for each head of cattle you have. So if you look at how many head of cattle you have, that's how, and you multiply it times the number of cattle, 15 times the number of cattle, and you multiply that times 10, that's the amount that you can divert from your point of diversion for delivery for your livestock. When you look at what the largest diversion that would equate to on the Scott River, based upon the statements of diversion and use that we have, that's 0.23 CFS. So it really is not a lot of water that we're talking about could be diverted under that provision. And it was modified because the way that it was written in the regulation was confusing and not really implementable the way it had been written. And so in conversations with folks that are more familiar with how to appropriately put something in a reg that could be easily implemented and understood and still not have huge diversions occurring through these systems, that's how we came up with it. So 10 times sounds really big, but it's not really big when we're talking about the quantities of water that we're talking about for livestock purposes only.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll just flag that, as we talk about these different practices, I appreciate that the regulation somewhere says this is not precedential, but in some respects it is, because we're taking action here and folks will look to this in the future. So, to the extent we need and should give some more thought, I'm not here to single out livestock watering. I understand your direction here, but as we think through different practices and decisions like this, it'd be good to have a little more forethought into how to best apply these factors. I appreciate this is an emergency situation that's rushed, but just a flag for future discussion.
Yeah, and then the second question that you had was, how do we ensure we don't over curtail or under curtail as we're beginning implementation of curtailment orders? And I see the way curtailments are going to be implemented. Staff are, spending a lot of time evaluating all the water rights in these systems, figuring what the demand is, looking at what the flows are, looking at what the shortages are, so that we can, tailor the curtailment to the amount of water that is needed to support the minimum in-stream flows. These two watersheds are very different, and I think how deep the curtailments go will be very different in these two watersheds based upon just how they function and operate. I see them being implemented in somewhat of a staged process, so we'll look at what we think is appropriate without, I think, overshooting it at the beginning. But we also have to recognize these systems are going to take a little bit of time to rebound. So we've been having conversations about the fact that even when you curtail in a system like the Shasta, where you see a much faster rebound, you've seen that occur in the graphs that Dan showed earlier today. Even there, it's going to take, several days to many days to see sort of the changes in flow associated with a curtailment order. So I think we have to be cognizant of how soon we expect to see the rebound so that we don't, as you said, overshoot it. I also think, though, we've designed the regulation in a way where we can suspend curtailments. So if we start to see things getting dramatically high, like, oh my gosh, they're going above the minimums, it's crazy, there's so much water, then we would definitely want to immediately suspend the curtailments. And that's a much easier thing for us to do. We've set up these emails and this website so that we can say curtailments are on or curtailments are off for these groups of folks, and we can send out email blasts saying we are suspending curtailments for this group of people. So I feel like I really want to encourage people to sign up for our email list and to be engaged, because that's how they're going to be able to see what we're thinking and see how we're responding in more real time than if they're hearing from their neighbor that the water board did something. I don't think that's going to be as effective, because this is sort of a real-time management thing that we're moving into right now.
Thank you, Mr. Ghazi, and thank you, board member. Definitely, especially in times of shortage here, it's needing to best manage each drop and moving to real-time management of our resources, especially given the variability we're looking at going into the next year. And the fact that we all have to anticipate just continued dry conditions and be flexible enough to account for that not being the case, and hoping that it is certainly the case. So thank you, Mr. Ghazi. Other board colleagues, points, questions?
I'll just make a quick comment. So I'd like to first start by thanking everyone for taking the time today to share your thoughts and concerns, and for staff for the countless hours that they spent over the past year, and for finding a balance that still allows for continued collaboration and the consideration of additional data and the action as before us for consideration today. I'm looking forward to the continued work to refine the data sets and modeling to help inform the future actions. And I'm in support of the Vice Chair's suggestion to update Resolve 6 and 7 of the resolution.
Great, thank you, board member. Agree with so many of the points all of my colleagues have made here. I don't have much more that is additive insofar as our discussion and or things that I would further flag. Definitely support the vice chair and her suggestions for amendment to the resolution, item number 6 and 7. And again, it's very reflective of the conversation we've had today, of the desire to continue to work with Dr. Harder and all of the stakeholders, importantly, in the watershed around the challenges we face, certainly as we try to do better next year, and use the momentum and discussion we're having now to remain focused and see how we can bring folks along in a way that gets us the outcomes we all commonly need. And just really supportive of the comments my colleagues have made. Again, I don't think I have too much more to add. And then would otherwise note, I do see Nathaniel, Mr. Kane, and also Conrad Fisher have their hands up. Is there anything further you'd like to provide or clarify for the board here? And we can start with Mr. Kane.
Thank you, Chair. Just really quickly, I wanted to respond to the discussion of the 30% issue that was presented by staff. I really appreciate that presentation, and I think it helps clarify the issues a little bit, but I don't think it changed my ultimate conclusion that the 30%, it limits the deputy director's discretion to implement curtailments that will achieve these flows. And I think that's the bottom line. And I think that the discussion was, it's based on models that have been repurposed from the questions they were originally designed to answer. The 30% doesn't address the spatial distribution of wells, and we know that distance from the river really matters. And this is an emergency regulation. And I don't think that we should be limiting the deputy director's discretion to implement curtailments of greater than 30% if that's what the river needs. And I really encourage more collaboration and more modeling to really understand this issue, but for the purpose of this emergency reg, I still would request that 30% provision be removed. Thank you for the additional opportunity to comment.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Mr. Fisher?
Sorry, I'm trying to get unmuted. Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the most recent 3 comments. I'm not sure I'm hearing what I'm hearing, but I think I'm hearing people say we want more time for more information. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I just wanted to make a sincere appeal to Mr. McGuire, Vice Chair D'Amato, that we, the humans, especially those of us who have upheld a water rights system where water has been severely over-allocated, have been debating this since before most of us were born, what the science says fish need. We've been debating it long enough. What we now have is the best available science from CDFW. We have an emergency. We are on the cusp of.
Fisher. I don't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, thank you. I don't mean to interrupt you, but to clarify, we were talking, our amendments on the resolution are in regards to next year. I think we all understand the urgency and the need to act this year on the data we have. But the discussion you heard and the reflection and desire for some change in the resolution is just to emphasize the desire to refine for next year and continue to do better. Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. Fisher. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, yeah, can I just
board members
follow up? Can I just follow up? Because I'm still just wanting to make sure I fully understand the cooperative agreement option here. So, and that was helpful, Mr. Kane. So I guess can our staff just respond? So we're basically saying as long as can we require those that enter into a voluntary agreement to curtail further if those benefits aren't materializing, or or if there's this is a really short turnaround, so this is like total emergency short term, but I guess I'm just, we're saying instead of having to curtail, no matter what level of curtailment we have to get to, that folks can only reduce, are approved to only reduce up, or only reduce 30%, not have to go above 30% reductions if we approve a cooperative agreement.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So for groundwater diverters that have the highest level of priority and would be the last to curtail, we are allowing groundwater diverters to come together early in this coming year. So in this fall and winter, to figure out how they want to use their water in the coming year such that they will have a net reduction of 30% of groundwater use in the coming year. And that they make that commitment to do so and demonstrate that they are doing so as part of that local cooperative solution. It is only that subset of folks that qualify for it if they can come together with 400 acres devoted to that purpose and demonstrate that net reduction, which is net, but then at least has to be obtained during that summer/fall season when we want to ensure that less water is being used, such that it should be available on a delayed integration back into the river system. So yes, we are saying that that subset of people would not get a curtailment order. The thought behind that is it allows folks to plan how much water they have and to pursue crops that will use less water, but have certainty that they're going to be able to water those crops and make use of those waters. So they may move to a grain crop instead of alfalfa because they know that they can stop watering that crop in June instead of having to go through September. And it gives them the planning certainty for the coming year. So it's a very sort of localized cooperative solution that only allows this option for groundwater because it has that lag, and we felt it was an appropriate way to implement the regulations to allow for still improvements in flow, but a certainty that there is a certain criteria that needs to be met in the regulation, a certain standard in the regulation.
And so we are thinking, this is maybe what Dan was describing, but so I'm just trying to make sure I'm connecting the dots here. So we're seeing then that the groundwater, that we're predicting that our curtailments would otherwise not require more than 30% curtailment for those senior water rates users. And that's why this is equal. That's why we don't think this will be less than what the curtailment benefits would be, or we're saying that it's likely that we would, and so this is the benefit they're getting by changing the timing.
Right. So what we're allowing them to do is sort of spread the curtailment over time. So they may not be curtailed until September or October, or maybe not at all, right? Groundwater is the most senior. But in this case, they're cutting back groundwater use such that the desire is that the flows will show up later in the system when they're needed.
Yeah, no, I'm understanding that. I guess I'm just not understanding I'm not understanding the 30% linkage to where we're predicting curtailments would otherwise need to be if they didn't have a voluntary agreement. Does that, I mean, why do we
30% is our best estimate of what that looks like. What is
where we think
what is a reasonable
what we think we would need to curtail senior water rates users potentially?
Well, it doesn't translate directly, right? Because the 30% is over time versus curtailment is 100% at one point in time. So what we're saying is making this incremental reduction is translating into a benefit to fisheries later in the season. And because of that benefit, you would not be curtailed at that point in time.
Okay.
And if anybody wants to tack on, because I'm maybe not saying it as clearly as someone else would, please feel free to do so.
Did well, and I appreciate the questions from the board member in clarifying and making sure we best understand this. So thank you.
This is Anne Marie Orr. I don't think I can say it more clearly, but I do want to read a section from the regulation that I think responds to a question that you had earlier. When applying for one of these cooperative agreements, and when we are considering whether or not to accept and approve such a cooperative agreement, it says such reduction may be demonstrated by evidence that provides a reasonable assurance that the change in farming practice or other action results in at least the relevant proportionate reduction. So that is what we'll be looking for when we approve these types of groundwater cooperative solutions.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Board member Firestone, just to make sure.
But sorry, just on that point though, the proportional reductions, but not more than 30%. Like, isn't that still a cap?
Yes, it's still 30% in the Scott and 15% in the Shasta. Yes, that's what we're looking for. And Mariana wants to say something.
Yes, please do.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify that the 30% is a floor, not a cap. I think some of the types of cropping changes that people are talking about could in some circumstances, result in more than a 30% reduction. And so we based it on the percentage calculation that Dan put forth about where we anticipate the annual reduction for that priority class to be, rather than tailoring it to the different conservation measures that people were putting forth, if that makes sense. And also, just at the board's pleasure, at the appropriate time, I certainly don't want to cut this conversation short, but we did come up with amended language for resolution item 6. And if you would like for me to read that into the record at any point, I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you. Let's wait a moment. I think Board Member McGuire maybe has a additional follow-up on this.
Yeah, just quickly, I know this doesn't provide a whole lot of peace of mind, perhaps Board Member Firestone, but I'm thinking that these are regulations adopted by the board as it comes to the level of curtailment or reduction that might be needed for groundwater. I think we're going to learn a lot over the next 6 to 8 months. These emergency regulations are for up to a year, but there's nothing to be said that we can't modify them if needed when we're seeing how this winter plays out, when we're seeing how the conditions evolve, when we get a better sense of the science and the impact and benefit that we see from the curtailment actions that happen in the coming months. So, for me, I'm not beyond making some tweaks to this if we need to by next summer or at the appropriate time. And so, right now, that's why I'm feeling personally comfortable with the 30% for this, for right now, just knowing that there's a lot of work to come.
Yeah, I'm fine with, I'm comfortable with moving forward with the regs. So, and I'm looking forward to the changes, the language that just hearing what the language is on the tweaks that Mariana, you were saying, and Vice Chair was proposing.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member. Yeah, Mariana, please.
Thank you very much, Director Esquivel. So the new resolution or the amended resolution to therefore be it resolved number 6 would be saying the State Water Board directs staff to continue to work with CDFW to evaluate and refine the drought minimum in-stream flows adopted in this regulation if new scientifically defensible information becomes available, comma, and to continue to engage, and then this is the new language, with affected stakeholders and other experts, and then returning to the original language, in longer term efforts, and then this is another addition, on what is achievable in the watersheds, then returning to the additional language, to establish in-stream flows for the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds beyond this drought emergency.
I ask there, is that second clause though, suggesting that we're just working on efforts to look at what's achievable rather than focusing on longer term efforts to establish in-stream flows? And, in other words, I don't know, I feel like that suggests
something of a qualifier. It's something of a qualifier.
Is it a qualifier though, or does it change what
seems,
we're?
Yeah, I don't know. Achievable in the watersheds. How does Mariana? How do you folks feel? What is the intent there? I guess.
The intent here was to emphasize the consideration of what the watersheds can provide at this point, in light particularly of the suggestion by Dr. Harder that the change in irrigation practices that had been used prior to the 1970s, that they were actually artificially supplementing the groundwater table. If you like, we can pull back and have further discussion to clarify on language that would clarify that it's not a one-way qualifier. I think particularly because this is about, you know, the longer term efforts.
Right. I think, yeah, I mean, I think what we want to do is focus on, we want to make sure we're working to establish in-stream flows, and that should include taking into account and examining what is achievable, but that the purpose of the work isn't the purpose of the work is really to establish in-stream flows. I guess that's it. Just
I assume that is either Michael or Janine.
Oh, you know, that's, I'm sure it's Mr. Loffer.
Either way, it's what I was.
Or maybe it's Aaron.
Also,
or maybe it's Aaron.
so.
It's Aaron. I think it's Aaron. Vice Chair, did you want to? Is it you, Aaron?
Actually,
I don't know what we're.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's Chief Counsel. Yes.
So I probably shouldn't have done that while Mariana was still talking, but I am throwing up a consideration of the longer, or what is achievable in the watershed as an explicit consideration, which I think is specifically what Vice Chair Diadamo was concerned about and wanted us to address. And I think it removes the concern that was raised by Member Firestone that instead of being a qualifier, it became what the longer term objective was. So for the benefit of those who cannot see the shared screen and maybe listening in, Mariana, do you want to read it back into the record, or would you prefer that I do so that we have an updated sense of what the language is that we're considering?
And before we necessarily, I would like a chance for the Vice Chair to weigh in if she has any thoughts before, so that we just read it cleanly back into the record once.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I actually, when I saw this at first, I was comfortable with it, but now that we're looking at the qualifiers, it's causing me to pause a bit because although I don't have a 100% expectation that we have some additional information if the drought continues next year, I would hope that it sounds like it's something that staff's going to be working on anyway with Dr. Harder. And so I would hope that we would potentially, when we come back next year, if we need to, that we might have, some further refinement here. So not just for the longer term effort, in other words, but, beyond this current emergency, but this current emergency may be ongoing.
Yeah, I hear you there, Vice Chair. I think we want to capture that this is for work next year as well, and not just the longer term in-stream flow work. Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. I'm comfortable with what you did, with what the
magic cursor did.
Yes. Yeah, the ghost. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Loffer, I think that that captures it well. And thank you for your good, always interpretation of our intent and desires here. Does that look good to everyone? Before we can read it in, and then if folks have further edit, we can still have further edit. But if that visually looks good to those that can see it there, then okay.
Okay with me.
Okay. Then Mariana, I think for the benefit of those that are just on audio, can you please read the new revised resolve number 6, or revised number 6, thanks.
Sure, I will read that for the record. So the new revised resolved number 6 reads, the State Water Board directs staff to continue to work with CDFW to evaluate and refine the drought minimum in-stream flows adopted in this regulation. If new scientifically defensible information becomes available, comma, and to continue to engage, this is new text, with affected stakeholders and other experts, going back to the normal text in, and then new text ongoing and reverting back to the text, longer term efforts to establish in-stream flows, comma. Again, new text, including consideration of what is achievable in the watersheds, comma, and then going back to the original, for the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds beyond this drought emergency.
Reads well to me. Vice Chair?
Okay, so with that, Chair, I'd be prepared to make a motion that we approve the resolution along with the language that Ms. Au just read into the record and the change sheet.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. And the item is passed and the regulations are adopted. Just thank you for the incredible work again. And as with our other curtailment decisions here at the board, this doesn't conclude at all our work here, and actually just really starts it. And so we'll look to continue to be communicative on what the timelines are looking for the curtailment orders here, knowing that they still need to go to the Office of Administrative Law. And do encourage everyone to please sign up. We won't need to be engaging in very real time here. We want to ensure that as we have other discussions and workshops and follow up to much of the discussion that you heard today, that everyone has an opportunity to engage in that, and that we continue to build the right momentum and certainly collaborative spirit to try to address what we continue to fear are going to be very difficult circumstances next year, and especially if we have a dry winter. So just thank you for everyone, your time, your attention, and your engagement today. It's meant a lot, and we have a better understanding and product here for it. So more to come, and so thank you. It concludes item number 4 for us, and brings us to our last couple of items, which are board member reports and then the executive director's report before we recess and return tomorrow morning to take care of a couple of drinking water items. So fellow board colleagues, any board member reports, and I apologize, of course, I don't have my calendar up, so I will quickly do that.
I don't have one this time.
Okay, thank you, board member. Any others and or a pass? Because I know there is a lot going on, sometimes some of it not public facing.
Recording in progress.
I also do not have a report this time.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go. I do have a report.
Hey.
Believe it or not. So I was fortunate enough, I mentioned this in my last report, but I was invited to speak at the CASA annual conference last Thursday. And it was in person, which was a little unnerving, but I felt like they took very good precautions.
Recording stopped.
Social distancing, mask wearing, etc. So I thought that was prudent of them. And my discussion was about the drought. And so I mean, admittedly, these were sanitation agencies that we were in discussion with, but they were all ears and wanting to participate. So it was a very good conversation, a lot of good questions. I gave them the lowdown on everything that we were tackling here at the state board, and encourage discussions and continued collaboration as it relates to recycled water and everything that you already all know that we're working towards. Conservation as a way of life was a big topic of discussion as well. So good dialogue overall, good participation. So just happy I was able to engaged with that. And then I just want to mention I made my first report to the Central Coast Regional Board as well as their new liaison. So that, again, good opportunity to meet all the board members virtually and had a good back and forth dialogue with them, obviously very engaged. And so I'll look forward to continued productive discussions with that board. So that's it for today.
Great, thank you, board member. I actually don't have a report either. It's been a lot of just internal meetings and discussions, so thank you. Checking to see if there's any others. Seeing none, and okay, thank you. Short board member reports this week, and appreciate folks' time on that. Last item, executive director's report. Ms. Sobek, thank you again for what is an incredible compendium of a lot going on. But anything to particularly highlight or flag in this report?
I don't think I have to say that it's been really, really busy for every single division and every single office, but I think that the report captures it, and I don't have anything else to add.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sobek. That concludes our items for today then, and means we can recess here until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, where we will pick back up our last couple of items. And I just appreciate everyone's time, patience, and engagement today. And so then look forward to tomorrow's discussion. So with that, have a good evening. We're recessed until tomorrow. Take care. Thank you, Mr. Lawford. And Ms. Townsend and everyone truly for the great work today. Much appreciated. Thanks.